Chapter 180. As soon as Guchanga finished speaking, Gu Nanshan's figure appeared in front of the shocked and incredulous expressions of all the cultivators. Buzz! He took a step forward and left the sky, appearing beside Guchanga in an instant. He had a hunched figure and wore tattered clothes. His face was dark, and he had a mouthful of yellow teeth. He even carried a cracked kitchen knife on his back. This appearance of an old farmer made everyone's jaws drop. Their eyeballs almost fell to the ground. Was this the mysterious Gu clan patriarch? Many experts from various orthodoxies and clans stared at Gu Nanshan. They could not believe this was real. This was completely different from the image of an expert in their hearts. It was completely different from what they had in mind. Greetings, patriarch. Guchanga was stunned for a moment. However, he quickly put on a warm smile and smiled. Judging from the aura, this was indeed the Gu clan patriarch. He was relieved. Even if this patriarch was furious, he would not dare to show his anger at such a blatant scheme. It involved the Gu clan's secrets and family matters. The older these people were, the more important they were. They would definitely consider the big picture and endure. Guchanga was taking advantage of this. His initial plan was to attract the hatred of the Feathermen tribe so that they would kill him. He could use this to force this patriarch to show himself. He could not just stand by and watch him die. Not to mention that Guxian, that silly girl, was so dizzy that she probably did not care about the grudge of having her bones dug out. Previously, the motivation for her to cultivate was her hatred for Guchanga. She wanted to defeat Guchanga and take back everything that belonged to her. However, the motivation for her to cultivate now was to find out the secret of Guchanga. Guchanga knew Gu Xian'er's character. It was impossible for her to see herself in a life and death crisis and leave her to die. When the time came, no matter what, this patriarch would be forced to show himself and become Guchanga's tool to intimidate the other clans. However, the Feathermen tribe had disappointed him too much. None of them dared to attack him. With no other choice, Guchanga could only come up with another plan. He came up with such an overt scheme to directly expose the ancestors' hiding place. His method could be said to be both ruthless and accurate, firmly controlling the Gu clan's patriarch's weak spot. As for offending this old ancestor, Guchanga had never considered this. In the first place, he didn't expect this old ancestor to have a good impression of him. You're very good. Hearing this, Gu Nanshan revealed a warm smile on his face and nodded. But in reality, he wished he could slap this unfilial descendant to death. He was really good at tricking the old ancestor. He had never thought of making a move. Even if he wanted to, he would wait until the most critical moment. Otherwise, where would he put his face? From this incident, Gu Nanshan confirmed that Guchanga was a bold and decisive person. He even dared to scheme against the ancestor. Was there anything in this world that he didn't dare to do? Ancestor, you flatter me. After all, this was your order. Changa was just following orders. Guchanga naturally heard the other meaning in this sentence. The sentence, "you're very good," already revealed the ancestor's deep dissatisfaction. However, would he care? Moreover, Guchanga was even more straightforward. He directly put all the blame on Gu Nanshan's head. He didn't even blink when he said this. It was obvious that he was familiar with this and was incomparably skilled. This caused Gu Nanshan's smile to freeze. However, he was still an ancestor who had lived for countless years. Changa, you did well. As the young master of the Gu clan, you should naturally act like one. The Feathermen tribe is reckless. From today onwards, there is no need for 623 to exist. Gu Nanshan said slowly, his voice filled with cold killing intent. At this time he was also able to deal with it easily, but there was a hint of viciousness in his eyes. It's mainly because I have the support of the ancestor. Otherwise, how would I dare to do this? Guchanga smiled faintly, with an expression that said, "What can you do to me?" In the eyes of outsiders, this was the ancestor of the Gu clan praising the younger generation he admired. The two of them talked calmly, appearing to be incomparably harmonious. It even made many people envious. This was the foundation that the everlasting family should have. The younger generation was respectful and intelligent, and the ancestor was kind and powerful. They deserved to stand tall for eternity. Why does it feel strange? In the sky, Gu Xian'er couldn't help but mutter. His gaze moved away from Guchanga's face. This guy's smile was so beautiful. It was obvious that he didn't have good intentions. I knew that this was a trap. This Guchanga is so cunning. There is indeed a hidden expert behind him. In front of the Feathermen tribe's clan hall, Yu Wuti breathed a sigh of relief. However, his eyes were still full of fear and vigilance. From the ancestor of the Gu clan who suddenly appeared, he felt a deep and vast feeling like the universe. The other party's strength made his heart palpitate. He didn't dare to look directly at him. Patriarch, unless the ancestor wakes up, our clan will definitely die today. The Gu clan even sent out the ancestor. Some of the elders' voices were trembling. They all felt a trembling aura from Gu Nanshan's body. They definitely couldn't be Gu Nanshan's opponent. Even a wisp of aura wouldn't be able to hold on. Ancestor, I'll leave everything to you. Changa will only cause you more trouble if he stays here. I'll take my leave first. At this time, Gu Changa smiled faintly. He didn't wait for Gu Nanshan to reply. His figure directly stepped back. The void blurred and he instantly left this place. He had already achieved his goal. At this time, he naturally found a place to watch the show and wait for the fishermen to reap the benefits. You still want to teach me a lesson? Gu Changa couldn't help but sneer in his heart. In the blink of an eye, he had tricked this ancestor until he couldn't tell north from south. Hearing this, Gu Nanshan was so angry that his beard almost stood up. However, in front of everyone he could only suppress it. He swore that after this matter was over, he would definitely find Gu Changa to settle the score. What a bastard! Nobody had ever dared to trick him like this, and in such a blatant way. Where's your ancestor? Tell him to come out and die. Gu Nanshan didn't have a good temper. The moment Gu Changa left, a terrifying aura rose. It was enough to change the color of the sky and destroy the universe. So powerful. This aura, I'm afraid it has already surpassed the supreme realm. At this moment, whether it was the powerhouses of the Winged Men clan or the cultivators nearby, all changed their expressions. This kind of ocean-like fluctuation seemed to be able to drown everything and suffocate them. And this was only a wisp of the Gu clan's ancestor's aura leaking out. Just how powerful was this Gu clan's ancestor? Go get the ancestor. Yu Wuti instantly collapsed to the ground. His entire body trembled, and even his primordial spirit was shaking. He was an extremely powerful supreme saint, but at this moment, he was as insignificant as an ant. The other elders were even worse. Now they were all pale and couldn't even speak. He's finally appeared? Gu Nanshan's expression was very ugly. He was about to vent his anger towards Gu Changa on the Winged Men clan. At this moment in the depths of the clan, a golden sun rose. A terrifying existence had awakened. It was so dazzling that people couldn't open their eyes. It was a huge existence with a pair of wings on its back. The quasi-supreme realm's aura pressed down and then turned into a very young creature. He was glowing, illuminating the area in front of him. It looked unusually frightening. Greetings, ancestor. All the creatures of the Winged Men clan couldn't help but shout. They were extremely excited and excited. Their ancestor had also awakened. A quasi-supreme realm cultivator is at least at the 3rd level of heaven. However, how can he be a match for an old guy who came out of the clan's territory? After leaving this place, Gu Changa appeared on a collapsed palace and watched everything with his hands behind his back. He couldn't help but nod. He had already expected the result of this battle. Not to mention other aspects, the strength of every ancestor of the Gu clan was definitely ridiculously powerful. This was publicly acknowledged by all the orthodoxies in great sections. The longevity Gu clan is so overbearing. Aren't you afraid of retribution? The ancestor of the Winged Men clan stood in the sky. Wisps of mist floated up and down, and his face was blurry. He obviously knew how difficult Gu Nanshan was to deal with. He couldn't see through his cultivation, so he couldn't help but say in a deep voice. The moment he woke up, he understood the cause and effect of the matter. He was very angry at Gu Changa's actions. However, the most important thing now was to force the ancestor of the Gu clan to retreat. Retribution? The longevity Gu clan is your retribution. Gu Nanshan cracked a mouthful of yellow teeth, but the words he spat out sent chills down everyone's spines. They felt a sense of power and terror. Damn it! The ancestor of the Winged Men clan attacked. His aura was extremely powerful. He was at the 3rd level of Quasi-Supreme Realm. He charged forward. Immediately, the sky and earth turned upside down. At the same time, he opened his mouth and spat out a divine sword that was shining with golden light. It was only a foot long, and it flowed with brilliant colors. It turned into a waterfall and slashed over. This sword was polished from the teeth of an unknown existence. It was entirely golden and invincible. Since the immortal ancient era, it had been used until now. It was invincible, and even small worlds could be easily cut open. This terrifying momentum made everyone's expression change drastically. Their primordial spirits trembled. In this era, who had ever seen a quasi-supreme realm fight? Sigh. The great elder shook his head. It was as if he didn't want to see this scene. Gu Xian'er couldn't help but ask in confusion. Why is Master like this? Is the ancestor very strong? Not very strong. The great elder shook his head and then said, especially strong. Clang. As his words fell. At this moment, Gu Nanshan's expression was cold. He directly waved his fist and faced the sword head-on, not caring at all. Whoosh! The golden divine sword trembled. Runes flickered, erupting with terrifying fluctuations. Then with a crack, it broke into pieces and exploded. The longevity Gu clan is retribution. Don't you understand? Gu Nanshan said coldly. He smashed down with a fist. An incomparably terrifying fist light that seemed to be able to cleanse the ancient times descended. In the surroundings, immortal corpses floated up and down. A sea of blood rose. The fist light illuminated everything. It was open and aboveboard, making the entire world tremble. What? This feather human clan ancestor's expression changed greatly. He revealed shock, fear, and disbelief. There was also a trace of despair. No, he shouted loudly. He didn't expect that this unprepossessing Gu clan ancestor's true cultivation level was far higher than his. The two of them didn't have the slightest chance of fighting at all. Poochie! The bloody light exploded. Under this fist light, it was directly evaporated. Including the primordial spirit, it turned into ashes. Hiss! Seeing this scene, all the cultivators on the mountain peak and even in the surroundings were shocked to the extreme. They let out a sound of sucking in a breath of cold air. Killing the feather human clan ancestor with a single punch? Did they see wrongly just now? What kind of concept was this? How powerful was this Gu clan ancestor? All the feather human clan clansmen couldn't help but feel their scalps go numb, their bodies trembling. At this time, many people were stunned, to the extent where their entire bodies were stupefied. Humph! Gu Nanshan was somewhat satisfied with the momentum that he had caused. He snorted coldly, and his anger was slightly relieved. At this time he glanced at Gu Chang'e and found that this junior didn't look surprised at all. Instead, he looked at him with a smile. This bastard, is he planning to provoke me? Seeing this, the anger in Gu Nanshan's heart rose again. Then, under everyone's horrified and shocked gazes, his figure disappeared in an instant and rushed to the deepest part of the feather human clan. He needed to vent his anger. The terrifying aura that had just awakened in that place quickly dissipated like the tide. It was the other feather human clan ancestor. He never expected to see such a terrifying scene as soon as he woke up. His whole body was cold and his mentality was about to explode. He wanted nothing more than to pretend to be dead. This group of juniors is tricking their ancestor. He roared at the sky. Seeing Gu Nanshan charging over, he didn't hesitate at all. His divine soul trembled and was about to collapse. He turned into a black shadow and was about to leave this place. A quasi-supreme being wanted to escape? Who could easily catch up? Gu Nanshan was already enraged. Now that he saw this blind guy, he didn't wait for death and even dared to escape. He became even angrier. As Xiao Chan took a step forward, he turned the ground into an inch and quickly gave chase. The vast and horrifying might and pressure quickly disappeared from this place. All of the cultivators and creatures looked as if they had just been fished out of the water. Their bodies were covered in cold sweat, and their faces were pale from fright. Around the mountain peak, The young supreme masters of many orthodoxies and major sects were still trembling in fear. In their eyes, a quasi-supreme who was invincible enough to sweep across the immortal ancient continent was killed by a single punch from the Gu family ancestor. The shock that this scene left on them was simply too great. Until now, his head was still buzzing, and he couldn't react at all. Just how terrifying is the Longevity Gu clan? Their foundation is simply unimaginable. Just one great ancestor is already so powerful. Rumor has it that the Longevity Gu clan has a lot of patriarchs. Even they don't know how many patriarchs are buried in their ancestral land. Many cultivators had previously thought that this was a joke. But now they had no choice but to consider the authenticity of this matter. The powerful Featherman clan had been standing tall since the immortal ancient era. They had existed until now, and they had a quasi-supreme great ancestor. In front of the Longevity Gu clan, they didn't even have the slightest chance of resistance. I knew we couldn't let him in. The immortal ancient remnant clan here is not the clan from back in the days of prosperity. How could they withstand? The great elder looked at this scene with a headache. Clearly he had expected this. The great ancestor is actually so powerful? Gu Xian'er's mouth was slightly open. At this time she was also a little stunned. She never thought that the ordinary-looking great ancestor was actually such a powerful figure. Killing a quasi-supreme great ancestor with a single punch. He was probably on the same level as her masters. If you knew this would happen, why did you do it in the first place? At this time, Gu Chang'e's figure appeared again, accompanied by his words. He stood in front of the Featherman clan, who were in despair, shock and despair, and said with a smile, Gu Nanshan was so kind, to help him solve the most important problem. And through this battle he intimidated the other clans. Now it was naturally time for him to appear and reap the benefits. Gu Chang'e, Yu Wudi's face was pale, and he said in fear. He no longer had the calmness of a clan leader. The other clan elders were also pale and trembling, not daring to speak. At this moment in their eyes, Gu Chang'e was no different from the old farmer-looking master from before. He could decide their life and death with a wave of his hand. Now, even their great ancestor was easily killed, and they couldn't even resist. What could they, the younger generation, do? Moreover, the dragon clan had already abandoned them. Do you still remember what I said before? Gu Chang'e said with a smile. His robes fluttered, looking divine like jade. Extraordinary and extraordinary. Yes. Yu Wudi hurriedly nodded as if he had grasped a trace of light in the darkness. The eyes of the other Featherman clan members also appeared with hope. From Gu Chang'e's words they felt hope. They still had a chance to live. They didn't want to die. Even ants drag out a life, let alone living beings and cultivators. It's good that you remember. I said that I would give you two choices, either submit or die. Gu Chang'e was still smiling, but at this moment, everyone felt a shocking chill from him. We choose to submit, to be slaves and servants, to be ordered by young Master Chang'e, without hesitation. Hearing this, the group of Featherman clan elders immediately said with joy. They were scared out of their wits by the scene just now, and they knew that resisting Gu Chang'e would not end well for them. Okay, but before that you have to do one thing. Gu Chang'e said casually with a smile on his face. His expression didn't change, as if he was talking about a trivial matter. I need you all to submit to me as proof of your allegiance. That's not too much, right? There was a deep sense of playfulness in his smile. What? All the Featherman clan members were stunned. They felt the shocking chill in Gu Chang'e's strong malice. This proof of allegiance was naturally to make them kill each other. This was a vicious plan. As long as they did such a thing, such humiliation would be deeply imprinted in their blood, and it would be difficult to get rid of it. Not to mention them, even the many cultivators nearby couldn't help but tremble. They swore that they would never provoke Gu Chang'e in the future. This guy looked like a transcendent immortal on the surface, but his methods were shockingly ruthless, which made people's hair stand on end. Gu Chang'e's methods are as ruthless as usual. He shows no mercy to his enemies. Gu Xian'er was secretly relieved. Compared to the enemies, Gu Chang'e was actually very good to her. Otherwise, she would have treated Gu Chang'e with the kind of murderous and hateful attitude she had at the beginning. She shuddered at the thought of it. The Featherman clan was smart. Now they know how to admit defeat. What were they doing before this? Guchanga didn't think that he was a soft-hearted person. He could take advantage of this matter to intimidate the entire immortal ancient race, and let everyone know that from today on, Guchanga had the final say in the immortal ancient continent. Soon the Featherman clan fell into chaos after Guchanga's words. Some people's eyes turned red, and their faces were ferocious. They cursed loudly and wanted to kill Guchanga. They would rather die than submit. But in the end they were all killed by Guchanga. More Featherman clan members chose to live. They didn't want to die so sullenly and unwillingly. Under the suppression of the Taichu divine sect and the immortal armor soldiers, all the Featherman clan members who submitted their submission survived. Those who chose to resist were all executed. The humiliation today was enough to make the remaining Featherman clan members unable to raise their heads and face their clansmen for the rest of their lives. Soon what happened today spread to the outside world, to all parts of the immortal ancient continent, causing a huge earthquake. No clan could remain calm and sit still. Many immortal ancient clans were scared out of their wits when they heard the news. The Featherman clan, which had a long history and was incomparably huge, would be disintegrated after today. They would become Guchanga's slaves, working for him forever and being ordered around by him. In this purge battle, the mysterious Gu clan patriarch became the focus of many cultivators' discussions. At the same time, the Longevity Gu clan's foundation also shocked countless cultivators. The domineering power of the Taichu divine sect and the terrifying sharpness of the Gu clan's immortal armor soldiers caused a lot of discussion in this battle. The passage connecting the immortal ancient continent to the outside world was also opened by the Palace of Heavenly Tao under great pressure. The trial of the younger generation finally came to an end, but the immortal ancient continent was still not peaceful. Many orthodoxies and sects were still descending to fight for the resources. The Dragon Island where the true Dragon Clan was located was closed. Divine light soared into the sky, and the defensive array was activated. Dragon roars shook the surroundings, attracting the attention of many cultivators. No one knew what the immortal ancient Dragon Clan's purpose was. Soon a few days passed. On this day, in the depths of the 100 horizontal mountain range, brilliant immortal light suddenly appeared, illuminating the sky. Immortal music spread, as if many fairies were dancing there. In an instant, many powerhouses were alarmed by the strange phenomenon. In the strange phenomenon, many ancient immortals appeared, sitting cross-legged and chanting scriptures, containing supreme mysteries. Many old antiques came to this place and studied it. Then they found something shocking. The immortal gate has appeared. There may be an immortal road inside, containing the opportunity to become an immortal. When this news spread, it instantly shocked the entire immortal ancient continent, and even the outside world, immeasurable heaven, set off a terrifying frenzy. Immortal. This word had a special meaning in the entire upper world. Anything that was related to immortals was not simple, not to mention becoming an immortal. In an instant, many terrifying powerhouses once again came to the immortal ancient continent. This matter did not affect Guchanga, who had already planned to take the Featherman clan and the entire immortal ancient continent slowly. He could not help but chuckle. I've already taken all the good stuff. Even if the immortal road is open, what else can you find? Guchanga had already led a group of followers, planning to leave the immortal ancient continent and return to the Palace of Heavenly Immortals. After all, the passage between the two places was completely open. To him, the immortal ancient continent was like a back garden that he could enter at any time. He had to prepare for the next step of his plan. In addition, he had to think of a way to make the most of Gu Nanshan's deterrence. At the same time, Guchanga had to think about how to deal with Gu Nanshan's anger. Although it felt good to scheme against the ancestral patriarch, however, the lessons that should come would still come. Soon Guchanga came up with a solution. He targeted Gu Xian'er. Chapter 181. After all, Gu Xian'er was the Lady of Luck. She had two powerful main character templates on her shoulders. Whether it was the peach tree in the peach village or the group of powerful people behind her, they were not easy to deal with. Moreover, Guchanga did not intend to kill Gu Xian'er from the beginning. With this goal in mind, he had set up many schemes. Now, under his patient guidance, this silly girl had fallen into his evil clutches. his clutches. It would not be long before she realized his good intentions. Therefore, Gu Chang'e was very sure that Gu Xian would not have the intention to kill him now. At most, she would be so angry that she wanted to take revenge and get back what she had suffered. Gu Chang'e did not care about this kind of revenge. He turned his hand and suppressed the girl. After all, from the Laozu's attitude towards Gu Xian Gu Chang'e knew that he definitely felt guilty towards Gu Xian Many things would go according to Gu Xian wishes. Gu Chang'e's goal was actually very simple. As the Laozu of Gu Xian bloodline, Gu Nanshan definitely did not want to see his bloodline decline. Moreover, Gu Chang'e's actions today were not a problem for the entire family's benefit. He would even receive the approval of many elders. As for the reason, one must know that the entire immortal ancient continent was such a big cake. After Gu Chang'e had a hand in it, the Gu family naturally got the biggest piece. Compared to the rest of the younger generation, Gu Chang'e's strategy was enough to make them gasp in admiration. At the same time, they understood that the Gu family would not go downhill like they thought it would in his hands. On the contrary, in Gu Chang'e's hands, the Gu family would become more and more glorious. With this as a prerequisite, even if Gu Nanshan wanted to teach him a lesson, he would have to find a place where no one was around. Gu Xian's identity was actually very awkward now. As the little princess of the Longevity Gu clan, no one dared to acknowledge her identity for fear of offending Gu Chang'e and the bloodline behind him. Gu Chang'e's current status was like the sun in the sky in the Gu family. Those clansmen who wanted to redress Gu Xian's innocence did not dare to speak up. They were very afraid of Gu Chang'e. Furthermore, the seventh princess of the Shanghai Palace had died at the hands of Gu Xian. This matter was worthy of Gu Chang'e's intervention. It just so happens that the immortal ancient dragon race is the hardest bone to chew on. It's a bit tricky. This is a wonderful opportunity. Gu Chang'e narrowed his eyes. Rumble. Very quickly, many powerful auras descended from the immortal ancient continent. They left, shaking the heavens, attracting the attention of many elders and disciples of the Tao Heaven Immortal Palace. Several enormous purple-bronze ancient warships were docked on the supreme peak, each emitting an ancient and powerful aura. Greetings, young master. Many experts of the divine sect of the Taichu sect gathered there with respectful expressions. Gu Chang'e nodded slightly and told them to reorganize and rest at Wushang Peak. The other experts of the large sects were stationed in the Tao Heaven Immortal Palace. This could even be considered a provocation. But now in the Tao Heaven Immortal Palace, no one dared to say a word. Gu Chang'e's power had reached an unprecedented peak. How's it going? Gu Chang'e asked. Young master, the remaining members of the Feathermen clan have been dealt with. The experts of the divine sect of the Taichu sect replied respectfully. They had received the order to come to the boundless heaven to listen to Gu Chang'e's orders and clear the obstacles in the immortal ancient continent for him. The Feathermen clan was the first to bear the brunt, but there were still many clansmen scattered outside after their territory fell. Very good. Gu Chang'e nodded and said with satisfaction. He followed the principle of cutting weeds and pulling up the roots, so he naturally didn't plan to let them go. Now he had deterred the entire immortal ancient continent, so he didn't need the experts of the divine sect of the Taichu sect to show up and cause unnecessary trouble. They were stationed on the supreme peak and could listen to his orders at any time. Just as the experts of the divine sect of the Taichu sect were returning, the sound of galloping came from the other side of the sky, as if thousands of soldiers and horses were charging between heaven and earth. A terrifying immortal army also returned to the supreme peak. You've worked hard. Looking at them, Gu Chang'e couldn't help but smile. We'll wait for the young master's orders. When the young master truly controls the Gu family, we'll be willing to open up new territories for the Gu family and go through water and tread on fire for generations. The sky was filled with mighty immortal light. The immortal armored guard of the Gu family's loud voice reverberated. Then, with shocking murderous intent, he rushed into a passage and disappeared. The terrifying murderous intent still lingered in the air, causing the disciples on the various peaks to be shocked. Gu Chang'e stood on the peak, watching them leave with an inexplicable expression. This was a sharp weapon that could cut through anything. Unfortunately, it wasn't the day he could fully control and command the immortal armored guards. Normally, they would fight and cultivate in the other planes of the world. Only when they were summoned by the family would they break through the space passage and rush over. This time they obeyed Guchanga's orders and came to fight the Winged Man clan, killing any forces that disrespected the Longevity Gu family. After the mission was completed, they would leave. Unless Guchanga became the true master of the Gu family, he would be qualified to truly control this terrifying and sharp force. This time it could be said that it was completely an exception. After all, there were other orthodoxies and great sects eyeing the immortal ancient continent. The Longevity Gu family had a good reason to suppress the Winged Man clan, so no one could say anything. What about them? They didn't have any excuse. They sent experts to the immortal ancient continent, saying that they wanted to protect the younger generation. This was to prevent the younger generation from getting hurt or dying here. However, the various clans of the immortal ancient continent weren't stupid. They watched as the Winged Man clan was subdued by Guchanga. They definitely wouldn't follow the same path, so every clan obediently hid and didn't leave their clan grounds. They didn't provoke trouble, and they were like cowards. They acted quickly in this matter, leaving the other orthodoxies helpless. They couldn't find a good excuse to attack in such a short time. Even in this world on the surface, one had to pay attention to the word reason. Otherwise, if one clan dominated, it would easily lead to the retaliation of the other orthodoxies, which wouldn't be good for long-term stability, unless one was strong enough to face all the orthodoxies alone. However, if that was the case, why not dominate the entire upper realm? Young master, have you been well recently? Then the surroundings of the supreme peak quietened down, and a cold voice sounded in the void. Yanji's figure appeared. Her facial features were picturesque, cold and moving. During this time she had been cultivating on the supreme peak, waiting for Guchanga's return. During the trip to the immortal ancient continent, Guchanga didn't bring her with him, so she didn't reveal his whereabouts. Quite well. Guchanga smiled, then remembered something else. He told Yanji, coincidentally, I have something I need you to do. Young master, please instruct me. Yanji replied with a puzzled look in her eyes. After not seeing Guchanga for a while, she couldn't see through him anymore. In the past, she could still sense some danger from him. Now she couldn't even sense the danger. She felt like she was facing a calm and vast sea. This didn't mean that she had become stronger, or that Guchanga had become weaker. It meant that Guchanga had become stronger and more terrifying. Yanji could only sigh in her heart. No wonder he was young Master Gu. His talent was so strong that it was rare. It's not a big deal. Actually, I just need you to bring some people to help me find the whereabouts of some people. They have disappeared in a plain world for more than 10 years, Guchanga said with a smile. At the same time there was a flash of light in his palm. He exchanged a few boundary-breaking talismans from the system store and gave them to Yanji. Young master, you want to find some people? Yanji was confused, but she didn't ask. As a follower, she didn't need to know too much. Yes, I want to find some people. I'll ask someone to collect their information and give it to you. If you run into danger in that plain world, it's better to run for your life. If you accidentally lose your life, I'll be sad for a long time. Guchanga smiled. His words revealed his sincerity and concern for Yanji. Don't worry, young master. I'll be careful. Yanji felt a surge of warmth in her heart. Obviously, she was touched by Guchanga's concern. The boundary-breaking talisman was many times more precious than the boundary-breaking talisman. In the lower realm, the boundary-breaking talisman was a divine item that could forcefully break open the boundary barrier and escape. Guchanga didn't hesitate to give her these talismans to save her life. Yanji was very confident in her own strength of the Great Sage realm. In her opinion, Guchanga did this because he was worried about her safety and wanted to give her more protection. Yanji naturally felt such a delicate thing. Of course, Yanji didn't know that Guchanga gave her so many boundary-breaking talismans because he felt that this trip would be extremely dangerous. Although Yanji's strength was tyrannical, she might also encounter danger. After all, the people she was looking for were Gu Xian'er's parents and grandfather. Back then, Gu Xian'er's grandfather was trapped in a side world because of a matter and couldn't break free. After that, Gu Xian'er's parents led their clansmen to help and disappeared without a trace, leaving Gu Xian'er in the clan's land. This was why Guchanga went crazy and dug out Gu Xian'er's bones. However, in Guchanga's opinion, This matter was actually not a big deal and there wouldn't be any danger. According to Gu Xian'er's heaven-defying luck, her parents and grandfather would obviously be safe and sound. She might even benefit from this misfortune and increase her strength greatly. This kind of trick was too normal. Gu Chang'e knew this very well. However, Gu Xian'er definitely didn't know. She might even be very worried about this. Therefore, Gu Chang'e started to set a trap for Gu Xian'er again. If he didn't take this kind of good impression now, what was the point of keeping it? Of course, this kind of thing had to be done secretly. Not only could he not let Gu Xian'er know about it now, but he also couldn't let the clansmen behind Gu Chang'e know about it. If he did a good deed, he definitely had to leave his name. However, this name couldn't be exposed now. In Gu Chang'e's eyes, there was no better candidate than Yan Ji now. Soon, Gu Chang'e sent someone to find information about Gu Xian'er's parents and grandfather, and gave it to Yan Ji. After receiving the mission, Yan Ji's figure disappeared and left quickly. All these years, not only did Gu Chang'e ask Yin Mei to help him secretly collect cultivation resources, but he also asked her to be in charge of training and nurturing some men of sacrifice. Gu Chang'e would occasionally appear and go to various places to find talented young men and women to nurture as his secret subordinates. Now, he had already sent a message to Yin Mei, asking her to send some men of sacrifice out to wait at special places and listen to Yan Ji's arrangements. Gu Chang'e was very careful in his actions, and would not easily reveal the many methods he had. The fewer people knew about Yan Ji's existence, the better. Time passed, and a few days passed in the blink of an eye. During this time, not only did Gu Chang'e leave immortal ancient continent with his people, but also the other young masters. This was the case for the other young supreme beings as well. They stopped their training and were brought away by the elders. After the immortal gate appeared, many old monsters were alarmed and headed there. Undercurrents were surging in immortal ancient continent, and it was difficult to continue training. It was better to let everyone return. During this time, many things that happened in immortal ancient continent quickly spread to all the heavens and even to the other lands, causing a huge uproar. The inheritor of demonic arts, Yi Ling, appeared and fought with Gu Chang'e. After being severely injured, he disappeared without a trace. The young leader of the immortal ancient dragon tribe, Long Tongue, died at the hands of Gu Chang'e. Gu Chang'e's reputation among the younger generation had reached an unprecedented height. Whether it was the young taboo-level strength or his actions, they were all admirable. Begging for flowers for a time, many of his fanatical admirers appeared everywhere. Of course, many people were also secretly wary of Yi Ling, wary of this powerful inheritor of demonic arts. Being able to escape from Gu Chang'e's hands was enough to explain everything. Yi Ling's strength was definitely not something that ordinary young supremes could match. The White Tiger tribe hated Yi Ling to the core, and they still didn't give up on tracking down Yi Ling's whereabouts. This matter also involved the Nine-Tailed Fox tribe. As the current heavenly lady of the Nine-Tailed Fox tribe, Yin Mei was almost killed by Yi Ling naturally. She stood up without hesitation and swore that she would kill Yi Ling in this life to avenge her fiancé, Bai Lai, who had died long ago. Yin Mei's declaration made many cultivators and living beings couldn't help but sigh in admiration. She dared to stand up and face the inheritor of demonic arts. This courage and boldness was really not simple. It seemed that Yin Mei had been deceived by Yi Ling back then, and a deep hatred had been buried in her heart. Many people recalled that when Yin Mei was in great danger, it was Gu Chang'e who stood up and saved her. All these made people even more amazed. Outside the palace of heavenly immortals, many young cultivators who had come to visit Gu Chang'e had come. Several powerful young supremes wanted to follow him. Gu Chang'e didn't refuse. Followers were a symbol of identity and status among the younger generation. Young supremes were already the best of their generation, and had an invincible Taoist heart. Without even fighting, they had already submitted to others. This kind of thing only showed that their reverence and admiration for Gu Chang'e was already deeply ingrained. As for suspecting Gu Chang'e as the inheritor of demonic arts, no one had ever thought about it, and they wouldn't think about it at all. On the contrary, the other young supremes seemed to have some traces of the inheritor of demonic arts, which made many cultivators suspicious. On the other side, after Bai Lai's death, the White Tiger clan also took the initiative to cancel the engagement between Bai Lai and Yin Mei. They went further and further on the road of revenge against the inheritor of demonic arts. Unfortunately, no one knew that Yiling's body had already turned to ashes and was buried in a dry well in the immortal ancient continent. No one could find Yiling. As a result, it made people feel that the inheritor of demonic arts was very mysterious and powerful, which caused a lot of panic. In addition, many problems that had accumulated in the immortal ancient continent also erupted at the same time. For example, the seventh princess of the Ocean Palace was suppressed by Gu Chang'e in the immortal ancient continent, and then killed by a girl named Gu Xian'er. This incident triggered the anger of the Ocean Palace. As the overlord of the Endless Water Clan, the seventh princess's status in the Ocean Palace was needless to say. She was even groomed as the next palace master. Gu Chang'e's status was so noble that they didn't dare to insult him lightly. But Gu Xian'er was different. The Ocean Palace had investigated Gu Xian'er's identity, and after a thorough investigation, they finally found something wrong. Although she was indeed a member of the Gu family, no one could prove it on the surface. On the contrary, there was a grudge between her and Gu Chang'e in the beginning. This talented Nirvana girl, who was said to be on par with Gu Chang'e, had a very strange origin. She came from the abandoned land of immortals in the outer region, and lived in the wilderness since she was young. This made the people of the Ocean Palace excited, feeling that they had discovered a scandal of the Longevity Gu clan. Since the Longevity Gu clan didn't admit Gu Xian'er's identity, then their revenge was a matter of course. Who would dare to say no? After all, the cause of all this was Gu Xian'er directly killing the seventh princess's brother first. A life for a life, it was only right and proper. At that time, unless the Longevity Gu clan exposed the scandal and admitted Gu Xian'er's identity, then it would cause a sensation in the world and become the object of ridicule of all orthodoxies. Otherwise, who would stand up and support her? The great elder of the Dao Heavenly Palace? That wouldn't do either. For a time, many powerhouses of the Sea clan came from the distant Endless Sea, intending to find Gu Xian'er to seek justice. In the Dao Heavenly Palace, Gu Chang'e, who received the news, couldn't help but smile faintly. This is just as I expected, and the Ocean Palace really came at the right time, Yi Zichen said. Then he began to move, heading towards the mountain peak where the Great Elder was, waiting for Gu Xian'er to return. At the same time, in the immortal ancient continent, in a vast mountain range, a terrifying heavenly aura was displayed, as if the world was about to be destroyed. The Featherman clan's prospective supreme ancestor was determined to escape, heading towards the Dragon Island where the immortal ancient dragon clan was. However, he was still caught by Gu Nanshan on the way. He displayed his tyrannical strength, quickly eliminating the Featherman clan's prospective supreme ancestor. Behind him, Gu Xian'er was led by the Great Elder, following closely behind. Gu Xian'er's eyebrows jumped a little, and she conveniently looted the Featherman clan's prospective supreme ancestor's property. A prospective supreme ancestor's property is really rich. Gu Xian'er's beautiful face was full of smiles, having no resistance to treasures at all. At this moment, she was still completely unaware that Gu Chang'e was setting a trap for her. Although Gu Nanshan was a little envious of those treasures at this time, he was too embarrassed to snatch them in front of his juniors. He had to have the demeanor of a supreme ancestor. Thank you, supreme ancestor. Gu Xian'er naturally saw the supreme ancestor's reluctant expression, and her eyes couldn't help but curve into the shape of a crescent moon, hurriedly and obediently said. She didn't believe that the supreme ancestor would have the nerve to snatch things from her hands when she was so obedient. Gu Xian'er was already like this. How could Gu Nanshan not understand that this girl looked cold and quiet, but her heart was full of mischief? He couldn't help but reveal a smile on his face, and said, "You little girl, why are you treating me like an outsider? Supreme Ancestor, you are so kind." Gu Xian'er smiled sweetly, revealing a pair of shallow dimples, looking extremely cute and obedient. 1000. Chapter 182. I vented my anger, but it's still not enough. When I think about how I was tricked by that bastard Gu Chang'e, I didn't even have the chance to reject him. That's enough to make me angry. Why is there such an unfilial descendant here? What good does it do him to anger me to death? Looking at Gu Xian'er's smile, Gu Nanshan didn't show anything on his face, but he was full of grievances in his heart. The great elder couldn't help but shake his head and laugh. Looking at Gu Nanshan's expression, he actually felt a little happy. As for sympathy, there was no need for that, and it wasn't necessary. Back then, when he was angered by Gu Chang'e, he also looked like this. Gu Chang'e was such a stubborn guy that no one could get anything out of him. When this happened to a junior, he could only sigh. Such a scheming method was really shocking. Even he, who had lived for so long, could not do this. Everything was connected, and no one could find a way to solve it. Alright, the trial in the immortal ancient continent is almost over. Xian'er, follow me back to the family. There are many things that I should explain to you. Soon Gu Nanshan's face became serious. It was rare for him to be so serious. As the ancestor of Gu Xian'er's bloodline, he naturally had to find a way to restore their bloodline's former glory. Before that, he had to seek justice for Gu Xian'er. Ancestor, is this true? Hearing this, Gu Xian'er was stunned. She didn't doubt the authenticity of Gu Nanshan's words, but she felt that it was unrealistic. First of all, would the rest of the Gu family agree? After all, this matter involved the longevity Gu family's reputation. Now, Gu Chang'e was the young master of the longevity Gu family, the successor of the Dao Heaven Palace. How could he be tainted with such a noble status? Most of the elders of the Gu family obviously wouldn't side with her in this matter, considering the big picture. Otherwise, why would she have to wander outside and stay away from the family for so many years? Although Gu Nanshan was the patriarch of the Gu clan and had a powerful cultivation base, his authority in the Gu clan was actually lower than that of the patriarch. After all, who didn't have a few ancestors behind them? If the patriarch had to step in for everything, then there was no need for the patriarch to make decisions in this family. Furthermore, this was the most important point. How did Gu Chang'e react to this? With his personality, would he do something that would harm himself and benefit others? Even if he had some difficulties and secrets, he would not reveal them so easily. In fact, Gu Xian'er had already considered all of this. Therefore, when Gu Nanshan said it first, she shook her head slightly and thought it was impossible. Her current strength was not enough for the Gu family to value her. She could not even be compared to Gu Chang'e. Although the Gu family had a good reputation, everything had to be considered for the long-term interests of the family. Gu Nanshan's decisions and actions were no exception. Xian'er, don't worry. With the ancestor here, I will definitely get justice for what happened back then. Gu Nanshan's expression froze. He did not expect Gu Xian'er to react so calmly. In that case, his confidence seemed to be lacking. He also knew that with Gu Xian'er's current strength, it would be difficult for the entire family to value her. At most, she would suppress Gu Chang'e and prevent Gu Chang'e from secretly harming her. But this seemed to be useless. From Gu Chang'e's current actions, it seemed that he really did not have any intention of killing Gu Xian'er. This made Gu Nanshan confused. Otherwise, why would he randomly say that Gu Chang'e had some difficulties? Is that so? Since you say so, ancestor, then I will believe you, Gu Xian'er said seriously at this moment. Her sparkling and beautiful eyes said that it would be strange if she believed this old man. Gu Nanshan was a little embarrassed for a moment. He really liked this granddaughter and granddaughter. In his heart, he also felt very guilty. He really wanted to make up for the hardship she had suffered all these years. Gu Chang'e has his difficulties. Xian'er, you have to believe that the family has never had any ill intentions towards you. Gu Nanshan said again. What are Gu Chang'e's difficulties? Gu Xian'er asked. Gu Nanshan shut up. He also wanted to ask Gu Chang'e what difficulties he had. He also wanted to know. But he really did not expect that Gu Xian'er was not doubting his words. She was very puzzled and asked seriously. Gu Nanshan did not answer. Gu Xian'er also did not ask. In her opinion, this matter definitely involved a very big secret. It was so big that even the ancestor could not easily say it out loud. Everything had to wait for her to unravel it herself. Gu Chang'e. One day I will uncover your secret. Gu Xian'er clenched her delicate fists and swore in her heart. After that, the three of them did not stay. The main purpose of the Great Elder and Gu Nanshan was to protect Gu Xian'er. They were afraid that something would happen to her. Once the trial was over, all the orthodoxies would rush in. Any of the younger generation who stayed here would be in danger. Soon the Great Elder waved his sleeve. The void in front of him blurred and a passage appeared. He planned to bring the two of them to leave the immortal ancient continent and return to the palace of heavenly immortals. Gu Nanshan was the ancestor of the Gu family. Now that the matter was resolved, he naturally had to properly entertain them. However, when the three of them left the immortal ancient continent and returned to the mountain peak where the great elder usually cultivated, their expressions froze. A young man in white with a natural expression and sparkling black hair tied up by a black hairband was already waiting there. He had a warm smile on his face and was very elegant. "Princess Mingkong, why did you ask someone to stop me?" At the same time, in a magnificent ancient city 80,000 miles away from the palace of heavenly immortals in the boundless heaven, high up in the sky there was a carriage overflowing with light. It was stopped here, surrounded by several figures with powerful auras. A charming and gentle voice came from the carriage. A woman in a red dress sat in the middle. Her 9 fluffy and snow-white foxtails swayed in the void. She was held in the arms of 2 maids. It was Yinmei. At this moment, she had a demonic and charming smile on her face. At the same time there was an inexplicable feeling. The coachman outside the carriage was a heavenly god realm expert. However, he had a grave expression on his face. "Miss, this group of people is very powerful. It's okay. I think Princess Mingkong is a reasonable person. She won't make things difficult for a weak woman like me." Yinmei's voice carried a faint smile. It was as if she was not worried at all. In the void outside, there was a terrifying fluctuation that was as vast as the sea. It was extremely terrifying. Many powerhouses appeared from all directions and surrounded the carriage. Their divine consciousness swept in all directions. It was extremely powerful. Dong! Heaven and earth trembled. Waves of ripples erupted in the void. The cultivators who were prepared to watch the show from afar could not help but groan. Their chi and blood surged. They were extremely shocked. Then they retreated as far as they could. They did not dare to approach at all. This group of people was too terrifying. They did not dare to imagine. "You have crossed the line. You shouldn't be so close to him." An aloof and otherworldly beauty stepped into the void. Hearing this, her voice was calm and cold. With every step she took, dazzling lotuses of the great path appeared in the void and bloomed one by one. It was as if there was a silver light that turned into immortal runes and imprinted themselves in the void. It was extremely terrifying. It was Yu Mingkong, who had left the immortal ancient continent. At this moment, her body was shrouded in immortal light. Her face was blurry. Her eyes were deep and calm. Her wide sleeves fluttered in the wind. Her expression did not change at all. Her eyes were like gemstones. They were indescribably beautiful and could be said to be peerless. When she spoke, there was also the coldness and nobility of a supreme empress. Yinmei sat in the carriage. She did not seem surprised by Yu Mingkong's purpose. When she saw Yu Mingkong in the Bai Hung mountain range, she knew that Gu Chang'e would find out about her relationship with her. In Yinmei's opinion, this kind of insignificant matter was nothing to Gu Chang'e. Gu Chang'e would not care at all. After all, she was just a chess piece. Her position in his heart was far inferior to Yu Mingkong's. With Yu Mingkong's intelligence, how could she not know all this? Hence, Yinmei knew that Yu Mingkong would come to her. However, she did not expect that Yu Mingkong would be so fast. She had just left the immortal ancient continent and Yu Mingkong had come to stop her. Such a forceful and decisive action was in line with the rumors. Yinmei also knew that the future empress was very possessive of Gu Chang'e. She would not allow other women to get close to Gu Chang'e. Everything that had happened today was the best proof of that. Hearing this, Yinmei could not help but smile. "Princess Mingkong, you are too overbearing. If the master knows all this, do you think he will be angry?" "I don't care about this," Yu Mingkong said indifferently. She knew Gu Chang'e very well. She knew that Gu Chang'e would not be tempted by Yinmei. At most he would just use her. However, before that, she had to make Yinmei understand that she should not have any unnecessary thoughts. Besides, she hoped that Gu Chang'e would be angry with her. At least, it meant that she had a place in Gu Chang'e's heart. Yu Mingkong was worried that Gu Chang'e would not care about this matter. He would neither blame nor ask about it. "Oh, it seems that Princess Mingkong and the master had a quarrel? Did they have a conflict?" Hearing this, Yin Mei's smile was a little strange. She sensed that Yu Mingkong's words had a tinge of loneliness and disappointment. She was born with a gift for controlling these small emotions. That was why her acting skills were flawless. At this moment, Yin Mei noticed Yu Mingkong's hidden emotions. She suddenly understood. No wonder when Guchanga left the immortal ancient continent, Yu Mingkong was not with him. It seemed that the two of them had a conflict in the Baiheng mountain range. And the problem was very likely to be with Yu Mingkong. At first, Yin Mei was very envious of Yu Mingkong. In this world, Yu Mingkong was definitely the first girl who could be treated like this by Guchanga. But now she seemed to see a faint glimmer of hope. She did not want to be a chess piece in Guchanga's hands. She also hoped that Guchanga would really look at her. How do you know? Suddenly, a terrifying divine light appeared in Yu Mingkong's eyes. It turned into a bright moon mark, containing a terrifying divine power. Of course I can see it. Yin Mei smiled. At this moment, she was not as afraid of Yu Mingkong as before. So what if her power and influence were not as good as Yu Mingkong's? Her use to Guchanga now could not be replaced by Yu Mingkong. At this moment, as long as Yu Mingkong was not stupid, she would not dare to kill her. Yu Mingkong was also afraid that Guchanga would hate her. And this was the chance she could take advantage of. Aren't you afraid that I will kill you? Yu Mingkong said coldly. As a person who had been reborn, she would not take Yin Mei seriously. She showed up just to warn her. No. If you kill me, Master may not blame you. But Princess Mingkong, you have to think carefully. From now on, you may not be able to enter Master's heart. Have you thought about the consequences? Yin Mei said with a smile. At this moment, she chose to confront Yu Mingkong directly. Are you threatening me? Yu Mingkong's eyes suddenly became extremely deep and cold. Her aura surged as if she could destroy thousands of miles of mountains and rivers with a wave of her hand. A vixen actually dared to provoke and threaten her. This was something that she had not expected at all. Most importantly, what Yin Mei said was the thing that Yu Mingkong was most worried about. No, I'm just explaining everything to Princess Mingkong. Yin Mei shook her head. Of course, if you don't kill me, Princess Mingkong, you have to be careful in the future. There are many things that I can help Master with, but you can't. Let's see who gets Master's heart first. Yin Mei did not care about Yu Mingkong's coldness and murderous aura at all. She was not weak at all. Now that she had grasped Yu Mingkong's weakness, she naturally had to make good use of it. In her opinion, these words just happened to poke Yu Mingkong's heart. How ridiculous! However, to Yin Mei's surprise, Yu Mingkong did not look angry. Instead, there was more ridicule in her eyes. You want to win Guchanga's heart? Yu Mingkong's voice was very calm, but there was a faint mockery and contempt in it. She did not take Yin Mei's words seriously. She was never worried that Guchanga would be tempted by other women. She just felt jealous and uncomfortable when she saw that there was another woman beside him. Even if she knew that Guchanga was pretending to be like that, it was not his true self. She would be the same. No one knew Guchanga better than Yu Mingkong. In her opinion, Yin Mei's confidence was a kind of ignorance and a dream, so Yu Mingkong did not care about Yin Mei's rude words just now. However, from your words I understand a principle. It's better to let go than to block. We have to find the root of everything, instead of trying to change everything now. Yu Mingkong said. At this moment, she had already gotten the answer she wanted. She would not give up her purpose, and at the same time she would not do anything meaningless at this time. Even if she was reborn, she would not be able to stop Guchanga. So why not use another method? What does Yu Mingkong mean? Yin Mei asked, frowning. She directly called Yu Mingkong by her name. She did not know why Yu Mingkong was so sure that she could not win Guchanga's heart. She did not believe it. However, Yu Mingkong did not answer Yin Mei's question. She left this place and waved her jade-like hand. All the powerhouses in front of her turned into divine light and soared into the sky, disappearing from this place. They did not continue to stop her. If you can really do it, perhaps it's not a bad thing. Yu Mingkong's voice came from afar. Why? Yin Mei was stunned for a moment in the carriage. On the shore of the boundless sea, Dongli ancient city, there was once an ancient family here that had existed for millions of years, from the past to the present. They had experienced prosperity, decline, retirement and revival. becoming the overlord of this place. Unfortunately, a few years ago they had offended the divine sect of the Taichu sect, and many powerhouses had taken action. This ancient aristocratic family was completely wiped out. The original address was now a desolate ruin. The traces of the fire spread all the way. Broken walls and overgrown weeds were everywhere. The broken corners and bricks showed the prosperity of the past. The scene was very bleak. The cultivators passing by occasionally took a look, and there was no lack of sighs in their eyes. Back then the ancient Sun family was so powerful. No one dared to refute a word they said in Dongli ancient city. They were an existence that could cause an earthquake with a stomp of their feet. Now not even a trace of them can be found. The Taichu demonic sect wreaked havoc everywhere. It was terrifying. This kind of power was destroyed just like that. Many old people sighed. However, no matter how powerful a family is, there will be a time when it will fall. Who told them to offend a power they shouldn't have offended, and offend someone they shouldn't have offended? The people on the side also sighed. Lower your voice. There are some things that can't be said. Have you forgotten what happened to the Feathermen clan in the immortal ancient continent? Be careful with your words. A person immediately shivered and said. Thinking of that news, they couldn't help but shut up, fear in their eyes. At this moment, a wave of crashing sound suddenly came like a huge wave rushing into the sky. This sound was incomparably loud, sounding from a distant place. It came from the boundless sea. All the cultivators in the ancient city heard this loud sound. Many figures flew through the air, looking towards the source of the sound. Hiss! Seeing the scene, everyone's face was full of shock, sucking in a breath of cold air. That was originally the immeasurable sea, the territory of the sea race. Occasionally, the sea race would come with sea goods. But today was different. There was a large number of warships rushing over, covering the sky and sun. Terrifying fluctuations came from afar. A huge blue flag fluttered in the wind. The Ocean Palace. Seeing this scene, everyone was shocked. The Ocean Palace led a large number of sea race, coming from the immeasurable sea. Some people immediately associated it with what happened in the immortal ancient continent. The Ocean Palace's seventh princess was killed by a young girl named Gu Xian'er. Could it be that the Ocean Palace was angry because of this matter? Did they plan to come for revenge and seek justice? Soon this news spread quickly. For a time it resounded in all the ancient cities of the immeasurable heaven, causing a huge sensation. At this time, on the peak of the Dao Heavenly Palace, clouds and mist surged, and the mountain wind blew. Everything seemed ethereal and distant, like a paradise on earth. Oh, great elder and ancestor are back? Gu Chang'e, who was drinking by himself at the stone table, felt the movement. With a smile on his face, he stood up to receive them. The void was blurred and a passage appeared. 3 figures walked out from it, their expressions different, but none of them had a good expression. Why was Gu Chang'e waiting here so early? Gu Xian'er's small face, which had a satisfied smile, froze. For a moment, her big eyes were full of anger and confusion. Chapter 183. Gu Xian'er was confused. What was Gu Chang'e doing here instead of staying at his Wushang peak? He had stirred up a hornet's nest in the immortal ancient continent. Was he going to leave the mess behind and not care about it? Gu Chang'e, why are you here? It didn't take long for the Grand Elder to snap back to his senses. Stepping out of the void, he flicked his sleeves and asked. He had never been kind to Gu Chang'e, no matter if it was in the past or now. He admired him, but he could not agree with Gu Chang'e's methods. Their cultivation philosophies were completely different. Gu Nanshan's expression was not very good either. However, because Gu Xian'er was beside him, he had to pretend to admire Gu Chang'e. This made him even more sullen and depressed. Of course I am here to wait for the great elder and the ancestor to return. At the same time I want to see if Xian'er has been slacking off. Gu Chang'e said with a smile. His figure was slender, his skin was like jade, and his robe was wide. When he spoke, he was noble and natural. Xian'er, I haven't seen you for a while. Your cultivation has improved a lot. I am very pleased. As he spoke, he looked at Gu Xian'er, who was secretly moving back. If someone was not familiar with him, they would definitely be charmed by his handsome and elegant smile. However, Gu Xian'er was not. Her expression was cold and indifferent. At the same time, she rolled her eyes slightly in her heart. She did not believe that Gu Chang'e would be so kind to visit her. It was very likely that he was secretly scheming something. Gu Xian'er clearly remembered that she had gone to visit Gu Chang'e out of goodwill. However, not only did he not appreciate it, he even humiliated her severely. At the same time, she was also forced to be involved in the attack of the Featherman tribe. In Gu Xian'er's little notebook, this debt was clearly recorded. He was waiting for the day when he would find Gu Chang'e to return it with interest. What? Are you still blaming me because of what happened that day? I'm doing this for your own good. If you lack experience at such a young age, it'll be difficult for you to achieve great things in the future. When I was your age, I had already killed my way into the boundless sea alone. Unlike you, you can't handle the princess of the ocean palace. Seeing Gu Xian'er's expression, how could Gu Chang'e not guess what she was thinking? He immediately revealed a faint smile and spoke with a natural and amiable expression. As he spoke, he shook his head. His words were quite sincere and serious, as if he was a brother who was thinking for Gu Xian'er. Hearing these words from 21, even Gu Nanshan, the great ancestor, was stunned. He thought that since Gu Chang'e and Gu Xian'er were archenemies, it was already good that they didn't fight each other when they met. Why did it seem like they were on good terms now? Could it be that he was mistaken? Or that Gu Chang'e had already solved the problem? Thinking of this, he suddenly understood a little. No wonder Gu Xian'er didn't have any hatred or murderous intent towards Gu Chang'e. It turned out that Gu Chang'e had already solved it. For a moment, Gu Nanshan was a little relieved and relieved. His anger towards Gu Chang'e and his desire to teach him a lesson had also faded a lot. This junior still had some tricks up his sleeve. In that case, it was actually quite good. Gu Chang'e, don't put on an act. It would have been better if Gu Chang'e didn't say it. Once he said it, Gu Xian'er became angry. It was simply touching the pot that didn't boil. He was really deliberately angering her. Gu Xian'er was so angry that her teeth itched. She couldn't hold it in any longer. At that moment, she secretly gritted her teeth and stared at Gu Chang'e. In her crystal-clear beautiful eyes there was a chilly air. It was as if there were many ice blades that wanted to pierce through him. Just a moment ago, she was still in a good mood and smiling. This trip to the immortal ancient continent could be said to be a fruitful one. But in the blink of an eye, her small face was covered with ice, like an iceberg that would never melt. You don't understand your elder brother's good intentions now. Gu Chang'e shook his head and said with a little regret and disappointment, Ancestor, can you suppress Gu Chang'e's cultivation? I want to have a fair duel with him and tear his mouth off. Hearing this, Gu Xian'er said coldly. She felt that Gu Chang'e was deliberately angering her. Xian'er, don't tell me you think that with the ancestor backing you up, you've become arrogant again? Gu Chang'e laughed lightly, as if he didn't put Gu Xian'er in his eyes at all. His tone was casual. This expression made Gu Xian'er gnash her teeth in hatred. She thought of the previous times when she was brutally suppressed by Gu Chang'e. Xian'er, cough, I'm afraid you misunderstood Chang'e's good intentions. At this moment, Gu Nanshan also coughed slightly. From the current situation, Gu Xian'er and Gu Chang'e's grudges had mostly been resolved. As the ancestor, he naturally wanted to see such a situation. Even if he didn't like Gu Chang'e, he couldn't really let the two of them fight at this time. So he quickly stopped Gu Xian'er. To be honest, even he, the ancestor, couldn't see how strong Gu Chang'e was. Who knew how many trump cards Gu Chang'e had? If Gu Xian'er really fought with Gu Chang'e, with her current ability, she definitely wouldn't have the upper hand at all. Ancestor, aren't you on my side? Why are you always partial to Gu Chang'e? Gu Xian'er was a little angry. In front of Gu Chang'e, she couldn't be as indifferent as usual. I'm doing this for your own good, Gu Nanshan said helplessly. Listening to the words of the two, Gu Chang'e's smile didn't change. He raised his hand and raised the cup, bringing the wine to the corner of his mouth. In his heart he somewhat understood. Sure enough, as he expected, even if Gu Nanshan was angry with him now, he couldn't do anything to him. After all, Gu Nanshan wasn't stupid. At this time, would he tell the truth to Gu Xian'er and ruin the current situation? On the contrary, in order to maintain the current situation, Gu Nanshan might have to find a way to assist Gu Chang'e. For example, now, Xian'er, if you don't believe me, you can go outside and ask around. What is the Ocean Palace doing now? Thinking of this, Gu Chang'e's eyes flashed a strange color, and then he said with a slight headache, the Ocean Palace. Gu Xian'er was slightly stunned, and many scenes flashed through her mind. Many were actually blurred, but one scene was particularly clear. The sky was dark and the ground was dark, and the murderous intent was boundless. Gu Chang'e descended from the sky and stood in front of her. Gu Xian'er just realized that she had personally killed the 7th princess of the Ocean Palace in the immortal ancient continent. Although it was Gu Chang'e who suppressed the 7th princess, it was she who killed her. She couldn't absolve herself from the blame. The Ocean Palace would not let this go. Now, if the Ocean Palace wanted revenge, they would definitely come for her. Gu Chang'e was not stupid. At that time he didn't kill her. He threw the burden on her and then left. You're right, the Ocean Palace will definitely come for me for revenge. Hearing this, Gu Xian'er nodded. With her current status, the Ocean Palace would not put her in their eyes. However, if it was Gu Chang'e who killed the 7th princess, the situation would be different. The Ocean Palace would not dare to easily retaliate against Gu Chang'e. So why did Gu Chang'e do that? What was his purpose? At this time, I'm afraid the Ocean Palace is already here. Xian'er, don't waste your brother's good intentions, Gu Chang'e said again. Is what he said true? Gu Xian'er was silent, a little puzzled. In that case, it seemed that Gu Chang'e intended to trick her. But why did he not help to save her when he saw that her life was in danger? But in the end, let her personally end the 7th princess's life? Gu Chang'e did not do it. From Gu Xian'er's point of view, there were two possibilities. One, Gu Chang'e simply wanted to see her in trouble. He thought that the trouble was not big enough. He wanted her to offend the Ocean Palace, but he did not want to offend the dead Ocean Palace. But with Gu Chang'e's temperament, was there any power in this world that he did not dare to offend? So the other possibility was that Gu Chang'e was too arrogant. He was obviously worried about her safety, but he pretended to be high and mighty. And all this, as Gu Chang'e said, was deliberately arranged by Gu Chang'e to train her. She shook her head and threw all these thoughts out of her mind. Gu Chang'e's good intentions? Why did he want to train her? He helped her become stronger, and then she could defeat or even kill him to avenge the loss of his bones. No one in their right mind would do such a thing. Could it be that Gu Chang'e's ultimate goal had always been this? It had to be said that Gu Xian'er was at a loss at this time. If this was really Gu Chang'e's goal, in her opinion it was extremely stupid. It did not seem like something Gu Chang'e would do at all. Gu Chang'e saw that his goal had been achieved. He smiled and said to the great elder, Chang'e came here this time to discuss something with you when you return. Why are you waiting for me to return? The great elder asked with a frown. Of course, to discuss the recent events with you. If I remember correctly, you promised to protect the various clans in Immortal Ancient. Now that this passage is open, so many orthodoxies from the outside world have come, and they have already destroyed the peace and stability in Immortal Ancient Continent. Gu Chang'e smiled and did not care at all about the great elder's gloomy face. Don't think that I don't know that the culprit behind all this is you. Don't pretend to be a good person in front of me. The great elder interrupted him coldly. Gu Chang'e smiled and said, It's useless to talk about this now. The appearance of the Immortal Gate has shaken the world. Great elder, do you really want so many old antiques to come? It's not impossible for the various clans in Immortal Ancient to be destroyed today. As long as the various clans in Immortal Ancient are not unified, the chaos in Immortal Ancient Continent will not stop. For Dao Heavenly Immortal Palace, isn't this an opportunity? He said patiently, with an expression that said, Even if you know my purpose, what can you do to me? Don't even think about it. My Dao Heavenly Immortal Palace will not interfere in any power struggle. This has been passed down since ancient times, and it will not be broken. The great elder's face darkened. Gu Chang'e's intention was clear. He wanted to use this opportunity to dominate Immortal Ancient Continent and unify the various clans in Immortal Ancient. However, Gu Chang'e said it very tactfully. What did he mean by an opportunity for Dao Heavenly Immortal Palace? Gu Chang'e was the successor of Dao Heavenly Immortal Palace. He wanted to use the Dao Heavenly Immortal Palace's name to make the various clans in Immortal Ancient submit to him. just like the Featherman clan. The Great Elder had lived for countless years. In an instant he understood Guchanga's goal. Guchanga did not plan to hide this. He smiled and said, "Great Elder, don't be in such a hurry to reject my request. Speaking of which, you still owe me a favor, right? Did you forget? At the end of the day, Xian is still a member of the Gu clan. If the Great Elder really intends to do what's best for her, then please consider my words carefully. In fact, I don't want to use that favor to force the First Elder." At this point it was already very clear. No one present was a fool. Gu Nanshan could not help but sigh in amazement. He had underestimated Guchanga's courage. At the very least, Guchanga was the first person to say this to the Great Elder. Gu Xian had a bad feeling when she heard Guchanga drag her into this. "Guchanga, what are you planning now?" She stared coldly at Guchanga. Guchanga ignored her clamor. He sat down on the stone chair with a smile on his face. "The wine is already cold. What a pity." He shook his head slightly. He did not keep Yin Mei by his side. She was very good at warming wine. The Great Elder's expression froze. His eyes were filled with anger as he said, "Are you threatening me?" "No. How would Changa dare to do that?" "Great Elder, don't accuse me so easily." Guchanga smiled. He did not admit to this at all. "Humph." The Great Elder could not help but snort. If Guchanga did not have this motive, why would he mention Gu Xian'er's name? Moreover, now that he mentioned that favor, he was saying that if he did not agree, Guchanga would use that favor. This was an overt scheme that he could not refuse. Guchanga is really ruthless. He is really good at scheming. Gu Nanshan naturally knew about this from Gu Xian'er. Back then the Great Elder made a bet with Guchanga. In the end he lost a favor. At the same time, he gave the position of successor to Guchanga. Today's scene made him sigh in admiration. What kind of person was the Great Elder? But he was also firmly controlled by Guchanga. He did not have any room to refute. In an instant his heart calmed down. Being schemed against by Guchanga did not seem to be a difficult thing to accept. Great Elder, please reconsider. Xian'er's current status is very awkward. As her master, even if you don't think for her, you have to think for Dao Heaven Immortal Palace. After all, you don't dare to unify Immortal Ancient's various clans, but I do. Guchanga still had a faint smile on his face as he continued to speak. At the same time he also threw out his final motive. "Guchanga, don't use me to threaten my master. It's useless." Gu Xian'er's brows stood up. Her small face was cold. She wanted nothing more than to pounce on Guchanga and kill him hundreds of times. Saying such words in front of her, wasn't it the same as using her to threaten the Great Elder? She was not stupid. She understood the meaning behind Guchanga's words. In Gu Xian'er's opinion, she had already seen through Guchanga's thoughts. She did not believe that Guchanga would do anything to her. This is the first time this old man has seen someone threaten others so elegantly. "Guchanga, you are quite capable." The Great Elder's eyes were deep as he spoke in a low voice. Vaguely in his eyes the world was in turmoil, and the scene of great destruction. He was truly angry. "Great Elder, even if you are angry, it is useless. After all, you still owe me a favor. If you plan to bully the young, I believe the old ancestor will not sit by and watch, right?" Guchanga was still as calm as before. However, towards the end, he looked at Gu Nanshan with a smile. Before he had the confidence, he naturally would not say such words. Now that he knew Gu Nanshan's attitude, what else was there to care about? "Your tone is too arrogant. How can a young man like you rule over all the clans in Immortal Ancient? Even with your status, it is still not enough." The Great Elder was silent for a moment before he sighed. "That is not important." Guchanga smiled faintly. "This is not something Great Elder needs to consider. This old man can agree, but you must swear on your Dao heart that from today onwards, you will not use any methods to harm Xian. In addition, you must acknowledge Xian'er's status." Only after a long moment of silence did the Great Elder open his mouth. There was a clear look of struggle on his face. It was clear that this decision was one he had hesitated for a long time. After all, he had promised the ancestors of Immortal Ancients' various clans that he would protect their clans. However, the situation was already set in stone. and Gu Chang'e was pressuring him. The Great Elder could only helplessly make a choice. However, before this, he had to obtain Gu Chang'e's guarantee. Meanwhile, this guarantee was naturally Gu Xian'er's safety. Gu Xian'er was very likely to be his final disciple. The Great Elder was a generous and upright person. Gu Xian'er's greatest enemy was Gu Chang'e. However, Gu Chang'e's current attitude was unclear. Even he did not know what Gu Chang'e's goal was. Master. When Gu Xian'er heard this, he was momentarily stunned. He even forgot to glare angrily at Gu Chang'e. She did not expect that the Great Elder would actually compromise with Gu Chang'e for her sake. This moved her heart greatly. A wave of warmth flowed through her body. In reality, she felt that there was no need for this. It was very likely that Gu Chang'e was just casually talking about her. Why do you all always harbor such deep malice towards me? When he heard the Great Elder's words, Gu Chang'e couldn't help but shake his head slightly. He had a helpless expression on his face as he spoke. Honestly speaking, the Great Elder's words were exactly what he wanted. After all, Gu Chang'e did not have any killing intent towards Gu Xian'er from start to finish. The Great Elder and the others were purely on guard and vigilance against him. This kind of request was like asking for nothing. However, Gu Chang'e would not explain anything. His actions giving others this kind of feeling was actually very normal. Gu Chang'e, then do you agree or not? Seeing that Gu Chang'e was silent, the Great Elder's expression turned solemn as he asked again. If Gu Chang'e did not agree to this request, then he definitely would not agree to Gu Chang'e's request. At this moment, Gu Xian'er also looked at Gu Chang'e. In her flawless eyes there were ripples like waves. Hidden within them were some small emotions that only she knew. In fact, she also wanted to know Gu Chang'e's attitude towards her. The Great Elder's words were also a test for Gu Chang'e. Gu Xian'er was a little nervous. Chapter 184. She was actually very worried that Gu Chang'e would reject Great Elder's request. If that happened, all her previous speculations would be overturned. Great Elder's words were actually to protect her. Gu Chang'e's thoughts were unfathomable, and no one could fathom them. Right now, he did not have any ill intentions towards her. But who knew if he still had many hidden motives? Who could be sure of what would happen in the future? At this moment, Great Elder, Gu Xian'er and Gu Nanshan all looked at him. Gu Chang'e had already thought of an excuse in his heart. His expression did not change as he smiled slightly and said, Great Elder's request, please forgive Chang'e for not being able to agree so easily. Hearing this, the expressions of the three changed immediately. Gu Xian'er's small face seemed to have drained of blood in an instant. She was a little pale. Her body trembled. She gripped the corner of her skirt so tightly that her knuckles turned slightly white. Gu Chang'e said this because he wanted to get rid of her quickly? Gu Chang'e, you... Great Elder's expression turned cold. If he could not swear on his Dao heart, it meant that Gu Chang'e did indeed have ulterior motives towards Gu Xian. He could not do anything that would not harm her. How could he trust Gu Chang'e? Gu Chang'e did not seem to hear Great Elder's words as he continued to speak. However, when Gu Xian'er heard him, his tone became incomparably cold. Great Elder, don't you think this request is too much? You want me to swear on my Dao heart that I will not harm my enemy in any way. Doesn't that mean that in the future, I can only wait for death and let this enemy take my life? If it were you, Great Elder, would you agree to such a request? Gu Chang'e smiled faintly. At this time he naturally had to control the right to speak. This matter. Great Elder frowned. It was my oversight. He neglected one thing. If Gu Xian'er wanted to kill Gu Chang'e in the future, then what would Gu Chang'e do? Could it be that he could only wait for death to arrive and allow himself to be captured? This was obviously impossible. Unless Gu Xian'er also swore on his Dao heart and was willing to let go of all hatred? He shook his head. This was even more unrealistic. He only thought about protecting Gu Xian'er and completely forgot about Gu Chang'e. This was a guy who refused to suffer any losses. Gu Xian'er finally realized what was going on. This request was too much for Gu Chang'e. With his personality, he would definitely not accept it. If it was her, she would swear on her Dao heart that she would never hurt her enemies in the future. Was she willing? Unless there was something wrong with his brain. Or rather, that enemy had a special meaning to her. After thinking it through, she also understood, but she still felt a little disappointed. Did Guchanga still see her as an enemy? Just as all kinds of thoughts flashed through the minds of the three, Guchanga opened his mouth again and said seriously, "However, since this person is Xian then this request. I can agree." "What?" Hearing this, Gu Xian was stunned for the first time, and her eyes widened slightly. She could not believe her ears. She even suspected that she had heard wrongly. Guchanga said so much, but in the end he actually chose to agree? He actually agreed to such a ridiculous request? Did he really intend to keep her as a threat and let her go in the future? For a moment, all kinds of complicated emotions welled up in her heart. Joy, happiness, excitement, bitterness, as if a condiment bottle had been broken. It was a total mess. "I knew Changa had his own good intentions," Gu Nanshan quickly said. Gu Nanshan quickly reacted and said. Although he was also very puzzled as to why Guchanga would agree, it did not prevent him from saying so. He praised Guchanga for doing the right thing. In terms of the family's righteousness, this was naturally the situation that they wanted to see the most. As long as Guchanga agreed not to hurt Gu Xian then everything would be easy. Of course, Gu Nanshan did not know that behind Gu Xian there were actually a few masters with terrifying cultivation and an unimaginable origin of the peach tree. Guchanga had considered all of this. He would not take his life lightly. "Since you said so, then I hope you can keep your promise. You should be clear of the consequences of breaking an oath of the Tao heart." The great elder came to his senses and nodded his head with a complicated look in his eyes. He felt that he had misjudged Guchanga. Although his actions were demonic, he had not reached the point of insanity. Could it be that there was more to the matter of digging out the bones? Great elder looked at Gu Xian who was stunned. There was a strange light in her eyes. He shook his head. It seemed that he had to pick a time to tell her about this matter. Innate demonic nature? Great elder was pondering this matter. First he was not interested in it. But now he really wanted to understand everything. Then, Guchanga said with a calm expression, "Can Great Elder rest assured now?" Even if Gu Xian wanted to kill him, Guchanga could easily suppress it. He was not afraid of Gu Xian stirring up any trouble. Besides, how could Gu Xian want to kill him now? As for the oath of the Tao heart, Guchanga did not feel that it would be useful to him. Was there a lack of things that he had sworn on the Tao heart? If swearing was useful, why would he go back on his word? "I hope you will not disappoint me." Great Elder nodded. "Then I will trouble Great Elder with the matter of the immortal ancient dragon tribe," Guchanga said with a smile. Great Elder's appearance represented the attitude of the entire palace of heavenly immortals. When the time came, Guchanga would appear again. With his identity as the successor of the palace of heavenly immortals, he did not believe that the immortal ancient dragon tribe would not submit. As long as he controlled the immortal ancient dragon tribe, it would be much easier to control the entire immortal ancient tribe. Guchanga had a huge appetite. He would not be satisfied with just this. His current target was only the immortal ancient tribe. Soon he would infiltrate the other orthodoxies of the immeasurable heaven. When he could truly control the entire immeasurable heaven, that would be the time for him to show his claws to the entire upper realm. Soon Great Elder's figure disappeared. He went to the immortal ancient continent again. Since he had promised Guchanga, he would do it. "Xian are you very moved by me now?" At this time, Guchanga looked at Gu Xian who was still in a daze, and could not help but ask with a smile. Gu Xian did not need to answer. In fact, he already knew the answer. In the system's notification, he received a large amount of fate points and fate points from Gu Xian. "Who's moved by you? You're up to no good." Gu Xian could not help but stare at him and take a few steps back, keeping a distance from him. She was trying to hide the fact that her heart was beating so fast. "That's good." Guchanga's smile disappeared and became calm. "Remember what I said to you. Don't have any other feelings for me. The one who will regret it in the end will be you." "Guchanga, don't talk nonsense. Who has other feelings for you?" With her thoughts exposed, Gu Xian was like a kitten whose tail had been stepped on. She glared at him fiercely. This was the second time that Guchanga had said this to her. The first time it might have been an accident. But the second time, what did that mean? At this moment Gu Xian even had an illusion that Gu Chang'e had already seen the future. She was just overjoyed, but now she was very irritated. Chang'e, seeing that Gu Nanshan was about to speak, Gu Chang'e's eyes flickered. He then smiled and spoke first. Grand Ancestor, don't worry. Acknowledging Xian Er's identity is actually very simple for me. It's just a matter of a sentence. Gu Nanshan nodded and kept quiet. Although he was the Grand Ancestor, he could not force Gu Chang'e to do something he did not want to do. After all, Gu Chang'e was now the face of the Gu clan. He was also the young master and could not be humiliated. If he, the Grand Ancestor, were to announce Gu Xian Er's identity to the world, then the Gu clan's reputation would be ruined and they would become the laughingstock of various orthodoxies. He still had to consider his reputation and could not do such a thing easily. So now Gu Nanshan wanted to know what Gu Chang'e was going to do. Gu Chang'e, I don't need you to prove my identity. I don't care. Gu Xian was still rude to Gu Chang'e. Then I'll wait and see how the Ocean Palace retaliates against you. How about it? Gu Chang'e asked casually. Since she was so arrogant, he wouldn't spoil her. The Ocean Palace was a chess piece that he had schemed against until now. Naturally, it was time to put them to good use. Of course, if Gu Xian continued to be stubborn, Gu Chang'e would let her know what a real beating was. Gu Xian secretly ground her teeth. How could she not be afraid if the Ocean Palace did not have a lot of people and a deep foundation? Gu Chang'e rarely looked down on people. At most, she would escape back to Peach Village. No matter how strong the Ocean Palace was, could they control the Sea Clan and kill their way there? Stop fooling around and be obedient. I have specially prepared this opportunity for you. You should be the little princess of the Changshenggu family, the apple of everyone's eye. This is your rightful identity. At this time Gu Chang'e looked at her and said with a gentle smile on his face. Gu Xian had never seen such a gentle Gu Chang'e and was stunned for a moment. Her little brain was buzzing, and she didn't hear his last sentence clearly. Only the words "stop fooling around" echoed in her mind. Gu Xian suddenly felt that her face was very red, like a cooked crab at this moment. The news of the many Sea Clan masters of the Ocean Palace setting off for the ancient Dao Lap city soon shook the entire boundless heaven, attracting countless cultivators and creatures to come and see. As an ancient force that had ruled the boundless sea for countless years, the power of the Ocean Palace was absolutely unquestionable. Many imperishable sects and supreme Taoist orthodoxies were very wary of them, and would not easily provoke them. This time, the female disciple of the first elder of the Dao Lap's palace had killed the seventh princess of the Ocean Palace in the immortal ancient continent, causing a great sensation. Many cultivators thought that the Ocean Palace would be angry and force the Dao Lap's palace to hand over the female disciple. Gu Xian identity was now no secret in the boundless heaven. Her surname was Gu, but she was not recognized by the Changshenggu family. This meant that Gu Xian was very likely to be an abandoned member of the Changshenggu family, and was expelled from the clan. However, she killed the seventh princess of the Ocean Palace. Many cultivators felt that the Changshenggu family would not go against the huge and ancient Ocean Palace for a disciple who was expelled from the clan. This was not a wise move. And the first elder of the Dao Lap's palace was very likely unable to protect Gu Xian. No matter how strong he was, he could not compete with a supreme force. The entire Dao Lap's palace would not become enemies with the Ocean Palace for a disciple. Therefore, when the Ocean Monarch Palace drove many ancient warships and rushed over aggressively, many people had expected the situation. Some were complicated, some were regretful, some felt pity for the girl whose talent was said to be so strong that she could stand shoulder to shoulder with Gu Chang'e. The Ocean Palace obviously just wanted an explanation. Therefore, they did not choose to go to the Changshenggu family, but to the Dao Lap's palace. Rumble. At this time, thousands of miles to the east of the Dao Lap's ancient city, there were mighty warships that covered the sky and the sun with an astonishing momentum. A terrifying aura swept over, shaking the heavens and earth. The many creatures of the Ocean Palace, shrimp soldiers and crab generals, came from the deep sea. Blue runes soared into the sky like a large blue sea. Their eyes were full of murderous intent as they rushed toward the Dao Lap's palace. It seems that the Ocean Palace is coming with great force. A forced confrontation is inevitable. In order to seek justice for their seventh princess, they are furious. The younger generation was not as strong as others and was killed. Do they still have the face to seek justice? The cultivators next to them could not help but frown. They felt that the Ocean Palace's behavior was shameful. You can't say that. When the background is similar, that is called a fight between the younger generation. You are a nobody with no background. You offended the other geniuses. Can that be called a fight? You are courting death. Another cultivator sneered. Yes, it is quite real, the other sighed. But I heard that the situation at that time had little to do with the girl surnamed Gu. Instead, she was hunted down. In the moment of danger, the young master of the Chongshingu family, Gu Chang'e, appeared. Seeing his family being bullied, he suppressed the Ocean Palace's 7th princess in anger. Then, the girl killed the Ocean Palace's 7th princess and made a big enemy. Yes, it is a pity for the girl surnamed Gu. Apart from the Great Elder, no one would protect her. The Longevity Gu family did not react to such a big commotion from the Ocean Monarch Palace. In the ancient cities there were cultivators discussing. As they spoke, they rushed into the sky and turned into divine rainbows. They followed behind, intending to watch the show. They did not know the many secrets of the Chongshingu family, nor did they know that Gu Xian was surrounded by many powerful cultivators. No matter how strong the Ocean Palace was, they could not do anything to Gu Xian. Regarding this point, Gu Chang'e was well aware of it. But that did not stop him from using the Ocean Palace as a chess piece. It was obvious that Gu Xian was a force to be reckoned with. Rumble! Tens of thousands of sea creatures and the clouds in the sky were covered. Their terrifying power could be heard from millions of miles away. They appeared outside the Palace of the Heavenly Immortals. Hand over the murderer. Palace of the Heavenly Immortals. Hand over Gu Xian. Justice for the 7th princess. They were all shouting loudly, their voices shocking the heavens. Above the Ocean Palace's warship, a blue-haired general appeared. He was of medium height, and his eyes were cold and indifferent. Palace of the Heavenly Immortals, hand over Gu Xian. He was the great commander of the Sea Clan. He also shouted, intending to force the Palace of the Heavenly Immortals. The death of the 7th princess had angered the Ocean King. The Sea Clan in a radius of hundreds of millions of miles were affected and punished by the Ocean King. Now the blue-haired general stood out, holding a blue halberd, showing a terrifying aura. The surging power of a Supreme Saint was vast and boundless. It turned into an unparalleled Supreme Saint Dharma body, standing in the sky. It covered the sky and was extremely terrifying. Its eyes were like a lake, covering the sky in an instant. The rune rules turned into a long chain, entangling the halberd in his hand. The terrifying power of a Supreme Saint was earth-shattering and unmistakable. Countless cultivators and creatures saw and felt it with their own eyes. They all widened their eyes and could not breathe. Guessing was one thing, but seeing it with their own eyes was another. Supreme Saint Dharma body. The Ocean Palace is really angry. They even sent out such a super powerhouse. The cultivators were all frightened. Their faces were pale as they retreated to a safe place. A battle broke out then. A Supreme Saint's attack, even the aftermath, was far beyond what they could withstand. They would be directly destroyed in body and soul, vanishing into thin air. This is a Supreme Saint. Many elders of the Palace of the Heavenly Immortals were also shocked at this moment. Facing this terrifying power, even their divine souls were about to be frozen and cracked. Their cultivation bases were merely at the saint realm. Facing a great saint, only death awaited them. The Grand Elder has not returned to the Palace of the Heavenly Immortals. What should we do now? Should we ask the other old monsters? Their expressions became very serious for a moment. They were not aware of the many grievances between Gu Xian and Gu Chang'e. At this time they still thought that if the Grand Elder did not appear, no one could stop the Supreme Saint of the Ocean Palace. Even their palace master's cultivation was only at the absolute saint realm. Gu Xian is the Grand Elder's disciple. The Ocean Palace is so aggressive that they would not dare to be too presumptuous. Just as the expressions of the elders and disciples of the Palace of the Heavenly Immortals changed. In the sky a divine rainbow crossed, and then a slender figure appeared. She was beautiful, her dress fluttering, and her bare feet were whiter than snow as she stood in the void. It was Gu Xian. Her small face had a calm expression. Facing the mighty and terrifying creatures of the ocean palace outside the mountain gate, she was not afraid. Her expression was calm, and there was no trace of fear. "I'm here," Gu Xian'er said lightly. For a moment, the heavens and the earth were silent. Many cultivators and creatures looked at her in shock. They did not expect that she would dare to take the initiative to appear at this time. There were tens of thousands of creatures of the ocean palace in front of her, and many masters were hidden. There was a supreme saint in front of her. Where did Gu Xian'er get her courage and confidence from? The longevity Gu family did not say anything, the Grand Elder did not appear, and the palace of the heavenly immortals also chose to remain silent. Her figure standing there seemed to be very thin. "Little girl, you have guts. You know that you are here to die? You can avoid some torture." The great commander of the Sea clan looked coldly at Gu Xian'er and said lightly. His words seemed to have sentenced her to death. "Do you know how the seventh princess died?" Gu Xian'er's expression was calm and cold as she asked lightly. "How did she die?" The great commander's expression turned cold, and he frowned. The tens of thousands of Sea clan behind him were also furious. They did not expect Gu Xian'er to dare mention this matter. This made them furious, and they wanted nothing more than to cut Gu Xian'er into pieces. "Because she bullied me." Facing the hatred and anger of all the Sea clan creatures, Gu Xian'er looked very calm as she said so. "You..." The great commander was furious. He did not expect that at this juncture, no one dared to stand up for him, and Gu Xian'er still dared to provoke them. There was no one else who had the ability to court death. He suddenly waved his hand, and a terrifying pressure turned into a giant golden palm. The Tao patterns and supreme saint precepts on it shone, as if it had the power to crush everything. The void trembled and shattered. However, at this moment a pill shot out, and a terrifying light bloomed from it. A sword light slashed out from within, completely shattering the heavens expanse Grand Commander's aura. Then Gu Chang'e walked over unhurriedly from the void. At this moment, an endless amount of immortal qi surrounded him, and his aura rose infinitely. A phantom of a great path battle body slowly appeared behind him. "You are a supreme saint, but don't you think it is beneath your status to deal with such a little girl?" He smiled faintly as he faced the terrifying might of this great saint existence head-on. It was not that Gu Chang'e wanted to show off, but he needed the right time. The Ocean Palace was asking for trouble, so he naturally wanted to make the scene bigger. That way, it would cause a greater commotion. Gu Xian'er remembered what the great ancestor Gu Nanshan had just said to her, telling her to be bold and stand out. With the great ancestor, who could kill a quasi-supreme with one palm by her side, and many powerful trump cards at hand, Gu Xian'er was naturally not worried about her own safety, so she walked out without hesitation. But she did not expect that the great ancestor would not make a move, and instead it was Gu Chang'e who stood in front of her like last time. Is this his intention to admit my identity to the world? Gu Xian'er looked at Gu Chang'e in a daze. Her glassy eyes did not blink. Chapter 185. Young Master Gu? What do you mean? Are you going to protect her at a time like this? Gu Chang'e's appearance not only made the Heavenly Expanse Grand Commander's expression change, but also made the other cultivators and living beings widen their eyes. Many people knew one thing. Gu Xian'er and Gu Chang'e didn't have a good relationship. There was a conflict between the two. This had been the case since Gu Xian'er had joined the Tao Heavenly Immortal Palace. Now Gu Chang'e stood up at a time like this. Was he going to support Gu Xian'er? This scene stunned many people. For a moment all kinds of thoughts flashed through their minds. They were shocked beyond words. All the disciples and elders of the Tao Heaven Palace were shocked beyond words. They guessed that someone would stand up for Gu Xian'er at a time like this, but they didn't expect that person to be Gu Chang'e. Those who had cultivated in the Tao Heaven Immortal Palace should know one thing, and that was to never get too close to Gu Xian'er, as that would only anger and provoke Gu Chang'e. Therefore, Gu Xian'er didn't have a single friend in the entire Tao Heaven Palace. At this time, they were looking at the young man in the white robe high in the sky. Many young female disciples came up with all kinds of scenarios in their minds, and their eyes became very strange. They were suddenly envious of Gu Xian'er. You're asking me what I mean? Chang'e seemed to have heard the funniest joke, and his tone suddenly became cold and arrogant. Do you still not understand at a time like this? Xian is a member of the Gu family. I can bully her, but you can bully her so you can die. Buzz! As soon as he finished speaking, the sky darkened, and the mighty sound of ancient warships came from all directions. From the supreme peak, ancient purple-bronze warships appeared one after another. They were incomparably tall and ancient. Majestic demonic chi and killing intent filled the sky. Rumble! The many cultivators of the primeval divine sects stationed here drove the ancient warships here and sealed off the void 8,000 miles around the Tao Heaven Palace. Terrifying divine radiance flowed about the ancient warship, interweaving there as well. It was as if a stellar river was converging. In the sky, the great path Dharma body behind Chang'e also made a move. It was so big that it seemed to be able to encompass the sky and overturn the universe. Facing a supreme saint, it didn't show any fear and directly descended. On the surface, he was only at the void god realm, but he was going to attack a supreme saint. This scene was no different from a mayfly trying to shake a tree. Everyone couldn't help but widen their eyes in shock. Was this too arrogant? Directly ignoring the terrifying pressure of a great saint and brazenly making a move? Young Master Gu, for Gu Xian, do you really intend to fight with my clan? The Heavenly Expanse Grand Commander's face. He became very angry. Chang'e's sudden attack was completely beyond his expectations. Moreover, the surrounding 8,000 miles were all sealed off. This was the Taichu Divine Sect's 8,000 miles seal, which could trap cultivators and kill them all. It was obvious that Chang'e was determined to kill them. Boom! Facing Chang'e's attack, the Heavenly Expanse Grand Commander naturally didn't care. With a wave of his hand, Supreme Saint Precepts suddenly appeared between heaven and earth, turning into a huge millstone and erasing it. The difference in cultivation between the two could be described as one was the sky and the other was the earth. No matter how terrifying Chang'e's talent was, it was impossible to make up for such a big gap. But what made the Heavenly Expanse Grand Commander feel incredulous was that Chang'e was going to attack the Ocean Palace for Gu Xian. This meant that the two orthodoxies had shed all pretense of cordiality, and it was likely to usher in the most terrifying battle. It was true that the Ocean Palace was afraid of the longevity Gu family. Therefore, they picked a soft persimmon to target Gu Xian, intending to seek justice for the seventh princess. Otherwise, how could they hold their heads high among the orthodoxies? They knew that the biggest reason why Gu Xian could kill the seventh princess was because of Chang'e's intervention. But was Gu Xian really worth it? From what the Heavenly Expanse Grand Commander knew, Chang'e should be happy. Why would he stop them? This made him extremely angry, but at the same time puzzled. Why do I feel a little touched when I know that this guy's words are infuriating? When Gu Xian heard Chang'e's words and saw him standing in front of him, he felt extremely relieved. This scene was very similar to that time. In the immortal ancient continent, facing the mighty living beings of the Ocean Palace, Chang'e also appeared like this. This time, he was even more direct, speaking to everyone in a domineering and overbearing manner. Although it was more likely that Chang'e was just putting on an act. But at least he did do that. Actually, this is all part of his plan. He didn't kill the seventh princess himself, just to attract the anger of the Ocean Palace today, to create such a big commotion, to attract the attention of all the forces in the immeasurable heaven, and then to build momentum for me? Gu Xian thought to herself. She was not stupid. Combined with what Chang'e said before, she instantly connected the dots. Now how could she still hate Chang'e? His emotions were complicated to the extreme. Why not? Hearing this, Chang'e smiled calmly. I can use today's momentum to let the world know. Xian is my sister, and the little princess of the Changshen Gu family. All these years I have let her down and I have always felt guilty, but I didn't have the chance to make it up to her. But, if the Ocean Palace dares to bully her, so what if I destroy the Ocean Palace today? His words were not loud, but they reverberated between heaven and earth. Like a sudden clap of thunder, countless creatures and cultivators were shocked and speechless for a long time. No one had expected such an outcome. Many orthodoxies who knew the truth were shocked. In their opinion, Chang'e would never do such a thing. Once the incident was exposed, not only Chang'e, but also the Chongshin Gu family would be disgraced. Guchanga, did he really want to do this? And destroy the Ocean Palace? What kind of courage and strength was this? As expected of Guchanga, these words came out of his mouth, but it did not seem abrupt at all. Instead, it was very natural. Let everyone feel his tyrannical and invincible strength. Guchanga. Gu Xian'er was once again stunned by Guchanga's words. Looking at him, was he really going to tell the world about the bone-digging incident? This would not benefit Guchanga at all. If he wanted to admit his identity, he could have done it in a different way. Guchanga, why are you so stupid now? This is not like you. Gu Xian'er could not help but murmur. Her crystal-clear eyes were dazed. Destroy the Ocean Palace, young Master Gu, you sure talk big. Since you want to side with this little girl, then don't blame me. The Ocean King has decreed that Gu Xian'er must be captured today, and justice must be served to the seventh princess. Hearing this, the great commander of the Heaven's Expanse Palace said coldly with an ashen face. The terrifying great sage aura swept across the sky, causing the void to tremble and the stars to move. He brought tens of thousands of Sea Clan members here. If they fled because of Guchanga's oppressive words, where would the Ocean Palace put their face? Don't forget, there were so many cultivators and creatures nearby who were watching the show. Everything that happened today would definitely spread to all realms in a sensational way. At that time, it would not be easy to clean up the mess. In the distance, many cultivators and creatures' expressions changed dramatically, and they hurriedly left, knowing that there could be a great battle that could overturn everything. It was hard to imagine. Who does the Ocean King think he is? Today I will say it right here, whoever dares to touch Xian'er, the Gu clan will annihilate their entire clan. No one will be left alive. You can also doubt the authenticity of my words, if you really dare to try. Guchanga stood high in the sky with his hands behind his back. Hearing this, he just smiled faintly, playing it down, and was very contemptuous and indifferent. The Ocean Palace seemed to be tyrannical, but compared to the hidden power behind Gu Xian'er, it could only be regarded as experience points at most. If the Ocean Palace really intended to kill Gu Xian'er, then the masters behind her would definitely not let it go. How could there not be hidden power behind a master of that level who had reached this step? Guchanga's choice to stand up, no matter how one looked at it, was the most beneficial to him. At this time, from Guchanga's words, everyone could not help but hold their breath, feeling the terrible deterrence and murderous intent. Even the ruler of the Ocean Palace was nothing in Guchanga's mouth. This made all the creatures of the Ocean Palace furious, glaring at him, wanting to kill Guchanga. They, who were used to being strong in the boundless sea, had never suffered such contempt and humiliation. This was no longer a simple provocation. The young master of the Gu clan is as strong and confident as always, not even putting the Ocean Palace in his eyes, but he does have the capital. Looking at today's younger generation, who can really stand shoulder to shoulder with him? Not to mention other things, just this courage, how many people can compare to him? Talking and laughing freely, he can contend with the great saint realm of the Ocean Palace. Many cultivators could not help but sigh. The elders and disciples of the Tao Heavenly Immortal Palace were also silent. Then people began to appear, standing behind Guchanga. After all, Guchanga had another identity, the successor of the Tao Heavenly Immortal Palace. In today's situation, his actions had truly won the admiration of many of the elders, giving rise to feelings of admiration for a younger generation member. If only I had such a brother. Many girls were fantasizing in their hearts, their eyes full of splendor. They were very envious of Gu Xian. Was Guchanga going against the entire Ocean Palace for her? Aha, funny, young master of the Gu clan, you are too arrogant. The Ocean Palace's decree is this, so what if you have the ancestor of the Gu clan behind you? Do you really think you can contend with my clan? The foundation of the Ocean Palace is far beyond your imagination. The great commander of the Heaven's Expanse Palace smiled coldly, full of indifference and ruthlessness. He knew everything that had happened in the immortal ancient continent. The Featherman clan's quasi-supreme existence was slapped to death by an ancestor of the Gu clan. So, just in case, he carried a decree of the Ocean King. That decree was not a simple thing, but something that the Ocean King had refined for a long time, containing his full power at his peak state. Even if the ancestor of the Gu clan stood in the supremacy realm, they could still contend against him. Not to mention that behind them was the incomparably huge, intertwined Sea clan. Since ancient times, they were the most prosperous clan with the most people. When the time came and the War of the Immortals broke out, they would not necessarily be afraid. If the Ocean Palace wants to die, then I will fulfill your wish. Gu Chang'e smiled faintly at this, his hands behind his back. As his words fell, there was a rumbling and terrifying aura between heaven and earth. The various ancient warships of the divine sect of the Taichu sect were densely packed with runes, emitting divine light. Following his orders, they were preparing a terrifying attack that seemed to be able to sink heaven and earth. The divine sect of the Taichu sect and the Gu clan had always been connected. This was not a secret in the entire upper realm. The dazzling brilliance was extremely dazzling, condensing and intertwining, like the divine light of the Taichu sect, enough to blast everything into ashes. How dare you? Seeing this scene, the expression of the Grand Commander of the Heaven's Expanse Palace changed abruptly, and he shouted loudly. He was furious, and a huge palm that blotted out the sky pressed forward. It was tens of thousands of feet long, and the sky trembled, covering everything. A terrifying pressure swept through the entire ancient Dao domain city. At this moment, not to mention the surrounding cultivators, even many old antiques who did not know about this and were in deep slumber were awakened. The power of a supreme saint is truly terrifying enough to overturn everything, an old man said with a heavy expression. In the current era, a supreme saint was already so powerful that it was invincible. After all, quasi-supremes were the hidden forces of the various clans and orthodoxies. Every time they came out of seclusion or woke up, they had to pay a huge price. How could they be seen on a normal day? Will of the Taichu sect be with me? Seeing this scene, Gu Chang'e's eyes flashed slightly, and then he spoke. With his true strength as a quasi-saint, there was still a possibility that he could fight against this supreme saint with many methods. But he couldn't reveal it now. Therefore, Gu Chang'e thought of another way. The secret method of the Taichu sect. It just so happened that many Taichu warships were gathered in all directions, and he could use all of these forces. Ordinary people would definitely not be able to control it, and their bodies and primordial spirits would explode. But Gu Chang'e would not. His true cultivation level was already much higher than his current level. When the time came, no matter how incredible his performance was, he could use his talent to get away with it. In the next moment, runes gathered from the ancient purple-bronze warship into an ocean and fell towards Gu Chang'e. It was like a field of starlight, receiving everything. The great path Dharma body suddenly became vast and surging, majestic and terrifying. Gu Chang'e's aura kept rising. He shook his finger, and when he raised his hand, wisps of sword chi bloomed like a peerless immortal sword. They clanged and spewed out sword light as thick as a mountain ridge. With a rumble, it seemed to move mountains and rivers, the sun and the moon, enough to cut down the stars in the 33 heavens. Sword will crisscrossed, turning into sword chi that was thousands of feet long, cutting towards that huge palm. In just an instant, terrifying fluctuations erupted there, as if countless stars had exploded together. The void exploded, and endless light soared into the sky. What? A look of surprise appeared on the face of the Heaven's Expanse Palace commander. He actually felt that his palm was blocked, and some sharp sword will penetrated through. This is the secret method of the Taichu demonic sect. I didn't expect Gu Chang'e to have a method to fight against a supreme saint. Many of the older generation cultivators were shocked. They recognized the method that Gu Chang'e had used just now. It was to borrow the power of the Taichu warships in all directions. Otherwise, with Gu Chang'e's strength, it would be impossible for him to resist the attack of a supreme saint. Only a few disciples of the Taichu divine sect could master this secret method, because if they didn't control it well, they would face the situation of exploding. Gu Chang'e's strength had risen to the point where he could fight against a supreme saint. This made the hearts of countless people tremble, especially the younger generation. Their eyes almost popped out. As expected of a young taboo, an ordinary young supreme saint would never be able to withstand this power, not to mention controlling it. Is this the terrifying gap between a young taboo and a young supreme saint? The gap between us and Gu Chang'e is so big that we're not on the same level. They couldn't help but tremble. Although Gu Chang'e had done all this through trickery, it was enough to show his strength. Even if they had the chance, they might not be able to do it. After all, not everyone could be Guchanga. A supreme saint is nothing more than this. How dare you seek justice? Guchanga said casually, as if he didn't care at all about taking the attack of a supreme saint. This meant that he was only short of saying, "Is that all a supreme saint can do? But since you want justice, I'll let you know today." "What is justice?" he continued. "You've gone too far, little brat. Gu Xian killed the people of the Ocean Palace first, and a life for a life. Guchanga, even if you're strong today, are you still unreasonable?" Hearing this, the Grand Commander of the Heaven's Expanse Palace was livid. He was so angry that his veins were throbbing. It was the first time he had seen someone so rude and unreasonable, regardless of the reason. To put it bluntly, he was not afraid of the Ocean Palace at all. He didn't even care about a supreme saint. Arrogant, domineering, and unreasonable. In the territory of the Heavenly Palace of Immortals, you just have to remember one thing. What I say is justice. Now that I said I asked Xian to kill the 7th princess, then I killed her. What can you do to me? It was about time to draw hatred. A strange look flashed in Guchanga's eyes, and then a faint mocking voice sounded again. There was an even more terrifying coldness and strength. At the same time he waved his robe, and a terrifying sword light descended from the sky. It was as if hundreds of millions of swords were launched at the same time, clanging. At this moment everyone stared blankly at the scene, and an indescribable feeling circulated. There was an extraordinary and invincible demeanor on him. Guchanga, Gu Xian was also stunned. She didn't know how much truth Guchanga's words contained. It didn't matter whether it was true or not. At least now, Guchanga really stood in front of her and did everything he said. The Ocean Palace is just a so-so. They saw that Gu Xian was a pushover, so they bullied him. Now I'm afraid they can't back down. In the end, Guchanga's attitude is too strong, so the Ocean Palace doesn't dare to make a move. Many cultivators were shocked, and then speculated and speculated. At this moment Guchanga raised his palm, and hundreds of millions of sword light descended from the sky. Standing in front of the people of the Ocean Palace and the so-called invincible Great Saint Realm, it was a kind of bearing that even if there were thousands of people, I will go forward. Those who admired Guchanga before were now full of fanaticism. Guchanga, you have to think carefully. Once you fall out with us what you did in the past, aren't you afraid that the world will know? Gu family's reputation will be tarnished? Does the Gu family dare to admit it? A cultivator of the Ocean Palace shouted, his eyes flashing with killing intent and hatred. He couldn't help but shout, "Poof!" But hearing this, Guchanga turned his head and stared at him. A sword light slashed, directly cutting his body and spirit in half. The sword was so fast that even the great commander of the Heaven's Expanse Palace couldn't react. The explosion of the sword light instantly broke through the sky, illuminating the distant starry sky. Countless cultivators felt a chill all over their bodies. They were extremely shocked and stared at the scene with wide eyes. "Try saying one more word," Guchanga said lightly. At the same time, a strand of dazzling sword light that seemed to be able to cut through time and space erupted from his finger bone. Silence, destruction, horror. No one could accurately describe the divine power contained in this sword light. It was as if even a true immortal could fall under this sword. Without beginning or end, it was difficult to find cause and effect. The great commander of the Heaven's Expanse Palace's expression suddenly changed, and his spirit was a little frightened. Then the murderous look on his face became stronger. But he knew that there was a Gu family ancestor hiding in the dark, so he didn't dare to act rashly. "At this time you don't have to pretend to be a good person, Guchanga," he said with a cold laugh. "What did that person say just now? What did Guchanga do in the past? Could it be that there really is some secret? It seems that there should be some hidden grudges between Gu Xian and Guchanga." In the distance, many cultivators widened their eyes in shock. They were extremely shocked. They had caught the words of the powerhouse from the Ocean Palace just now. Could it be that because of this sentence, he had attracted the disaster of death? What was going on? Would it even cause the Chongqing family to lose face? It had to be said that this sentence caused doubts to arise in everyone's hearts. Many of the cultivators who vaguely understood some of the secrets also changed their expressions for a moment. If this kind of thing was revealed, it was equivalent to offending the Chongqing family. No one dared to speak rashly. For a moment, many people's expressions changed when they looked at Gu Chang'e, as if to see what he would say. Gu Xian'er opened her mouth wanting to say something, but in the end, she didn't say anything. In this matter, she was completely a victim. Once it was exposed to the world, the Gu family would definitely lose face, just like what the Ocean Palace said. She still had deep feelings for the Gu family, so she chose to hide this matter and not make it public. Now, Gu Chang'e's actions in Gu Xian'er's view were very likely to confess to what he did in the past. As the young master of the Gu family, if he did this, Gu Xian'er couldn't help but tremble. She couldn't find any reason to hate Gu Chang'e anymore. What's there to not dare to admit to what happened in the past? If you want to pretend to be a good person, you need to have the confidence to do so. At this moment, seeing that everyone was looking at him, Gu Chang'e couldn't help but reveal a strange smile at the corner of his mouth. For this moment he had planned for a long time. He had kept the great path bone that was no longer useful to him in order to wait for this day. At this moment, Gu Chang'e exchanged for a transcendence bone from the system store, replacing the great path bone's position. However, this matter has nothing to do with the Gu family. It was done by me alone. I'm not as shameless as you people to put all the blame on the Gu family, he said slowly. I'll take advantage of today's opportunity to return this bone. As he said this, Gu Xian'er Gu Nanshan, who was hiding in the dark, and everyone else looked on in shock and horror. The dazzling sword aura gushing out from Gu Chang'e's finger bone suddenly rose and then fell. With a poof, it pierced through his own chest. Dazzling blood splattered out, and there was an astonishing intertwining of divinity. It was incomparably dazzling, illuminating the sky. Chapter 186. The sword light pierced through the front and back bones. It was accompanied by a glaring blood. Between heaven and earth, there seemed to be a strange chanting sound. In the void, golden lotuses bloomed, and endless sounds of Tao began to reverberate. Divinity surged, and there was even a fragrance that filled between heaven and earth. Every drop of blood was sparkling and translucent, as if it was the divine blood of an ancient deity. It was resplendent and mysterious, able to illuminate one small world after another. This scene shocked everyone. They did not expect Gu Chang'e to suddenly do this. Self-mutilation? He actually cut open his own body? Many cultivators were even more confused about what Gu Chang'e had just said. Return bones? What bones? Was Gu Chang'e's action planning to dig out his own bones? Many people did not react. Even the face of the great commander of the Ocean Palace froze in an instant. The mocking expression froze on his face, and he was in disbelief and shock. Gu Chang'e, Gu Xian'er's voice trembled a little, and her beautiful eyes widened. Her jade-like hands gripped the corner of her skirt tightly, and her heart followed suit. She thought that Gu Chang'e would personally tell the truth, but she did not expect his actions to be even more ruthless. He directly dug out her bones and returned them to her. At this moment there was a buzz. Her mind was blank. She watched all this with her mouth open, and did not even know what to say. She stood in the air blankly. I really did not expect this. He actually dug out her bones and returned her sister. This guy is so ruthless. He did not even hesitate. It seems that he had expected all this long ago. The powerhouses of the supreme forces who secretly knew about the secrets of the Gu family felt their hearts beat violently at this moment. They felt a strong sense of danger from a junior like Gu Chang'e. This was fear and apprehension. Dug out her bones and returned her sister. I did not expect Gu Chang'e to really do it. If he knew this would happen, he would not have done it in the first place. However, it's good that this matter is out in the open. The family has indeed let Xian'er down. What does a mere rumor mean? Even in the entire upper realm, no one would dare to speak ill of the Gu family. Gu Nanshan sighed, but the way he looked at Gu Chang'e was much gentler. At this time even he felt that the events of that year were just as Gu Xian'er had guessed, that there was some unknown secret. At this moment, Gu Chang'e's voice still resounded in the world. He was stating a fact. He reconstructed the events of the past without adding any details. He simply and straightforwardly confessed everything. In the end, paper couldn't wrap fire. Sooner or later, this kind of thing would be known by the whole world. Especially since he was forced to say it out loud, he might as well take the initiative to confess. As long as the initiative was in his hands, everything would never be out of his control. And who said that this matter would definitely have a negative impact on him? Gu Chang'e continued. This piece of bone was originally Xian Er's. Back then, when her parents were out when she was young, I took the opportunity to steal it, causing Xian Er to wander outside for more than 10 years. I have let her down in this matter. Today, in front of the whole world, I will give her justice. His expression was very calm, and his voice was also very calm, but there was a strange look in his eyes. This sword light pierced through everything, and it was still making clanging sounds. At the wound there was a dazzling brilliance intertwining. Bright runes appeared and pulsated. Sparkling and mysterious, vast and mysterious, holy and otherworldly. As Gu Chang'e said all this, a secret of the past surfaced and was made public. So there was such a secret between Gu Xian'er and Gu Chang'e. This is too unbelievable. It's unbelievable. If Gu Chang'e hadn't said it, we wouldn't have known. Rumor has it that Gu Xian'er is a Nirvana supreme martial artist. So this is the truth. Speaking of which, Gu Xian'er is really pitiful. At such a young age, her bone of Tao was dug out by her own cousin. Yes, at such a young age, she endured everything that she shouldn't have. Gu Chang'e is too much. She was supposed to be the pearl in the palm of the Gu family. But all these years, she has been wandering outside, experiencing the joys and sorrows of the world. It's not easy. Previously, many young women were envious of Gu Xian'er. They felt that they were very envious that she had a brother like Gu Chang'e to protect her. But they didn't expect Gu Xian'er to have such a tragic life. Now that Gu Chang'e had confessed all this, was he planning to compensate Gu Xian'er? At this time everyone was stunned. Men and women, old and young, as well as living beings of all races were stunned. Those who knew about the secret of the past were also silent. Gu Chang'e had taken the initiative to confess everything that happened back then. This was beyond their expectations. Frankly admitting all this and personally doing it, to dig out the bone to return his sister, made them even more frightened. He was cruel to others but even more so to himself. If it were them, they would definitely dig out their own bone so calmly. Just thinking about it made them shudder. But this was the Gu family's private matter. How it was resolved had nothing to do with them. But after today, Gu Chang'e's reputation and prestige would be greatly damaged. As the most dazzling existence of the current younger generation, he was incomparably brilliant, and his strength had reached the level of a young taboo. If there was a word to describe Gu Chang'e before, it would be perfect. But now this perfect man had a stain that couldn't be erased. More than 10 years ago, how old was Gu Chang'e? He actually did such a thing as killing his own clan. Now, under his jade-like and otherworldly appearance, there was actually a ruthless and heartless heart. Now, even if he tried his best to make up for it, to make up for his guilt towards Gu Xian'er, it would be difficult to erase that stain. This would accompany Gu Chang'e for the rest of his life. Many proud daughters of heaven who admired Gu Chang'e felt that their world had collapsed at this moment, and their vision turned black. In their eyes, Gu Chang'e was perfect. He was like jade and his son was unparalleled. How could he have done such a thing? Impossible, all of this is impossible. This is fate. They muttered to themselves. For a moment they couldn't accept it. Gu Chang'e, don't say anymore. What happened back then is all in the past. At this time Gu Xian'er, who had been in a daze for a long time, finally came back to her senses. Her voice was cold, but it was mixed with an uncontrollable tremor. Her eyes were slightly red. It was obvious that her emotions were very complicated at this moment, and she was doing her best to keep herself calm. Her mind was in a mess. It was buzzing, as if there were countless flies flying around. But at this time, how could she be calm? Since you dared to do it, why don't you dare to admit it? This bone has been used by me for so many years, and now it's time to return it to you. Gu Chang'e looked at her and said calmly, Gu Chang'e, stop. I already have a new bone. You don't have to return that bone to me. Gu Chang'e's face suddenly turned pale, but his eyes were very calm like a bottomless lake. Gu Xian'er's voice trembled, and she couldn't control herself. She moved, wanting to stop him. Back then, in front of the palace of heavenly immortals, Gu Chang'e had already been stabbed by her, and he had almost died. Even that bone of Tao had almost shattered. From Gu Xian'er's point of view, the grudge between the two of them was more or less settled at that time. Now Gu Chang'e wanted to return her bone of Tao, which was something she didn't expect at all. She didn't want Gu Chang'e to do this. She felt that there was no need at all. The grudge between the two of them was already settled. Boom! But Gu Chang'e's movements were faster than hers. Things had already come to this, so how could he stop? Splat! The blood was even more dazzling. He pierced through the wound on his own body. The blood, which was rich with divinity, flowed down his palm. It was incomparably dense in the dense divine light. Then Gu Chang'e's face suddenly turned pale. He frowned, and with a strong force he directly tore it out. A 5-colored ball of light appeared in his palm. Buzz! Heaven and earth trembled because a dazzling and sparkling bone burst forth with a strange Tao sound. All the cultivators could even feel the aura of the Tao intertwining. This bone was very extraordinary. It directly activated their own Tao techniques. That's that bone. What a terrifying talent. It can actually affect the momentum of heaven and earth. I dare not imagine. The bone of Tao. This is Gu Chang'e's innate divine ability. No wonder it's so powerful. This bone has always been Gu Xian'er's. Many cultivators' expressions changed drastically as they felt the shocking and surging aura of the Tao. Their Tao techniques even began to circulate and were faintly breaking through. What did this mean? That bone of Tao could help them cultivate and affect the rules of heaven and earth. No wonder Gu Chang'e is so powerful. It turns out that he has always been using his sister's bone of Tao. He's just a person who deceives the world. After digging out his bone and returning it to his sister today, he will no longer have his glory. With this bone of Tao, I can also become that strong. The bone of Tao is so powerful. No wonder he made such a choice back then. Now that he has no choice, he finally revealed the truth. Haha, the taboo of youth was only obtained by using his sister's bone of Tao. In secret, the younger generation was secretly excited and incomparably jealous of Gu Chang'e. At this moment, they couldn't help but be sarcastic. They felt that Gu Chang'e would definitely lose a lot of cultivation and battle strength after digging out this bone of Tao. Their chance to rise had come. Of course, there were also experts in the dark with blazing eyes staring at the bone of Tao. They could feel the surging power hidden within. If they could fully comprehend the innate patterns and various mysterious runes, their cultivation would definitely increase greatly and usher in a great leap forward. Those who want to snatch this bone can also try. At this moment, Gu Chang'e looked incomparably weak. His face was pale, and there was no lack of smile on his face as he held the bone of Tao in his hand. His elegance did not diminish, and he was extraordinary. The bright red on his white clothes was a ghastly sight. This scene made many women unable to bear to watch. Their hearts trembled as they looked away. The tens of thousands of creatures in the ocean palace stood majestically in the sky. At this moment they were also silent and felt a sense of fear. A ruthless person like Gu Chang'e made them uncontrollably fearful. Even fearful. The Grand Commander in front of him was pale. At this time it was already beyond his expectations. He originally thought that he could use this matter to threaten Gu Chang'e, but Gu Chang'e's actions made him tremble uncontrollably and feel cold all over. This was definitely not something an ordinary person would do. This young man was too terrifying. This bone of Tao, I'll return it to you now. Gu Chang'e had a smile on his face. The bone of Tao was wrapped in endless runes and fell towards Gu Xian'er. Gu Xian'er's fingers trembled slightly as she caught the bone, which still had Gu Chang'e's blood on it. But she was stunned in place, suddenly at a loss. Gu Chang'e's sudden actions left her at a loss. Gu Xian'er really did not expect that Gu Chang'e would really dig out this bone of Tao, and that there was a familiar aura in it. That was the Tao bone that belonged to her. It was once born in her body and had all kinds of innate runes that belonged to her. All this time, the thing that motivated her to cultivate hard was to defeat Gu Chang'e and take back everything that belonged to her fair and square. But now she had not defeated Gu Chang'e. Gu Chang'e had returned everything that belonged to her. This made Gu Xian'er feel lost, as if she had lost her goal. She actually no longer hated Gu Chang'e as she did in the past. Now, her feelings towards Guchanga were very complicated. So complicated that even she could not explain it. There are some things that you can't covet. And suddenly, Guchanga's voice rang out, making Gu Xian'er look up and stare at him in a daze. An inexplicable sense of peace flowed in her heart. Guchanga was clearly such a bad person and exuded a scheming aura. But why was he so nice to her? Oh no. Guchanga's words sent a chill down the backs of many cultivators who were looking at the Dao bone in the dark. They felt as if they were suddenly targeted by some terrifying existence. A shocking chill enveloped heaven and earth. Guchanga indeed wanted to let some ignorant people know that even without the Dao bone, it would not affect him at all. Without deterrence. Otherwise it would be very boring if some clowns kept jumping out to court death. Buzz. His gaze swept across the building. Divine light appeared in his eyes. Black and white runes condensed, and then with clanging sounds, crossed the void and slashed out in an instant. The void trembled like a piece of paper. It was as if a peerless immortal sword had been unsheathed. The sword intent was boundless and could split the heavens. It was so fast that it sent chills down everyone's spine. Many people even felt a deep and vast sense of antiquity, as if 6 mysterious ancient wells had appeared. This sword light broke out of the scabbard from the ancient well. The divine light was hidden in it, as if it was connected to another world of the dead. Ah! It was accompanied by a series of terrified screams. In that building, many cultivators who were looking at Gu Xian'er's Dao bone with burning desire revealed fear and despair. They wanted to rush away quickly. However, this sword chi came too quickly. It was as if it had pierced through time and space. The sword light swept past their glabella. With a buzz, a pile of withered bones was instantly left behind. Even their true spirits were destroyed. A gentle breeze blew, and the pile of withered bones instantly turned into ashes. Hiss! Even now, Guchanga is still so domineering. How terrifying. It's just a gaze. The methods of the young master of the Gu family are definitely not as simple as this Dao bone. Young people can't be humiliated lightly. This scene made many people shiver in fear, their souls trembling. This was their fate for having thoughts that they shouldn't have. I still advise you to put away those unnecessary thoughts. The road to the netherworld is long, and there's no other way to go. As Xian'er's elder brother, I will make it up to her one by one. You don't have to worry about this matter. However, if you want to interfere in the private affairs of the Gu family, then this group of people will end up the best. Asking for fresh flowers, Xian'er has suffered enough. If anyone still dares to touch her, then wait for me to come and exterminate them. Buzz. Guchanga glanced in all directions and said calmly. Combined with his pale and bloodless face, he gave off an inexplicable sense of intimidation. Everyone in the distance lowered their gazes. They didn't dare to look him in the eyes. At this moment, no cultivator from any orthodoxy or major sect dared to say anything. Guchanga personally explained what happened in the past, and even dug up the bone to return his sister. No matter what happened in between, Gu Xian'er couldn't bear to hate him. Now, he had shown his great courage, which made people tremble. Not to mention that this was the private affairs of the Changshen Gu family. Even the expression of the great commander of the Ocean Palace in front of him changed abruptly, and he couldn't help but take a step back. The justice that the Ocean Palace wants today, then how about I give it to you now? Guchanga's mouth had an inexplicable meaning, and he suddenly laughed. His injuries were healing quickly, and a strong divine light bloomed from his blood. Streaks of divine light connected his injuries, as well as the bones that were torn by him, and were quickly healing. The terrifying and surging aura of life was like a vast and exuberant galaxy. At this time, Guchanga's mind also rang with the sound of the system's notification. Ding, you have resolved the hatred of the daughter of fortune, Gu Xian. You have gained 8,000 luck points and 40,000 fate points. But he didn't care. After all, this was what he had expected. Gu Xian'er had now resolved the hatred, and was not far from the final point he wanted. And today's events were already a pleasant surprise. Xian'er is the heaven's pride of the Changshen Gu family. What the Ocean Palace has done today, in my opinion, is already a provocation to the Changshen Gu family. Ancestor, what do you think? Guchanga opened his mouth, showing a calm smile, and even made people feel that he was weak when he dug out the bone. It was as if the person who dug out the bone was not him. All these years, Gu Chang'e has been using Gu Xian'er's bone. His own talent and means have never been shown in front of the world. In other words, Gu Chang'e actually has another powerful means. The aura just now seems to involve the rules of reincarnation. Many experts in the dark whispered, and their eyes were full of shock. Not good. The great commander of the Ocean Palace's expression changed dramatically when he heard Gu Chang'e's words. He immediately took out the Ocean King's decree. Buzz! This Ocean King's decree was incomparably huge, and as soon as it appeared, it emitted a vast aura. The word kill on it was like a small golden sun, instantly filling the sky. My king, please protect us. The great commander of the Heaven's Expanse Palace felt his scalp go numb. At this moment he kept growling, and knelt down in front of this golden decree. Everyone looked at all this in shock. Above the great commander of the Heaven's Expanse Palace, there was a golden decree suspended. The aura of a supreme expert filled the air, and the divine chains of runes intertwined, soaring into the sky, causing terrifying cracks to appear in the void. Vaguely, it seemed that a supreme existence was about to descend here. Humph! You're courting death. Accompanied by a cold snort in the void, a dark-faced old man appeared. It was Gu Nanshan. Today all of you will stay here. He glanced at the golden decree and said coldly. Tens of thousands of Sea Clan creatures were terrified to the extreme, as if they were facing a brilliant heavenly power. They could not help but kneel, and their legs went soft and they fell to the ground, including the many elders of the Dao Heavenly Palace, and even the old antiques who were alarmed by the supreme sage aura. Their expressions changed slightly. Gu Nanshan's current strength was not weaker than Gu Chang'e's at all. He directly attacked. In that palm, stars rotated, as if many stars were being destroyed. It was terrifying to the extreme. Buzz! Heaven and earth spun and suddenly it turned dark. Many large stars trembled in the sky, as if they were about to fall. An incomparably huge palm fell from the sky, pressing down on the Sea Clan creatures in front of it. Warships, flying boats, and even mounts exploded under this pressure, as if they were turned into fine powder, and instantly disappeared into thin air. The Gu clan's patriarch has made his move in the end. Oh no, this attitude is already very obvious. The Longevity Gu clan intends to directly destroy all the Sea Clan people here. All the cultivators and living beings were shocked. They also felt the aura of this invincible heavenly power. Rumble! A terrifying anomaly appeared under this palm. The sky trembled and the earth collapsed. The sea of blood was endless, and immortal corpses floated up and down. Accompanied by a horrifying sound, all the Sea Clan creatures were crushed under this palm. Their warships were broken, and their bodies and souls were destroyed. The Gu clan has gone too far. Bullying the young with your age, don't you have any shame? At this time, accompanied by an angry and dignified voice, a sea dragon that seemed to be made of dark immortal gold spread its wings and soared, emerging from the golden decree. A crack appeared in the void like a piece of paper. Its eyes were like two small suns, and its body was surrounded by black divine fire, bursting with dazzling divine light as if it could burn and incinerate everything. On its back sat a terrifying and blurry figure, surrounded by chaotic energy, wearing an immortal gold crown and holding an emperor godly sword. My king, save me! The Heavenly Expanse great commander's face was full of despair. But suddenly he saw hope. Whoosh! The sea dragon swooped down, and the figure of the Ocean King on it had a cold and fierce look in its eyes. Its power was monstrous, like an invincible existence, and it was about to rush toward Gu Nanshan. It's not the Ocean Palace's turn to be presumptuous in front of the Gu clan. Gu Nanshan's expression was cold, and he quickly moved to destroy the golden decree. He paid extra attention to the Heavenly Expanse great commander, and he suppressed it with his supreme ability. With a punch, it was as if the world was superimposed on each other. No. The Heavenly Expanse great commander was in despair. No matter how he resisted, it was impossible to escape from an attack of this level. The difference was too great. In the next moment it exploded, and its body and soul were destroyed. A supreme saint fell without even the slightest bit of resistance. This terrified the rest of the Sea Clan. Stop! The Ocean King was furious. and unleashed his most terrifying ability. Billions of light beams burst forth. Suddenly the heavens cried and the earth mourned, and the sun and moon dimmed, as if they had arrived in ancient times. A terrifying battle that caused everyone to tremble broke out. No matter how far away the creatures were, they couldn't help but prostrate on the ground, and even their souls were suppressed. In the end, no one could see the battle clearly. It was accompanied by the Ocean King's earth-shattering roar of indignation. Only the golden decree was reduced to fragments, falling from the sky and turning into ashes. The tens of thousands of Sea Clan creatures were all annihilated here, and no one survived. Wuxia ordered the powerhouses of the divine sect of Taichu to seal 8,000 miles of the sky, and he had already set up an inescapable net. After the matter was over, what happened here was spread out immediately, and it shook the entire immeasurable heaven, and even spread to the other heavens. All the orthodoxies who heard the news trembled. 1,000. Chapter 187. On this day, in front of ancient Tao Celestial City, all the powerhouses of Ocean Palace were annihilated. Only the wreckage of ancient warships remained, as well as some remnants of terrifying auras, describing the horror of that great battle. The news quickly spread like a boulder smashed into the deep sea, setting off huge waves. The cultivators who witnessed everything were so shocked that their scalps went numb. Thinking back, they still felt chills all over. Even the powerful Ocean Palace did not gain any advantage in the end. Instead, they completely offended the Longevity Gu clan. In some ways, they even shed all pretense of cordiality. Many cultivators even had a premonition that the situation in boundless heaven would change horribly. That day, the golden decree covered the sky, as if a punishment from the heavens was descending. The phantom of the Ocean Palace's Ocean King appeared in person, but it could not change anything. In the end, even his decree was turned to ashes by the Gu clan's ancestor. The Longevity Gu clan let everyone know how terrifying and powerful they were. No one could humiliate them. In the following period of time, the news quickly spread throughout the ancient city of Tao Celestial. No matter which cultivator or orthodoxy it was, they could not sit still. They were deeply shocked. No one expected that such a secret past would be exposed in the end. Whether it was what Wuxia said that day, or Gu Xian'er's origin and tragic childhood experience, many people were shocked. The commotion caused by this matter was no less than that caused by the appearance of the inheritor of the demonic arts and the killing of many young supreme beings. Some people even felt that Wuxia's ruthlessness in some aspects could even be compared to the inheritor of the demonic arts. However, such opinions were quickly drowned out by all kinds of noise. After this incident of digging up the bone as a child, Wuxia's reputation indeed fell by a lot. His perfect image in the hearts of many young people was also stained. This made many young people unable to believe and accept, but it was the truth. Wuxia did it himself, said it himself, and in the end dug out the bone, causing a phenomenon that shook all directions. However, Wuxia's courage to confess his past in front of the world was admired by many. On the other hand, his actions were even reasonable in many people's eyes. Was there really a perfect person in this world? It was impossible. No one was perfect. Even a true sage would not be able to do this. Wasn't it normal for Wuxia to have a stain that was difficult to erase? From this point of view, many young women who admired Wuxia felt that this kind of Wuxia was more real, and their admiration for him did not decrease in the slightest. This kind of Wuxia was not the same as before. He was transcendent, like an immortal above the 9 heavens, untainted by a speck of dust. This made them feel that the distance between them and Wuxia wasn't so far away. Furthermore, no one could err. Wuxia had already calmed down in front of the entire world. Wasn't this a sign of his guilt and compensation? He would make up for his past mistakes and make up for what he owed Gu Xian'er. Why couldn't she choose to forgive him? After all, those words were said by Wuxia in front of the entire world. Was this not convincing? For a time there were even more praises. They felt that Wuxia's calmness this time had an indescribable courage. Who could do what he did, admitting to his past mistakes and digging out his own Dao bone in front of the entire world to pay back the enmity of the past? During this period of time there were all kinds of discussions. Some praised, some cursed, some lamented, some mocked. This was especially so for the younger generation. Such discussions never stopped. Many young supreme martial artists who had witnessed everything in Dao Celestial City that day were deeply affected by this matter. Even if Guchanga dug out his Dao bone, his strength was still boundlessly strong and was not affected at all. They wanted to surpass Guchanga, but that was impossible. Guchanga's current cultivation was already at the late stage of the Void God realm. The other young supreme martial artists had just begun to touch the threshold of the Void God realm. The gap was too big, so many people despaired. This was a huge mountain that weighed down on their peers. It was difficult to surmount and overturn. At least until now, there had never been a young existence who could be called a taboo among young people like Guchanga. Although the mysterious and ruthless inheritor of the demonic arts, Yi Ling, had disappeared without a trace, none of the cultivators had forgotten about his strength. After all, he was a tyrannical figure who could escape from Guchanga. The immortal ancient continent could be said to be the best breeding ground for inheritors of demonic arts. Who knew how much his cultivation had improved there? On the other hand, there were quite a few cultivators who began to ponder about this and discovered the contradiction in this secret. Why did Guchanga choose to dig out his own cousin's Dao bone? What was his motive? Was it because of Gu Xian'er's talent to make himself stronger? Why did he dig out the Dao bone and return it to Gu Xian'er in front of everyone? Could it be because that piece of Dao bone was no longer useful to Guchanga? This was too strange. There were too many suspicious points. Some people guessed that this was because of the oppression of the Longevity Gu family. As the young master of the Longevity Gu family, Guchanga's words and actions represented the Longevity Gu family. If this matter was not resolved properly, it would be exposed sooner or later. Therefore, Guchanga had no choice but to admit Gu Xian'er's identity. However, more people felt that this secret was only the tip of the iceberg. News of this spread like wildfire. At the same time on the Wuxiang Peak, the mountain breeze blew and clouds curled around like jade ribbons, circling everywhere. The originally beautiful scene was now more like a fairyland. Celestial flowers bloomed, holy flowers were dazzling, and clear spring water tinkled. If you have something to say it quickly. Guchanga stood on the peak with his hands behind his back. His robes fluttered in the wind, and his expression was profound. He said in a calm voice, his back facing Gu Xian'er, who had a complicated expression and didn't know what to say for a moment. The current Guchanga didn't have any injuries on his body. Even his aura didn't change in the slightest. Digging out the Dao bone had no effect on Guchanga at all. But in order to match the current scene, his face still looked a little pale. This was the third day since he revealed the truth to the public. After Gu Nanshan destroyed all the creatures in the Ocean Palace, Guchanga ordered a group of experts from the divine sect of Taichu to clean up the battlefield. And he returned to the Wuxiang Peak. During this time he didn't say a word to Gu Xian'er. Naturally, he didn't have any interaction with her. He and Gu Xian'er seemed to have become strangers in an instant. Her blue dress fluttered in the wind. Her long black hair was scattered and blown by the mountain wind. Gu Xian'er's little face was in a daze. She looked at Guchanga, all kinds of thoughts rolling in her mind. She pinched the corner of her dress. Her heart wasn't as calm as she looked. Even her bony fingers were a little white at this moment. These 3 days it was just as Guchanga had shown. At first Gu Xian'er thought that Guchanga would explain to her what happened back then. Her heart was full of expectations. In her opinion, Guchanga explained clearly what happened back then in front of the whole world and said that he would make it up to her. Wasn't this Guchanga's expression of apology? Moreover, he even damaged his origin, dug out the Dao bone and returned it to her. He also said that no one else was allowed to hurt her. In front of so many orthodoxies he spoke like this, which really shocked everyone. This strong and cold attitude made Gu Xian'er's head buzz. She felt unprecedentedly at ease. Although Guchanga was so black-hearted and evil, it was not bad to have such a brother. Therefore, she decided to reluctantly forgive Guchanga and let bygones be bygones for what he did more than 10 years ago. From now on, the grudges between the two of them were written off. No one owed the other. However, Gu Xian'er didn't expect that after that day, Guchanga seemed to have forgotten about her. Not to mention explaining anything to her. He didn't even acknowledge her. His cold attitude was very similar to when she didn't want to talk to Guchanga in the beginning. This made her confused. She couldn't understand at all. She felt that Gu Chang'e was really feeling guilty about digging out the Dao bone and wanted to make it up to her. However, Gu Chang'e hadn't told her about that secret yet. But why was the current situation so different from what she thought? It was as if Gu Chang'e appeared to block the revenge of the Ocean Palace for her. He did all this just to acknowledge her identity, just to give her justice back then. Or maybe it was just to keep the clansmen in check. After returning the bone to her, it was as if there was no relationship between the two of them. The grudges between the two of them were resolved together. They were like strangers. Naturally, there was no need to maintain that superficial sibling relationship. Gu Xian'er didn't believe and didn't want to accept this result. She felt that Gu Chang'e must have some secret that no one knew. He deliberately pretended to be like this. He was deliberately treating her like this now. Gu Chang'e with such an attitude just didn't want her to understand him. Therefore Gu Xian'er took the initiative to visit Gu Chang'e on Wushang Peak. She wanted to ask him about the cause and effect of the matter. At this moment, hearing Gu Chang'e's words, Gu Xian'er took a deep breath and calmed her previous calm and cold expression. Gu Chang'e, what was the purpose of all that you did 3 days ago? Her voice was incomparably calm and her small face was serious. Gu Xian'er felt that she needed to tear apart the layer of disguise on Gu Chang'e's face. What was it that he couldn't say? Couldn't he say it? Did he have to hide it all by himself? Gu Chang'e had been so good to her before. She didn't believe that Gu Chang'e was pretending. Gu Chang'e was actually a person who was cold on the outside but warm on the inside. What purpose? Gu Xian'er, is this what you came to ask me about? I thought it was something big. You disappoint me. Instead of wasting this time, why don't you keep it for cultivation? Or do you think that from now on I can't suppress you? That you don't have the motivation to cultivate? Hearing this, Gu Chang'e seemed to be slightly stunned. Then he turned around and looked at her. His voice carried a hint of ridicule. It was as if he had seen an idiot. Gu Xian'er was angered by his casual and contemptuous attitude. She wrinkled her jade nose and said in a clear voice, Gu Chang'e, stop pretending. Don't think that you can hide it from me. All this time, Gu Chang'e had been using all kinds of methods to force her to work hard in cultivation, so that she could surpass him. Until now this purpose had not changed. Did Gu Chang'e really think that she wouldn't notice such an obvious flaw? Gu Xian'er stared into Gu Chang'e's eyes as if she wanted to see through him. Oh, putting on an act. That's interesting. Gu Xian'er, did you think that after I said those words and swore on my Dao heart, I wouldn't do anything to you? I haven't beaten you for a long time. You've become bold. Gu Chang'e sneered at her. Don't try to provoke me. Otherwise, I'll really throw you into the latrine pit and suppress you for 3 to 5 years. Gu Chang'e. Hearing this, Gu Xian'er's voice suddenly became louder. Her eyes were filled with anger. She glared at him and said, I've already forgiven you. Are you still going to treat me like this? Even though she knew that Gu Chang'e was deliberately angering her, Gu Xian'er couldn't help but be angry. Gu Chang'e said calmly, You've forgiven me? The last time I handed my life to you, it was you who didn't want it. So we don't owe each other anything. You. Gu Xian'er's expression froze. Gu Chang'e was right. At that time, the two of them had already settled their grievances. But for this kind of thing, how could it be settled so easily and erase all traces? But you clearly said those words. You even dug out the Dao bone and returned it to me. Gu Xian'er said, unwilling to give up. If it weren't for the fact that she couldn't beat Gu Chang'e, she really wanted to teach this stubborn guy a good lesson. At this time, what was there to be proud of? Wasn't it good to confess everything? At this time, you don't really think that I meant what I said, right? Don't you know the trick of injuring yourself to gain sympathy? As for those words, Gu Xian'er, how could you be so stupid and naive? Could it be that you were really touched? Those words were only said for the world to hear. It was to maintain my image. At the same time, it was also to account to the family. His expression was one of casual understatement. It was as if he was narrating something that had nothing to do with him. But the words that came out of his mouth were filled with deep coldness. Gu Xian'er's face turned pale. The more Gu Chang'e explained, the more she didn't believe him. There was obviously something wrong with his heart. Why was Gu Chang'e always like this? Didn't he understand other people's good intentions? Can't you understand my good intentions? Gu Xian'er gritted her teeth. She really wanted to cut open Guchanga's heart and see what was inside. Otherwise, she wouldn't be able to guess Guchanga's thoughts. Good intentions? There's no need. A person like me doesn't need any good intentions. Guchanga shook his head. Don't you know this kind of thing now? Is there a need to ask again? There was a faint mockery on his face. There was no expression at all like the one when he was defending Guchanga. Guchanga was so angry at Guchanga's words that she gritted her teeth. What did he mean by don't need good intentions? He said it as if he was burdened with a deep hatred. If she didn't know that he was doing it on purpose, she would definitely explode at this moment. She swore that she would tear apart Guchanga's false pretense. What about me? Don't you understand, elders? Guchanga looked at her coldly. Suddenly he waved his sleeve. With a rumble, a large void palm print appeared and instantly sent Guxian flying from the mountain top. Guchanga, you've gone too far. I'll definitely suppress you in the future. I'll expose your secret and find the truth. Guxian's cold and angry voice came from afar. She was so angry that her teeth itched. However, she was instantly slapped away by Guchanga. Then I'll wait for you to find the truth. The mountain wind blew and his robes fluttered. The coldness on Guchanga's face disappeared. His expression was full of interest. His words just now were half true and half false. However, for Guxian, that was enough. During this period of time, the atmosphere of the entire immeasurable heaven was heavy. There was a feeling that a storm was about to come. Many cultivators and creatures didn't dare to casually show themselves outside. Most importantly, the inheritor of the demonic arts who had disappeared for a long time reappeared in the world. This time, the most elite powerhouses of the various clans were in trouble. In the various imperishable orthodoxies and supreme sects outside the immeasurable heaven, there was no peace at all. Taoist Changa, I didn't expect you to be hiding such a past. It's a pity that I didn't see it with my own eyes that day. Digging out the bones to return his sister and controlling the ocean palace. Such courage, as expected of the number one person of the younger generation. In a palace of the ancient Yi clan. His entire body was bright, and his hair was sparkling as if it was burning. He looked like the son of God of the sun, Yi Langtian. After hearing this news, he was currently praising Guchanga. His eyes were full of admiration for him. In his words, Guchanga was worthy of the title of the number one person of the younger generation. At least for now, he couldn't find a young supreme being who could stand shoulder to shoulder with Guchanga. Only Yu Mingkong, who had always been mysterious when fighting, made Yi Langtian feel that she might have the ability to fight Guchanga. However, the two of them were engaged, so how could they fight? It was impossible for the world to know that they were sparring in secret. Brother Changa, what is his own talent? Since the Dao Bone didn't originally belong to him, could it be a space-related talent? Yi Langtian narrowed his eyes. He felt that Guchanga's hidden talent should be related to space. The speed that Guchanga displayed in several battles left people dumbfounded and tongue-tied. They couldn't believe what they were seeing. It was reasonable to say that he was traveling through the void. As for digging out the bones, in fact, many young supremes, including Yi Langtian, didn't care about it. This was a world where the strong preyed on the weak. Devouring the weak to strengthen oneself was the law of nature. He himself wasn't a completely good person. Therefore, he felt that Guchanga's actions of digging out the bones in his early years were completely understandable. After all, he was young and didn't know anything. There was nothing to say about making such a choice. Guchanga being able to confess everything had greatly exceeded his expectations. If it were him, he definitely wouldn't have the guts to do such a thing. So, there is such a grudge between Guchanga and Guxian. However, a person like Guchanga would dig out the bones and return the sister. I really didn't expect. Beside Yi Langtian, a beautiful girl in a purple dress was also shocked. She was Yi Lioli. At the mention of Guchanga, she recalled the scene in the lower realms when Guchanga forced her to apologize. As for Yi Chen's memories, only a few fuzzy images remained. She only remembered that Yi Chen had offended Guchanga. Although she wanted to help, in the end she couldn't do anything. Yi Chen was killed by Guchanga. Apart from this, Yi Chen was an insignificant character in her eyes. He wasn't worth her attention. On the contrary, she often couldn't help but think of Guchanga, which made her very vexed. If she felt disrespectful towards Guchanga, she would feel as if she was facing the might of the heavens. Brother, do you think that Ocean Palace will really start a war with Longevity Gu Clan? I feel that Longevity Gu Clan's foundation is unfathomable, but Ocean Palace can't be underestimated either. They have ruled immeasurable Ocean Clan for so many years and have never lost their inheritance, Yuli asked. Mentioning this matter, in her opinion, would even affect the situation in immeasurable heaven. This war won't happen. Ocean Palace doesn't dare, Yi Langtian said with a strange smile on his face. At the same time, at the end of a large lake, there was a dark blue ocean. On this ocean there were black bone warships drifting. A huge golden sun could also be seen sinking into the depths of the ocean. At this moment the sounds of killing shook the heavens, including angry roars. A large number of sea creatures came from all directions. They were all commanders and many affiliated forces sent by the Ocean Palace to various places. The Longevity Gu family's patriarch had destroyed a great commander, tens of thousands of Oceanids, and even the Sea King's decree that had been sent to the Palace of Immortals to seek justice. This matter naturally aroused the wrath of all the Ocean Clan forces in immeasurable ocean. They gathered together, determined to wash away the humiliation. At this moment a thick fog filled the sky. Ocean Palace was built on the seabed. There was dense immortal chi, and auspicious clouds intertwined. An ancient tree that supported the sky held up all the seawater, forming a boundless world. Here there were suns, moons, and stars, and the rules of heaven and earth were intact. Looking around, there were mountains, earth veins, pavilions, cities, and palaces. It was like a complete big world. In the center of the ancient palace, the Ocean King, wearing an immortal gold crown and holding the immortal sword of the King Path, shouted with a gloomy face, "Longevity Gu Clan has gone too far. My Ocean Palace has been unhindered for countless years, and this is the first time I've been humiliated like this." He could still clearly remember that not long after the figure appeared, a kitchen knife full of rust slashed his head. If it wasn't for the fact that the figure was extremely solid and had been refined by him for a long time, he would have been reduced to ashes by that knife. What the Ocean King couldn't stand the most was the strong attitude of Longevity Gu Clan. It looked like Ocean Palace was afraid of Longevity Gu Clan. "Your Majesty, are we still going to fight this battle? If we are, we will gather all the elites of the Sea Clan now and attack Longevity Gu Clan together. We will let them know that we are not to be trifled with." Immediately, a creature with a turtle shell and mung bean-like eyes turned and said so. In his opinion, with the seemingly endless number of the Sea Clan, no matter how strong Longevity Gu Clan was, it was impossible to hold them off. After all, the most vast area in the upper realm was the ocean. The Sea Clan was powerful. Although they didn't spread out like the 10,000 ancient clans, they had the advantage in numbers. When the Ocean King heard this, his expression changed rapidly. But in the end, he couldn't help but feel disappointed. "I'm no match for the Gu Clan's ancestor. If I really start a war with Gu Clan over this, it's not worth it. Longevity Gu Clan has been through countless wars and has never fallen. Unless we can also have reinforcements. Gu Changa is just a junior. How can he have so much power?" The Ocean King growled. He was very unwilling, but he could only vent his anger here. The higher-ups of Ocean Palace below kept quiet out of fear, and didn't dare to speak softly. However, at this moment all of their expressions changed. They felt a terrifying aura descending from the sky outside the underwater palace. The sea was vast and mighty, and the sky was trembling. "It's the Gu Clan's ancestor." The Ocean King's expression suddenly changed. He didn't expect to be chased here by Gu Nanshan. Soon he took a step forward. His aura was monstrous and terrifying. Divine chains of rules soared into the sky and instantly attacked the palace outside. At this time, naturally, he couldn't retreat. Unparalleled Celestial Dynasty, Celestial Dynasty. In a magnificent, ancient, and magnificent hall. After leaving the immortal ancient continent and intercepting Yin Mei on the way, Yu Mingkong was now sitting on the throne. She wore a loose emperor's robe and was flipping through memorials. Her brows furrowed from time to time. All kinds of emotions flashed through her cold and deep eyes, but in the end they returned to calmness. "Crown Prince, this is what happened in Dao Celestial Ancient City that day." Below her, a female official respectfully replied. Chapter 188. Yu Mingkong sat on the throne and quietly closed the memorial after hearing his words. Ever since she returned from the immortal ancient continent, her cultivation had improved tremendously, especially since she had obtained many benefits from Guchanga that she would never have dared to imagine. A drop of the five-colored true dragon's blood, and a jar of immortal essence that she had only refined a little. These two things could be said to be the most precious things in the immortal ancient continent, and they were the most useful to her. Not to mention her, even the group of old antiques in the immortal ancient continent who were fighting each other to the death would be jealous of him. You may all leave, Yu Mingkong said lightly. Now she already had the majesty of an empress who controlled the life and death of billions of people. It was terrifying and intimidating. The coldness in her eyes made people's hearts tremble. Just one movement was enough to make many of the court officials below break out in cold sweat. They did not dare to breathe loudly. Yes, Crown Princess. After receiving the order, everyone in the hall left, leaving only a few female officials that Yu Mingkong trusted. The rumors are true, right? Yu Mingkong asked lightly. Hidden in her calm expression were emotions that only she knew. Crown Princess, the rumors are true. Young Master Chang'e personally dug out the bone in front of the Ocean Palace and the other orthodoxies, the female official reported. Young Master Chang'e also said that he would destroy the entire family of anyone who dared to have designs on Guxian. She could not help but tremble when she said this. From these simple words one could hear a terrifying bloodthirsty aura. You even said those words? Chang'e, what are you thinking? I will never be able to understand your heart. Yu Mingkong waved her hand and dismissed all the female officials. She was slightly stunned, then closed her eyes and murmured. In her original memory, Gu Xian's ending in her previous life was very tragic. Gu Chang'e did not return the bone or confess what happened in the past. From the beginning, he had never stopped hunting Gu Xian. Even her bloodline had been exterminated by Gu Chang'e through various means. From the very beginning, Yu Mingkong had been trying to change Gu Xian's ending. She wanted to increase Gu Xian's chances of survival when she encountered Gu Chang'e. However, when Yu Mingkong met Gu Xian for the first time, she realized that Gu Xian didn't seem to hate Gu Chang'e that much. This made her very surprised and puzzled. After investigating, she found out that it was Gu Chang'e who had brought back Gu Xian's bloodline and released those who had been imprisoned. In Yu Mingkong's opinion, this was the most appropriate and correct approach. In fact, this was what she wanted to persuade Gu Chang'e to do at the very beginning of her rebirth. She wanted to prevent him from walking on the path of betrayal. However, Gu Chang'e had done this before she did. He had eased his relationship with Gu Xian first. At that time, Yu Mingkong even suspected that Gu Chang'e was also reborn like her. However, she found out that Gu Chang'e was not. There were many things that would happen in the future that he did not know at all. He did not seem like a reborn person at all. Unless Gu Chang'e had been pretending to be a fool, and was planning to deceive everyone. However, with Gu Chang'e's strength at that time, there was no need for him to do that. If he was a reborn person and knew everything that was going to happen like the back of his hand, it would simply make people despair. Therefore, Yu Mingkong knew that she was completely overthinking. Since that incident, Yu Mingkong had been very confused. She found that Gu Chang'e was different from the Gu Chang'e she knew in the past. Although his personality did not change, he had a rare human touch. Although this human touch was very faint to Gu Chang'e, it was already a huge change. However, Yu Mingkong felt that Gu Chang'e was deliberately pretending to be like this in order to confuse her. However, a series of things that happened after that broke Yu Mingkong's understanding one by one. Until now, she did not dare to completely believe that memory of her rebirth. It was because of that memory that she had a preconceived notion and misunderstood Gu Chang'e in this life. She felt that he had other motives and did not have good intentions. It was also because of this that the relationship between the two of them, which was originally changing and could have been closer, suddenly fell to the freezing point. If there was no preconceived notion that Gu Chang'e did not have good intentions, in the Baiheng mountain range, how could she say those words to Gu Chang'e? Yu Mingkong also understood that this was not her memory. If there was no memory of her rebirth, she would still be that pure and kind fourth princess. She would not even have the qualifications to enter Gu Chang'e's eyes. Controlling the entire unparalleled immortal dynasty was even more impossible. Chang'e should be very disappointed and bitterly disappointed with me now. All along, his good intentions towards me were all suspected by me. Yu Mingkong sighed deeply. Gu Chang'e dug out the bones of his sister and made it public to the world. It could be said that this matter was a complete slap to her face. All of her previous guesses and doubts about Gu Chang'e were all overturned. Her emotions were complicated. Regret, frustration, guilt. Gu Chang'e even told her the biggest secret, that he was the inheritor of the demonic arts, and did not have any precautions against her. Wasn't this enough to explain everything? After all, Chang'e is a person who does not show his emotions. If you want to know what he is thinking, you can actually see through his actions. After thinking through all of this, Yu Mingkong's emotions were half worried and half happy, mixed with a bit of bitterness. She was happy that Gu Chang'e finally had a place for her in his heart. Otherwise, Gu Chang'e would definitely be thinking of ways to deal with her now. He would not give her a jar of immortal essence when they parted. He was just stubborn and unwilling to say his true thoughts. With his cold personality, he would not easily reveal his emotions. She was worried that this position was too small, so small that it could disappear at any time. I am too stupid. Only now do I understand that Chang'e still has me in his heart. Yu Mingkong thought of this and felt somewhat satisfied. Just like that sentence in front of Yinmei that day. It was better to let go than to block. Since she could not stop Gu Chang'e, why not follow him and help him rule the heavens as a reincarnator? Who knew that there would definitely be a tragedy in the end? Even if you become the enemy of the heavens in the end, I will still stand by your side. Who told me to be so stupid, willing to give up everything for you? Yu Mingkong muttered to herself, secretly making up her mind. Her expression was calm and deep. At this moment she had thought everything through. She actually did not care about her final ending. On the day of her rebirth, she secretly vowed to change the endings of her family and friends in her previous life. But now it seemed that this vow was already useless. In this life she did not need to do so. Gu Chang'e's actions had already shown that he would not repeat the mistakes of the previous life. He would also not repeat the tragedies that Yu Mingkong knew of. As for the hatred towards Gu Chang'e in the previous life, Yu Mingkong could only choose to silently accept it and hide it deep in her heart. She had already endured a lot, so she did not mind a little more. According to the development of the previous life, the general trend has not changed. First, the immortal spirit of the immortal ancient continent appeared. Many old antiques went there, but in the end nothing was gained. Gu Chang'e was one step ahead of them. Then the Ocean Palace sent many experts of the Sea Clan to seek justice from Xian. In the end, the ancestors of Xian Er's bloodline were angry and had bad tempers, and they were all destroyed. Then, the ancestor of the Gu family killed his way to the territory of the Ocean Palace. No one knows what happened in that battle, but in the end, the Ocean Palace was sealed for 100,000 years, and many sea clans were not allowed to leave the boundless sea. The things in the immortal ancient continent seem to have something to do with Gu Chang'e, but there is too little information that can be found. I only know that the immortal ancient dragon clan took the lead in resisting, but in the end it was suppressed by the Great Elder. Yu Mingkong organized these memories in her mind. The battle in the Ocean Palace seemed to have alarmed one of Gu Xian Er's masters. Across an endless distance, a pitch-black blade light was sent over. The terrifying aura of the two supreme existences was vast and mighty in the entire sea, and finally suppressed the Ocean Palace. Everyone also understood that even if there was no Gu Chang'e, Gu Xian Er's identity was unparalleled, and there would not be any life or death accidents. Of course, these were all trivial matters that did not affect the final direction of the matter. The Ocean Palace was ancient and had dominated the boundless sea for many years, but they did not dare to start a war with the longevity Gu family. So, Yu Mingkong had never worried about Gu Xian Er. As long as Gu Chang'e did not deal with Gu Xian Er, then Gu Xian Er would not be in danger. Gu Xian Er's most dangerous enemy would always be Gu Chang'e. After the matter at hand is settled, I have to go find that girl Xian Er. There are some things that I still have to tell her. Yu Mingkong did not intend to be like before, always worrying about Gu Chang'e. She no longer suspected that Gu Chang'e had ulterior motives. It was simply too tiring to guess Gu Chang'e's thoughts. She was carrying too much hatred and too much pressure, and now she was tired. Even if Guchanga had ulterior motives, she did not want to care about it anymore. Anyway, in the end, no matter how she prepared or planned, it was impossible to stop Guchanga. The world was moving, and the subtle changes were, but the general trajectory would not change. Even if in the end, Guchanga would kill her like in her previous life, Yu Mingkong did not care. Then let Guchanga kill her. Now she knew that she actually had a place in Guchanga's heart, and that was enough. The Yin Day will soon descend on the world again. All the orthodoxies and sects will send their strongest people to build the Immortal Academy, in order to cultivate true immortals in this era. When the time comes, many princes, ancient freaks, and even the young kings of their generation will appear. Yu Mingkong began to recall this memory. For Guchanga, it would be an excellent breeding ground. After all, the countless sources were enough for him to devour and cultivate, and to refine the great Tao treasure bottle. For the younger generation, this was a golden gathering of stars, but at the same time it was also the beginning of their nightmare. In his previous life, countless geniuses had fallen victim to Guchanga's evil schemes. So what if they were princes and ancient princes? In Guchanga's eyes, they were just nourishment. There was the Yin Day outside, and there were inheritors of demonic arts inside. This world would never be peaceful. The Yin Day, as its name suggested, was the same as the immeasurable day. It was an infinitely large area, and when it was formed, it could even be said to include many ancient universes. The terrifying thing about the Yin Day was its ability to engulf various small worlds, planes, and even heavens. It was like a world with life, with self-awareness, and could engulf other heavens to strengthen itself. In the beginning, the appearance of the Yin Day was not noticed by anyone. When it began to take shape, it already had the ability to engulf the world. For many orthodoxies and tribes, the Yin Day was the most terrifying thing. It did not belong to any race, and it had no life. It was just a world that was constantly evolving and expanding. However, it could engulf and destroy everything. The appearance of the Yin Day, the appearance of the human ancestor, Yu Mingkong recalled this matter. In her previous life, she did not seriously understand it, and only heard about it vaguely. Guchanga planned to use this matter, but she did not know whether he succeeded or not. She also did not know how Guchanga planned it. The Yin Day was a disaster that involved the entire upper realm. Every time this happened, the human ancestor would appear and save the world from danger. This was because every time the Yin Day descended, many orthodoxies would be engulfed and destroyed, disappearing forever. In this world, apart from the real immortals, who would dare to easily destroy the universe and end the Yin Day? Even orthodoxies that had given birth to immortals would find it difficult to deal with. However, the human ancestor could and had such means. The human ancestor was immortal, and he had been trekking in the cycle of reincarnation. Every time the Yin Day descended, various orthodoxies would search for the human ancestor's reincarnation. The human ancestor's identity was extraordinary, and even the most ancient existences had to treat him with respect. Chapter 189. The origin of the Yin Day had always been a mystery in the upper realm. No one knew why it was born, and no one knew where it really was. However, the living beings that walked out of the Yin Day all carried a terrifying Yin Qi. It was a strange and terrifying aura that would corrode a cultivator's primordial spirit and spirit ocean. Even powerful beings would not be willing to be tainted by it. Regardless of cultivation level or true spirit, it was difficult to get rid of. It was like a maggot in one's bones. As far as Yu Mingkong knew, when the Yin Day descended in her previous life, it had already devoured many lower realms. The scale was terrifying. As it rumbled, it caused unrest in the upper realm. It was because of this that all the orthodoxies and great sects were uneasy. They sent out their strongest beings to build a true immortal academy. They used all the resources of each race to cultivate true immortals in this life. There were no immortals in the upper realm now. If there were, they would be the ancestors of the oldest aristocratic families who had not awakened for many years. Yu Mingkong heard about the human ancestor from Guchanga in her previous life. The human ancestor had always been walking in the cycle of reincarnation. Some people said that he was one of the pioneers of the upper realm, and also one of the earliest predecessors of the human race. This group of predecessors created inheritances for the human race, and made immortal contributions. The human ancestor was the most reputable one among them. Every time the Ein Day appeared, the human ancestor's reincarnation would awaken from the cycle of reincarnation. He would turn the tide and stop this chaos. Even in the past, an inheritor of the demonic technique who caused chaos and almost overturned half of the upper realm was killed by the human ancestor in the end. The disasters he had prevented were too many to count. Such a great achievement was worthy of praise from future generations for hundreds of millions of years. For countless years, the human ancestor had become in existence like a religion in the upper realm. Even the old antiques of the imperishable sects and supreme orthodoxies would definitely be in awe when they mentioned the human ancestor. The younger generation knew little about this, so they might not think much of it. However, once the human ancestor's reincarnation awakened, his terrifying cultivation speed would make all of his peers despair. It was an unimaginable speed. In the shortest amount of time, he would reach the peak of the strongest. To the prodigies of various orthodoxies, no matter how dazzling they were, as long as they were in front of the human ancestor's reincarnation, they would be overshadowed and lose all their brilliance. The strength of the human ancestor's reincarnation was definitely not something that the geniuses of the same era could compare to. This was something that was unquestionable in every era. Many people guessed that the human ancestor was cultivating a Tao technique. He was comprehending the cycle of reincarnation, walking in the world, experiencing the rolling of the mortal world, and the various states of the heavens. In the end, the human ancestor would transcend and become an unspeakable existence. As for the orthodoxy left behind by the human ancestor hall, it had become one of the most transcendent forces in the upper realm. There were very few cultivators in the human ancestor's hall, but every single one of them could cause a great commotion in the outside world. They were treated as esteemed guests, and no one dared to disrespect them. Of course, the human ancestor palace's transcendent status did not necessarily mean that its backing was more abundant than those everlasting families and imperishable great sections. However, the position of the human ancestor's hall in the hearts of the cultivators of the upper realm was no different from that of a shrine. They had to worship it at all times. According to the memories of my previous life, the reincarnation of the human ancestor should have come from that lower realm. Yu Mingkong's gaze became very deep. This was because once the human ancestor's reincarnation awakened, he would definitely have the means of the human ancestor's previous reincarnations. When that time came, Guchanga's identity as the inheritor of the demonic arts would most likely be exposed. The things that had happened in this life had exceeded her expectations in many aspects, and many things had even happened earlier. She did not know when the human ancestor's reincarnation would appear. However, the only thing she was certain of was that the human ancestor had the means to find out the identity of the inheritor of the demonic arts. This had happened in her previous life. However, at that time, Guchanga's power was overwhelming, and even with the human ancestor's backing, he had to be wary. According to this development, the human ancestor was likely to appear earlier this time, and Guchanga was only at the beginning stage now. He was still far from the terrifying power he had in his previous life. Facing the human ancestor, Guchanga would be at a great disadvantage, and he might even face a situation where the entire world was his enemy. For Guchanga, this was a huge hidden danger. Human ancestor, Yu Mingkong whispered, and the cold and murderous intent in her eyes was shocking. All kinds of thoughts flashed through his mind at lightning speed. She was recalling the various characteristics of the human ancestor in her previous life, and using this she could determine where the human ancestor was. Even if it was the human ancestor who was worshipped by countless cultivators in the upper realm and had an unimaginable backing, as long as they were against Guchanga, they would be her enemy. Whether it was in the past or now, she would not let anyone hurt Guchanga. Even if she wanted revenge before this, she could only do it herself. After some time, the human ancestor hall's successor will definitely travel the world and find the human ancestor's reincarnation at the same time. Yu Mingkong had already made a decision in her heart. The human ancestor hall's successor was extremely mysterious. Even in her previous life, no one had seen their true appearance, and no one knew whether they were male or female. Furthermore, the human ancestor hall's legacy was famous for being mysterious and powerful, and could borrow the Tao fruit. In other words, the human ancestor hall's previous successors could lend the Tao fruit to the human ancestor hall's successor in this life. The human ancestor hall's successor would shoulder the mission of assisting the human ancestor's reincarnation. Before the human ancestor grew up, he would definitely be Guchanga's hidden enemy. It's said that the human ancestor has the green lotus nirvana cleansing body, and it seems to have been transformed from a green lotus of purification. The first step of this human ancestor should be to go against the heavens and rebuild his foundation, so this green lotus of purification is very important to him. As long as I snatch this green lotus of purification, the human ancestor's return should be greatly delayed. Many thoughts flashed through Yu Mingkong's mind as she carefully planned. Compared to the time when she suffered a great loss at Yiling's hands and allowed him to escape, she was much more cautious. Although her identity as a reincarnator meant that she had foresight, it did not necessarily mean that she could devise strategies and control everything. In the end, she was not as shrewd as Guchanga. Before Guchanga comes into contact with the human ancestor, it's an opportunity for him to grow stronger. I can only help him to this point. Yu Mingkong's eyes were very calm. At that moment, many scenes flashed through her mind. Although she was confident, she was not blind to the point where she felt that she could get rid of the human ancestor with her ability. If not for the fact that the human ancestor was destined to stand against Guchanga, she definitely would not have provoked the human ancestor. That old monster who had reincarnated countless times had more tricks up his sleeve than Guchanga. Just thinking about it made her heart palpitate. At most, she could only scheme and snatch the human ancestor before he regained his memories of reincarnation. Killing the human ancestor's reincarnation? In her opinion, that was simply unrealistic. In addition, Yu Mingkong did not intend to reveal this matter to Guchanga. This was to prevent Guchanga from coming into contact with the human ancestor. This could be considered as another form of protection for Guchanga. Men passed down this palace's decree. From today onwards, the unparalleled immortal dynasty will establish the unparalleled guard. All the powerful talents from all over the world can come here. After that, Yu Mingkong instructed. Her jade hand held a brush and began to write down the decree. With her current status and the power of the unparalleled immortal dynasty, once this news spread out, it would definitely attract countless living beings and cultivators. The unparalleled guard. This was the peerless killing weapon that Guchanga asked her to establish in her previous life. Furthermore, it was said that this was the #1 killing weapon of the unparalleled immortal dynasty. Wherever it went, it would conquer everything. Yu Mingkong still remembered the secret techniques that Guchanga taught her in her previous life. How to train and control this unparalleled guard. The effects of these secret techniques were very terrifying. In this kind of killing army, it was even more obvious. It could even share the damage suffered, and at the critical moment, share the vitality at that time. Yu Mingkong felt that it was inconceivable. Guchanga was truly omnipotent. But now that she thought about it, this secret technique was clearly a terrifying evil technique. The great art of living creation. With soldiers as the source of creation, it could indeed form an incomparably tyrannical divine might that swept through everything before it. However, if this secret technique was used too much, it would obviously cause irreversible damage to the body and primordial spirit. In the end, it would form a machine puppet that only knew how to kill. And this was also what Guchanga wanted. He planned to establish the #1 immortal dynasty in the world. In his previous life, the unparalleled immortal dynasty seemed to be controlled by Yu Mingkong on the surface. But in fact, Guchanga was the one behind all the decisions, and even the one who won the throne. She was the one who planned and controlled everything. In this life, I will first establish the unparalleled guard. At that time, the unparalleled immortal dynasty should also be renamed as the #1 immortal dynasty. In heaven and earth, I will reign supreme. At this moment, a divine light flickered in Yu Mingkong's eyes. Her beautiful face revealed a frightening majesty. Just as Yu Mingkong was plotting the matter of the human ancestor, in the Tao Heaven Immortal Palace's supreme peak, divine light surged and runes surged like the sea. Guchanga was sitting cross-legged in a sealed jade jar. Drops of immortal essence were like multicolored light, extremely magnificent. He was exhaling strands of divine chains of order from his mouth and nose, like a small vast galaxy. Guchanga was devouring and refining these things to increase his strength. During this period, His cultivation of the Tao Heaven Immortal Canon had already reached late-stage Void God. His demonic cultivation had also increased to late-stage Quasi-Sage, and was approaching the peak. In these few days, he occasionally felt like hunting, and went out to hunt as the inheritor of demonic arts. He found many prodigies with special constitutions. However, on the other hand, with Yimei providing him with many cultivation resources, his progress was slow. Guchanga was not in a hurry. In the later realms, his progress was not slow. Those of the older generation had to cultivate in seclusion for decades or centuries before they had a slight chance of enlightenment and progress. Buzz! Above his head, a bottle of the great Tao floated up and down. 5-colored immortal light and chaotic qi gushed out from it and fell into his body. He was as immovable as a mountain, like an ancient god, majestic and difficult to topple. Guchanga quickly cultivated a secret spell of the immortal devouring demonic art. Gu Nanshan really went to the Ocean Palace to settle the score. After so many times, he should find a chance to vent his anger. The Ocean Palace incident can be considered as a warning to the other races. Soon Guchanga opened his eyes. There was a strange look in them. Everything was going the way he wanted it to go. Whether it was Gu Xian'er or Gu Nanshan, they did not let him down. Gu Nanshan's temperament was like that. In the face of the Ocean Palace's provocation, there was no way he could hold back. Gu Xian'er's ancestor cultivation time is one of the best in the entire Gu clan. Even if Gu Nanshan is not at the forefront, he can't be weak. These days, Guchanga had sent his confidants to the Gu clan to inquire about Gu Nanshan, and learned a lot about his past. After knowing this, he would be able to make better use of this supreme expert to do things for him. And he only needed to wait behind and reap the benefits. The Longevity Gu clan had many ancestors, but it did not mean that they would wake up often. It was not common to see ancestors like Gu Nanshan, who had been in seclusion for a long time, come out to relax. Gu Nanshan's current strength in Guchanga's view was still very strong. At least in the current Longevity Gu clan, he was at the peak. Against the Ocean Palace, he would not be at a disadvantage. Guchanga felt that even his father, who stood at the peak of the upper realm, would find it difficult to defeat Gu Nanshan, the ancestor. The difference in cultivation time was too big. Guchanga announced to the world and revealed the secret of the past. The attitude of many clan members, including Gu Nanshan, toward him was bound to change. Gu Nanshan stood up for Gu Xian'er. This was also a sign of the Longevity Gu clan's attitude. The Longevity Gu clan stood tall and looked down on the life and death of the upper realm. Many orthodoxies who had offended the Longevity Gu clan were turned into ashes and disappeared, their inheritance cut off. The tyrannical terror of the Longevity Gu clan was evident. Therefore, in Guchanga's view, the Ocean Palace was a bag of experience points for Gu Xian'er, not to mention that the girl had several terrifying masters behind her. Therefore, even if Guchanga did not stand up to do all this, Gu Xian'er would not be in any danger. He was just taking advantage of it. Man. Of course, Guchanga could not really let Gu Xian'er suffer any grievances. That girl was a little naive, but she was still his sister. It was enough for him to bully her. If others dared to bully her, then Guchanga would destroy their entire clan. After all, bullying Gu Xian'er was one of his few pleasures now. If a sister was not to be bullied, then what was the point? On the other hand, Gu Xian'er could bring him a lot of luck points and fate points. The power behind her was even more difficult to estimate. After the matter of the Heavenly Palace of Immortals was settled, Guchanga was thinking about whether he should bring Gu Xia back to the clan and use this to draw out the big bosses behind her. If used properly, this would be another terrifying help for him. The mysterious master in the Peach Village and the Peach Tree. Guchanga was looking forward to meeting them. Chapter 190. Despicable Guchanga. One day, I will put you in the latrine pit and make sure you can't get out for the rest of your life. Whoosh! A ray of light flashed past the foot of Wushang Peak. It was Gu Xian'er who was passing by. She snorted coldly at the palace on the peak. Then she turned around and went back to her usual place of cultivation. This scene made some of the followers behind Gu Xian'er feel helpless and smile bitterly. Every time she came back from outside, Gu Xian'er Didn't forget to go to the foot of Wushang Peak and scold Guchanga. At first, Guchanga would frown and appear. He would slap Gu Xian to the ground and make her understand the consequences of asking for a beating. Later on, Gu Xian seemed to have gotten used to the feeling of being beaten by Guchanga every once in a while. After being beaten up, she felt that her cultivation was faintly showing signs of a breakthrough. Guchanga's current strength was still as unfathomable as before. He could easily suppress her. When Gu Xian fought with Guchanga, she found that this kind of fight was more effective than her own cultivation. This discovery made Gu Xian pleasantly surprised. So she used Guchanga as a punching bag. Although she was the one who was beaten until her butt hurt every time, Guchanga was vicious and merciless. He didn't show any mercy. Every slap was very painful. However, Guchanga seemed to be tired of Gu Xian. Soon he didn't take her provocations to heart. No matter how Gu Xian provoked him, he was indifferent and didn't show up at all. Gu Xian was not used to this and was very angry. Guchanga's attitude towards her was getting colder and colder. The more he was like this, the more Gu Xian wanted to provoke him. However, these days her identity and status were going through a heaven-defying change. As a result, many young experts came to find her, intending to follow her. Gu Xian, who was used to cultivating alone, suddenly had a follower. This was something that she didn't dare to imagine, and it was difficult for her to adapt. Some of these followers were here for Guchanga. They wanted to use her identity to visit Guchanga. There were also some proud daughters of heaven who were thinking of striking a good opportunity to get close to her. However, from time to time they would inquire about Guchanga. These deceptions made Gu Xian extremely angry and annoyed. These proud daughters of heaven should take a piss and look at themselves in the mirror. With their looks, how dare they ask about Guchanga? She didn't say it out loud, but her disdain was obvious. Gu Xian also knew that all these changes were caused by Guchanga, admitting her identity as a disciple of the Gu family in front of everyone in the world, in front of the palace of heavenly immortals that day. Otherwise, before this, she was still an unknown young girl. When many people mentioned her, they would instantly think of the dazzling Guchanga. But now many people had forgotten that Gu Xian's distance on the path of heavenly immortals was actually not much lower than Guchanga's. Her talent was not inferior to Guchanga's, especially when all this was done after she had lost her bone of Tao, and then cultivated bitterly through nirvana. This kind of courage and perseverance was worthy of the admiration of all cultivators. But under Guchanga's halo, people still couldn't help but overlook Gu Xian. On the contrary, Guchanga, who calmly admitted that he was wrong 630 years ago, became even more dazzling and his reputation reached a new height again. If Gu Xian knew the word hype, she would definitely scold Guchanga. In the blink of an eye, time passed. Half a month passed. Ocean Palace, the matter of immortal ancient continent, it's time to end it. The timing is really coincidental. Sensing something, Guchanga, who was writing a letter in the palace, couldn't help but reveal a strange smile. Silver light flashed in his eyes, and many scenes of immortal ancient continent appeared in his eyes. In the vast land of the Black Sky Eagle clan, there was a thriving atmosphere. It was as if Guchanga's arrival that day was just a dream, and it didn't affect them at all. At first, the Black Sky Eagle clan thought that Guchanga would send them to fight with the other tribes of immortal ancient continent, to fight for resources and territory, and to further expand their strength. However, Guchanga didn't do that. He didn't even reveal anything about him, hiding behind the scenes. This puzzled the entire Black Sky Eagle clan, but at the same time they were relieved. There was a slave seal in their bodies, and it wasn't unacceptable for them to submit to another person. Moreover, this person was a hands-off manager, and didn't care about them at all. This kind of good thing naturally surprised them. Gradually, they didn't care about Guchanga controlling them. You have a good idea. If I don't use you, what are you waiting for? Guchanga saw through their thoughts and couldn't help but sneer. It was just not the time to use it yet. As his servant clan, the Black Sky Eagle clan was still lying in ambush in immortal ancient continent, and no one had discovered anything unusual. After all, as a very famous and powerful tribe in immortal ancient continent, the Black Sky Eagle clan's foundation was still very terrifying. The Featherman clan, which had been destroyed, was far from comparable. Without the wedding dress fairy spell, It would be very difficult for Guchanga to control this clan. During this time, the terrifying giant net that he had set up was spreading rapidly. In just half a month, it had already covered all kinds of living beings, and the area it covered was extremely terrifying. The main reason was that the wedding dress fairy spell hadn't been exposed. The Black Sky Eagle clan's strength was increasing at a speed visible to the naked eye, and it surpassed the other clans. This was seen by the ancient Snake clan, the Alligator clan, and the other clans. Naturally, they were envious. From their point of view, the Black Sky Eagle clan had definitely obtained many good things. However, the Black Sky Eagle clan didn't know that Guchanga's method of controlling them was the wedding dress fairy spell, which they had always regarded as an immortal scripture. They had always thought that it was the effect of the slave seal. The ancient Snake clan and the Alligator clan were also under the reincarnation ancient Holy Venerable's slave seal. How could they escape from Guchanga's control? Therefore, from the Black Sky Eagle clan's point of view, these two clans were like fish on the chopping board. Naturally, they didn't guard against these two clans. During this process, He Ming, the chess piece, was very kind and secretly passed on the cultivation technique to his group of bad friends, intending to promote it. He also used this opportunity to spread the news of the wedding dress that Guchanga had left for him. Guchanga himself didn't expect that this chess piece that he had casually set up would bring him such terrifying benefits in the end. After that, Guchanga moved and stepped into the void, intending to head to the immortal ancient continent to wrap up the final matters. Since the ancient Snake clan and the Alligator clan were drooling over the wedding dress fairy spell of the Black Sky Eagle clan, Guchanga would naturally help them and fulfill their wishes. This process and plan was actually very simple for Guchanga. He only needed some coincidental timing and arrangements. After that, he just had to wait quietly for a while. Now, he had already waited for half a month in the Palace of Heavenly Immortals, and the timing was perfect. As for how to do it, it was actually very simple. For example, a member of the Black Sky Eagle clan was unfortunately drunk while drinking and chatting with his friends. After that, he revealed the most recent secret of his clan, the mysterious cultivation technique that was suspected to be the Immortal Sutra. Coincidentally, the elites of the ancient Snake clan and the Alligator clan happened to pass by, and they happened to hear these secret words. When all these coincidences came together, it became a matter of course. The secret of the Black Sky Eagle clan was finally discovered by the ancient Snake clan and the Alligator clan. The Immortal Sutra that they coveted so much could be obtained from the mouth of that Black Sky Eagle clan member. Therefore, the two clans took the risk and captured the Black Sky Eagle clan member, and secretly used all kinds of methods to interrogate and search. At this time, by chance, this Black Sky Eagle clan member couldn't bear the torture and finally revealed the Immortal Sutra. The Immortal Sutra was so precious that the Black Sky Eagle clan would definitely set up a restriction in the mind of the Black Sky Eagle clan member. At this time, a coincidence was needed to make these restrictions difficult to be triggered. Although this method was far-fetched, it was enough to dispel the worries of the ancient Snake clan and the Alligator clan. This luck could only mean that they were fated with this Immortal Sutra. An Immortal Sutra was right in front of them. How could they choose to give it up? With Guchanga's series of calculations, the wedding gown could be passed to these two clans, and effortlessly control their life and death. Under the influence of the wedding gown, he didn't even take half a step out of the Heavenly Tao Palace during this time, and he controlled the situation a million miles away. And his method was just to control a Black Sky Eagle clan member. The wedding gown Immortal Sutra was a poison. Once a cultivator or living creature came into contact with it, they would be infected and enjoy the state where their cultivation speed would increase by many times, and even epiphanies would not be rare. Naturally, they would not give it up. And it was time for Guchanga to use these chess pieces. The Grand Elder went to the Immortal Ancient Dragon clan, and I don't think the Immortal Ancient Dragon clan will give up so easily, and they will not submit easily. Besides, they may join forces with the other clans to kill the orthodoxies that have come to the Immortal Ancient Continent. The counterattack this time has a hint of desperation to it. Guchanga's figure quickly disappeared into the void. He had always been scheming against the various clans of the Immortal Ancient Continent. The appearance of the Grand Elder was only the first step of his plan, and also a catalyst. Recently, the Immortal Ancient Continent was not peaceful at all. Many old antiques rushed to the Immortal Path in search of immortal opportunities, and a shocking war broke out that affected all directions. They would not give up so easily. During this time, the various clans of the immortal ancient continent were oppressed. Without the leadership of the Dragon Clan, they did not dare to resist at all. This was the best time for Wuxia to take advantage of the situation. In the Black Sky Eagle clan's territory, He Ming was cultivating inside a magnificent palace. His black wings were incomparably huge, as if they could cover the sky. From this pair of wings one could see his current strength and status. It was not an exaggeration to say that he was flushed with success, but now his heart suddenly throbbed as he felt the aura of a supreme existence that he had not felt in a long time. This made him ecstatic. Could it be that the supreme existence was about to descend again? He Ming became extremely excited. It is indeed a supreme immortal sutra. The bottleneck that I have not broken through for a long time is actually loosening. In the ancestral land of the ancient serpent clan, a very old man could not help but laugh loudly. He was filled with excitement and excitement. Such a scene was happening in the divine crocodile clan. By chance, they had forced this immortal sutra from a member of the Black Sky Eagle clan. After they let their clansmen try it, they immediately discovered its benefits. No wonder the Black Sky Eagle clan's strength had been advancing by leaps and bounds recently, leaving them behind by a large margin. Now that this immortal sutra was in their hands, were they afraid that they could not catch up? In the depths of the immortal ancient continent, divine light surged, and immortal auspiciousness soared into the sky. On the various dragon islands, many members of the Dragon Clan knelt on the ground, extremely fanatical. They shouted madly, prostrating themselves in worship towards the terrifying illusory figure in the sky. A grand and ancient statue was emitting a dazzling brilliance as they prayed. Numerous runes of the great Tao were resplendent and dazzling, floating in the void, about to be reflected. An extremely blurry and majestic figure appeared. Just by standing there, it affected the rules of heaven and earth, causing time to be reversed and space to collapse. This was an indescribable peerless figure. Just by standing there, he had a domineering and invincible aura that could dominate the world. He had dragon horns on his head, and his arms were densely covered with dragon scales. As if he had just awakened, his golden eyes were shining brightly. "Old friend, are you breaking the promise that we made back then?" This peerless figure was shrouded in thick gray fog, but his aura was shockingly strong. Near the Dragon Island, many powerhouses from various clans and orthodoxies had gathered here. They had different expressions. Some of them had sparkling eyes, thinking of ideas, while others looked around, planning to fish in troubled waters. "It seems that today's matter is unavoidable," the Grand Elder said with a calm face. The aura on his body was not terrifying, but it was as if he alone could suppress the entire world. "Back then, you promised to protect my clan. Now that so many years have passed, it seems like this promise is already completely useless." This blurry existence was incomparably furious, his eyes extremely cold. He wasn't the true dragon from back then, but rather one of the true dragon's few descendants. Moreover, he was only a true spirit void image of the true dragon's descendant, not a real body. That was why he felt restraining fear, feeling like he couldn't win against the Grand Elder. "Is there no room for negotiation?" this blurry existence asked with a shout. Even now, he still didn't plan on fighting against the Grand Elder, knowing how terrifying he was. "No. This old one has already promised a younger generation. Now, Immortal Ancient's Dragon Clan will definitely submit to him and serve him," the Grand Elder said indifferently. He already knew what Wuxia did back then, so he would definitely abide by the agreement. The Grand Elder's words shocked many of the surrounding creatures and cultivators, finding this hard to believe. In the beginning, they were all puzzled by the Grand Elder's appearance, especially when he was planning on forcing Immortal Ancient's clans. Many of Immortal Ancient's experts were confused, shocked, and unable to accept this. Now, when they heard these words, they all understood. It was clear that the younger generation the Grand Elder spoke of was Wuxia. Wuxia actually forced the Grand Elder, who had always protected Immortal Ancient Continent's clans, into such a state. This left them shocked and horrified. The ancient Immortal Ancient Dragon Clan was actually forced into such a state. If it wasn't for the Grand Elder personally saying this, who would dare believe it? How exactly did Wuxia do this? This was simply too terrifying, not like a young person at all. Many people couldn't help but shiver inwardly. That youngster who killed my clan's heavenly pride? The blurry existence said with a cold snort, clearly knowing about this matter as well. That's not important. The Grand Elder said indifferently. He took action, sending out a palm murderously. At first, this palm was only the size of a millstone, but it quickly expanded. Endless divine multicolored light erupted, as if a stellar stream was descending, as if heaven and earth were smashing down, crushing forward. Hong! Come and fight. Even though I achieved Tao later than you, I am undefeatable in the same realm. As he spoke, the blurry existence's aura was terrifying. He shot up into the sky, turning into 1,000 rays of red light that pierced through the universe. He stepped forward, carrying with him thousands of das, as if he was the ruler of heaven and earth. Without hesitation, he used his most powerful technique. All the living beings and cultivators were terrified. They all retreated. However, many people were crushed by this palm, turning into dust. Their bodies and souls were destroyed. A shocking battle took place once again. Regardless of the outcome, the heaven-immortal ancient continent was going to be in chaos. Oh, on his way to the immortal ancient continent, Guchanga was seriously thinking about his next plan. Yi Ling, the child of fate, had been dealt with. Based on what happened before, a new child of fate was bound to appear for him to harvest. As the saying goes, the child of fate is like the flowing water, and Guchanga is made of iron. Isn't that the same logic? However, the system hadn't notified him yet, which meant he hadn't met the child of fate yet. Therefore, Guchanga had to take the initiative to find one. However, how many people with great fate were there in the vast upper realm? How many children of fate were there among these people with great fate? There were too many of them. In Guchanga's eyes, they were all leeks waiting to be harvested. If he were to count the billions of lower realms, there would be countless people with great fate. How many could he meet? Maybe I can use the omnipotent fate value to build a mysterious country, just like the main temple that I knew in my previous life. Otherwise, if I rely on myself to harvest these leeks, I don't know how long I'll have to wait. Guchanga was seriously thinking about it again. After all, his power was limited. However, the leeks waiting for him to harvest were unlimited. He didn't want to rely on himself to cultivate the so-called doppelganger, and go to the lower realm to look for those with great fate. It was too troublesome. He didn't know how long it would take. Hei Ming of the Black Sky Eagle clan gave Guchanga a good idea. Since he could pretend to be a supreme being, why couldn't he expand the range and pretend to be an omnipotent Lord God? The supreme being and the Lord God didn't seem to interfere. Reincarnator sounds too cliché. In the future, my leeks should be called the Destined One. That's more lofty. The Destined One, work for me and plunder the fate of the various lower realms. Guchanga nodded. After all, he had a supreme world seed. Now, under his evolution, it had gradually formed a vast scale. The residence of the Celestial Emperor in ancient times was just like this. The 4 divine gates stood tall in the north, south, east, and west. They were magnificent and tall. Each divine gate was magnificent and boundless, able to hold up the 4 corners of the world. After all, he needed to be full of pretentiousness. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to scare the leeks to come. Guchanga's plan was very simple. It was to attract a group of leeks to come to work for him. As for this group of leeks, they would find a way to harvest the fate of another group of leeks. Through this fate, they would exchange it for things with Guchanga. He would collect a price difference. For example, if the system sold a cultivation method with 5,000 fate points, he could price it at 50,000 or even 500,000 fate points, and so on. However, with Guchanga's current fate points, it was still difficult to achieve this. These were just his future plans. Whether or not he could reach that step was still unknown. After all, his goal was not only the immeasurable heaven, not only the upper realm, but the entire myriad realms. He urgently needed a large amount of fate points to enter. Maybe I should pay attention to Yu Mingkong's movements. I spent so much effort on her and did so many things, it's impossible that she didn't notice. Guchanga saw the matter clearly. If Yu Mingkong still had killing intent towards him, it would be too abnormal. Therefore, Yu Mingkong was very likely to feel guilty towards him. In Guchanga's view, Yu Mingkong's movements might lead to the next child of destiny. He hoped that this child of destiny could provide him with a terrifying amount of fate points and fate points. Otherwise, it would be difficult for him to arrange many of his current plans. Chapter 191. At the same time, in the Divine Crocodile Clan's territory on the immortal ancient continent, dark clouds rolled in the sky above the hills and valleys. At first glance, this place looked like a swamp with black miasma rolling in the air. Following that, gray bubbles appeared one after another, bursting open in the void, filling the air with a terrifying aura, like a swamp of death. In the forest outside the swamp, several Divine Crocodile Clan members with strong auras were patrolling the area and whispering to each other. The Divine Crocodile Clan members in golden armor had dark golden vertical pupils as they scanned the nearby mountains and forests. They were vigilant of all living things that came close. Not only the Divine Crocodile Clan, but also the Ancient Snake Clan. They were on high alert. Especially the Black Sky Eagle Clan's movements. After the Black Sky Eagle Clan obtained the Immortal Sutra, the Divine Crocodile Clan and the Ancient Snake Clan all began to cultivate. This Immortal Sutra was very mysterious and powerful. Even the clan members with average talents could improve. This discovery excited the Divine Crocodile Clan and the Ancient Snake Clan. They felt that their hope of rising up had come. These days they had been suppressed by the Black Sky Eagle Clan. This made them think that it was because the Black Sky Eagle Clan had obtained the mysterious Immortal Sutra. All of a sudden, the quasi-supreme realm ancestors of the two clans showed up and woke up from their seclusion to study this Immortal Sutra. Then they discovered the mysteries of this Immortal Sutra. They could not help but be surprised. The mysteries of this Immortal Sutra made them intoxicated. Their Taoist hearts trembled, and they could not explain it. The two Divine Crocodile Clan and the Ancient Snake Clan members who had seen the Black Sky Eagle Clan reveal the Immortal Sutra after drinking were highly valued by their ancestors. Their status in the clan rose rapidly, making many envious. They had accidentally discovered the powerful secret of the Black Sky Eagle Clan. This merit was enough to make anyone envious. Even the clan leaders of the two clans were immersed in cultivation at this time. They were intoxicated and could not extricate themselves. At this moment, near the mountain range, an extremely burly Divine Crocodile Clan member in silver armor finished patrolling the area and could not help but sigh. The immortal scripture that I obtained from the Black Sky Eagle Clan is truly wondrous. I broke through to middle stage Heavenly God realm last night. This bottleneck has been stuck for me for hundreds of years. Hearing this, the other clansmen beside him also nodded in agreement, and also felt incomparably emotional. I feel like I'm almost there as well. I've already faintly touched upon a bottleneck. At most I'll be able to break through in a few days. No one would have thought that our tribe would obtain such an immortal scripture. When the time comes, it will not be impossible for us to rule the entire immortal ancient continent, he said with a smile, and there was a faint excitement in his eyes. Now that he had the motivation to cultivate, he was no longer limited by his aptitude like before, making it difficult to break through to a higher realm. To them, this immortal scripture was absolutely a divine item that could defy the heavens and change their fates. The effect of rebirth was not just for show. It could even strengthen their tribe once again and usher in a new era of glory. If we weren't lucky enough to bump into that idiot He Tianying, we would probably still be kept in the dark. The Black Sky Eagle Clan has unfathomable motives. They are growing stronger in the dark. I'm afraid that it won't be long before our clans suffer from their vicious attacks. The appetite of the Black Sky Eagle Clan has always been very big. Fortunately, we discovered their scheme in advance. As the two spoke, they could not help but feel that their luck was really good. This immortal scripture could only be cultivated by those who had broken through to the true God realm, and some talented juniors in the clan. The rest of the people did not even have the right to know about this immortal scripture. It could be seen how important it was to them. They did not believe that the Black Sky Eagle Clan would deliberately leak it. Who would not hide such a good thing and reveal it when they had it? In the end, it was because they were greedy for wine. This level of immortal scripture would not appear in the Black Sky Eagle Clan at all. However, they did not know when the Black Sky Eagle Clan had obtained this immortal scripture. Moreover, the Black Sky Eagle Clan was growing stronger, and they had seen it with their own eyes. Although they did not say anything, They were actually very envious in their hearts. "Who are you? Why are you trespassing in our territory?" At this time, the two of them suddenly cried out in shock. Shock and disbelief appeared in their dark golden vertical pupils. Outside the mountain range, a young man who seemed to cross 1,000 miles in one step was walking toward them unhurriedly. The young man was tall and slender. He walked with his hands behind his back. Wisps of divine light lingered around his body, as if he was wearing a 5-colored immortal robe. Ripples seemed to appear in the space under his feet. He crossed thousands of mountains and rivers in one step. He was strolling leisurely, natural and calm. It's him. Guchanga. Why is he here? When they saw the appearance of the person who had come, the two divine crocodile clan members immediately became incomparably shocked, and their voices were trembling. During this period of time, this young man had caused a commotion among the major immortal ancient clans and caused unrest. How could they not recognize him? To put it bluntly, if the major immortal ancient clans were to ask who they hated the most, it was definitely Guchanga. With his own strength, he had schemed against the entire immortal ancient clans and even single-handedly caused the destruction of the Featherman clan. The younger generation of the divine crocodile clan was incomparably fearful of this young man, and did not dare to provoke him at all. They were naturally no exception. At this moment, when they saw Guchanga coming to their clan's territory, they felt a chill down their backs. Even their legs were trembling. This young man with a calm expression could no longer be regarded as a member of the younger generation. Although there was no one following behind him, he gave them an incomparably terrifying deterrent force. The two of them felt cold all over and froze in place. The smile on their faces disappeared. So much so that they forgot to send a message to the clan to inform all of this. "Why do you look like you don't welcome me?" Hearing this, Guchanga said with a faint smile on his face. The space became blurry as he shrank to an inch. With one step, he appeared in front of them in an instant. After setting up in the dark for more than half a month, it was time for him to reel in the net. The first place he came to was naturally the Divine Crocodile clan. With the experience of subduing the Black Sky Eagle clan, Guchanga was naturally not worried about any accidents. To him, this process was like planting a seed. Then the seed would break through the soil, sprout, grow, bear fruit and mature. And he only needed to pick the last fruit. However, to ensure that his true identity behind the scenes would not be exposed, Guchanga thought that he should have an identity, such as the successor of the reincarnation Heavenly Sovereign or something. Yiling was dead, and most of his trump cards had fallen into Guchanga's hands. This included the personal residence that the ancient Heavenly Sovereign had painstakingly left behind, the reincarnation sea, the reincarnation route, and a few supreme saint puppets. Therefore, it was not a problem for Guchanga to call himself the successor of the ancient Heavenly Sovereign of Reincarnation. Of course, the ancient Heavenly Sovereign of Reincarnation would most likely not recognize this identity. On the contrary, it was very likely that he would fly into a rage and want to kill Guchanga with his own hands. He had killed the successor that he had painstakingly chosen, and then snatched his opportunity. Now, he was calling himself his successor? The ancient Heavenly Sovereign of Reincarnation had probably never met such a shameless person. If he knew all this, he would definitely be furious. "Ganga, what are you doing in our clan?" After realizing that Guchanga was talking to them, the two members of the Divine Crocodile clan immediately quivered and asked in a trembling voice. At this time, their bodies were covered in cold sweat, and their backs were already wet. They resisted the urge to collapse to the ground. As a heavenly god, they could look down on a city and control the life and death of millions of cultivators. However, they were so afraid of a junior. If this matter were to spread, it would definitely cause a huge sensation. However, this was the truth. Even the resurrection of the sacred weapon could not do anything to Guchanga. He definitely had the means to kill the two of them. "Oh, you actually recognize me? Then this matter is simple. However, this question is really too naive. Let's change it. Of course, I advise you to keep your mouth shut and be quiet." Guchanga's expression was calm as he said casually. Then he walked forward by himself. "By the way, lead the way for me. Otherwise, the two of you will die." He said it casually, but the two of them felt a chill all over their bodies and did not dare to speak. Even their divine souls were trembling and about to shatter. It was too terrifying. This young man was indeed far more than what the rumors said. Only when they faced him in person could they feel the palpitating and suffocating fear. They did not dare to say a word. Their faces were pale as they trembled and led the way in front. Walking beside Guchanga, even their scalps were about to explode. Take me to see your clan leader. Of course, you can also tell your people that your current master is here. If you don't want to die, come and see me in 15 minutes. If you don't come in 15 minutes, you don't need to live anymore. On the way to the depths of the Divine Crocodile clan, Guchanga suddenly spoke casually with a faint smile on his face. It was as if he was talking about something insignificant. What? Those words stunned the two of them. Their eyes widened as a chill ran up their spines. What kind of confidence did Guchanga have that he dared to say such words? Was he stupid? Or did he really have such means? Master? What did that mean? However, their lives were in Guchanga's hands, so they did not dare to say anything. They felt their heads buzzing. A person as vicious and merciless as Guchanga was extremely daring and meticulous in her actions. If he did not have absolute confidence, would he barge into the Divine Crocodile clan alone? Did Guchanga look like a fool? Since he dared to come, he must have a foolproof plan. Thinking of this, the two of them could not help but turn pale. During this period of time, because of the cultivation of the immortal scripture, their mood was suddenly clouded by a layer of haze. Soon, in the Divine Crocodile clan's territory, they saw two clansmen leading a young man into the clan's territory. Many of the clansmen were stunned. The entire Divine Crocodile clan was startled like a meteorite crashing into the deep sea. Especially the two clansmen. With trembling voices, they repeated the message Guchanga wanted to pass on. Boom! The entire Divine Crocodile clan's territory was in an uproar like a frying pan. Even the protective array of the clan was activated. In an instant, the sky was covered with dazzling brilliance and runes. What? Someone dares to barge into our clan? Who is so bold? Not only is he bold, he is simply courting death. How dare he call himself the leader of our clan? Where did this bold person come from? Many clansmen of the Divine Crocodile clan, who had been cultivating, appeared immediately. They were furious. They did not know the identity of the person who had barged in. The moment they heard the news, they rushed over. It had to be said that Guchanga's method of attracting hatred had reached the peak. His skill of attracting hatred had always been maximized. In just a few words, he had ignited the anger of the Divine Crocodile clan. All the clansmen's faces turned red. Their eyes were full of anger and murderous intent. It was difficult to describe Guchanga's attitude. In the entire immortal ancient continent, the Divine Crocodile clan was one of the top clans. They were powerful and had a deep foundation. Even the emissary of the immortal ancient dragon clan had to report in advance if he wanted to visit their clan. What was the meaning of barging in like this? It was no different from a provocation. No, it was not a provocation. He was directly stepping on their faces. At this time they did not care who had barged in. Buzz! Between heaven and earth, a divine light soared into the sky, bringing with it a majestic and terrifying Saint Realm aura. Divine consciousness surged like a vast galaxy descending. A Divine Crocodile clan Saint Realm elder suddenly appeared. A golden path appeared under his feet. It was incomparably brilliant, interweaving in the sky. Who is so arrogant? How dare you barge into our clan's territory? The elder's face was livid with anger. He stared at Guchanga, but soon his pupils shrank. He was a little shocked. Obviously, Guchanga's current appearance was not a secret in the immortal ancient continent. Guchanga! How could it be him? Many people of the Divine Crocodile clan also recognized Guchanga. They were in disbelief and shock. Arrogant? Guchanga did not comment and smiled. When he raised his hand, the void collapsed, and a terrifying void palm print appeared. It slapped some people of the Divine Crocodile clan into a cloud of blood. Their bodies and souls were destroyed, and they immediately exploded in the sky. I'm here to take back what belongs to me. How can this be called arrogant? He said with a casual smile, as if he did not care about the entire Divine Crocodile clan at all. Guchanga. The Divine Crocodile clan's Saint Realm elder's expression changed drastically. At this moment, a sense of fear rose in his heart. Boom! Beams of divine light pierced through the sky, coming from various parts of the sky. Soon many people of the divine crocodile clan appeared on various peaks. There were many young people among them, and the current successor of the divine crocodile clan was also among them. At that time he had followed He Yinyu and planned to kill Guchanga when he was injured. However, he found that even though Guchanga was severely injured, he was still very strong. Even the heavenly talent of the Feathermen clan who had a sacred weapon was killed by him. That scene deeply shocked him. In his heart, Guchanga was definitely many times more terrifying than Long Tongue. He was deeply afraid of him and did not dare to provoke him. Guchanga, didn't he leave the immortal ancient continent? Why is he here again? And he even forced his way into our clan. The successor of the divine crocodile clan was called Izhengyang. He was begging for flowers. He was tall and burly, covered with scales that were as strong as black gold. He looked simple and honest, but in fact he was a bold and careful person. He stared at Guchanga's figure and thought about what Guchanga had said before. For a moment his heart was full of coldness. Guchanga doesn't look like a stupid person. He brazenly broke into our clan. I don't believe that he is not confident. Izhengyang's heart was full of fear and uneasiness. In his opinion, Guchanga was very likely to have the terrifying old ancestor behind him. Otherwise, why did he have to do this? No matter what, their clan had a quasi-supreme old ancestor, and their foundation was not comparable to the Feathermen clan. Guchanga, what is your purpose? At this time, the Sage Realm clan elder's face was slightly gloomy. He waved his hand slightly and stopped the rest of the clan from going forward. Before figuring out Guchanga's purpose, he did not dare to act rashly. The tragic scene of the Feathermen clan that day was still vivid in his mind. What purpose do I have? Didn't I say so already? Guchanga stood with his hands behind his back. He felt that the clan land in front of him was his territory. Hearing this, he could not help but smile faintly. Of course I am here to take back my things. He had already said this when he had subdued the Black Sky Eagle clan. At this time it was natural for him to be familiar with this. However, Guchanga planned to put on a disguise for himself first, so that he could have an identity to deceive others later. On top of his previous background, it would not be surprising to have another identity as the successor of the reincarnation Heavenly Sovereign. Therefore, as soon as Guchanga finished speaking, he waved his sleeves and the void suddenly trembled. Buzz! A black and white intertwined rune, which seemed to be composed of 6 portals, suddenly appeared in the void. It contained the mystery of burying all living beings. Black and white intertwined as if it contained life and death. Life and death intertwined to form reincarnation. This was the use of the power of reincarnation. As soon as it appeared, the aura of time permeated there. This scene shocked many of the divine crocodile clan powerhouses nearby, and their expressions changed drastically. The power of reincarnation. The Sage Realm Elder suddenly lost his voice, and his expression suddenly changed. He exclaimed and stared at Guchanga with his eyes wide open. With such an obvious power of reincarnation, Guchanga's other identity was obviously on the verge of being revealed. Unlike the Black Sky Eagle clan, the Divine Crocodile clan had investigated Yiling thoroughly, and they were not as meticulous as He Yinyu. Now that Guchanga had displayed the power of reincarnation, many of the Divine Crocodile clan members were stunned. How is this possible? Guchanga is the successor of the ancient heavenly sovereign of reincarnation? Could it be that we have to follow the ancestral teachings? After a moment of silence, everyone was shocked and stunned. However, if they thought about it carefully, Guchanga's talent was amazing, his background was powerful, his means were terrifying, and his strength was even more terrifying. As the successor of the ancient heavenly sovereign of reincarnation, this was not something unacceptable. In other words, this was what made sense. Guchanga actually has such an identity. Doesn't that mean that our clan has to submit to him according to the ancestral teachings? Izhengyang's heart was in turmoil. He had not expected this scene at all. If Guchanga had not revealed this, who would have known his identity? Our clan was planted with the slave seal by the ancient heavenly sovereign of reincarnation back then. That is to say, our freedom is not in our own hands. Izhengyang could not help but feel bitter. He looked at Guchanga with eyes full of unwillingness, despair, and many other complex emotions. According to the ancestral teachings, do we all have to submit to him? I am not reconciled. Many of the clan members roared in their hearts when they reacted. In particular, they had recently obtained an immortal scripture. The mystery contained in it had benefited them greatly. There was even hope to break the shackles and walk to another world. So they were not reconciled to suddenly having such a master. So what if you are the successor of the ancient heavenly sovereign of reincarnation? How can we submit to you? Guchanga, don't even think about it. At that moment, some of the divine crocodile clan members were extremely angry. Their eyes were red as they roared, unwilling to accept this result. Terrifying chi and blood emerged from their bodies like a bright sun. Runes flooded over like a sea. They chose to fight with Guchanga. No. The Sage Realm Elder's expression changed when he saw this. He was about to stop them. But it was too late. Stupid. Isn't it good to live well? You only have one life. Don't you know how to cherish it? Guchanga shook his head regretfully. Buzz. As soon as he finished speaking, there seemed to be an invisible string in the void that was suddenly pulled. He did not even move, not even lifting his eyelids. His robe was as calm as new, not stained with a trace of dust. Bang, bang, bang in the void, clouds of blood mist exploded one after another. It was as if they had been smashed by 100,000 mountains. Together with their divine souls, they directly disappeared into thin air. Slave seal. This scene made the Sage Realm Elder and the rest of the divine crocodile clan members turn pale. They became desperate. At this moment, not only the divine crocodile clan members who had just attacked, but even they felt a sense of fear. Guchanga only needed a thought to pull the string that represented their lives. In other words, the lives of their divine crocodile clan members were all under Guchanga's control. The slave seal in the hands of different people can cause different oppressions. Guchanga can directly determine our life and death. How terrifying is he? At this time, Izhongyang was desperate and trembling. In this respect, Guchanga's means were really amazing. He had done something that many people could not do. Naturally, they did not know that all of this was the magical effect of the wedding dress fairy technique. Guchanga still intended to continue to control them with the slave seal. Of course, he would not explain. Looking at the divine crocodile clan members who had become silent, Guchanga's smile was still as light as ever. Now who else objects? He asked. There was dead silence all around. No one dared to answer. Even the Sage Realm Elder kept quiet out of fear. Many powerhouses and old antiques who had rushed over from afar turned pale. They did not expect to encounter such a thing. Now they could only pray that the difference in strength between Guchanga and the ancestor was too great. It was difficult for him to control life and death with the slave seal. Since no one objects, that's good. Come to see me in your ancestral hall in half an hour. Soon, Guchanga glanced around and said casually, if you don't come, then there is no need to continue to live. Although I am a generous person, I don't want to see anyone trying to provoke me at this time. He added with a smile. Guchanga still intended to use these chess pieces to cut an irreversible and terrifying blow to the entire immortal ancient clan. Hearing this, all the divine crocodile clan members felt a terrible chill run down their backs. They trembled even more violently. Guchanga was vicious and merciless. This sentence was not wrong at all. 1000. Chapter 192. During this period of time, immortal ancient continent was not peaceful at all, passing through chaos, flames of war and fear. It was impossible for it to be as peaceful as before. A few days ago, Dao Heavenly Immortal Palace's great elder even personally appeared, hurrying to Immortal Ancient's Dragon Clan location. Even calling this type of ancient existence a living fossil would make others feel insulted. His strength was deep and immeasurable, terrifying to the point of making others tremble. No one knew what Great Elder did in Immortal Ancient's Dragon Clan, and no one knew why in the end, Great Elder would fight against one of the Dragon Clan's ancestor projections. This great battle shocked all of the inheritances and creatures. Even the stars in outer space were crushed under the fluctuations, turning into fine powder. Great Elder took action, shocking heaven and earth, shaking the heavens. Magical force was boundless like stellar streams. instantly drowning out everything. Even if the void figure of that dragon clan ancestor appeared again, it was still not a match. The void within a radius of several 100,000 miles around the Dragon Island was completely pulverized in that battle. The shockwaves still remained. Many experts watched from the distance, their hearts trembling, not daring to personally head over. After that great battle, Great Elder carried out a coercion, displaying his most powerful methods, feeling that immortal ancients' clans needed to be unified, or else even more inheritances would descend. This continent that had been left behind since immortal ancient era needed a ruler. Even though Great Elder didn't directly say who this ruler was, all of immortal ancients' clans knew that it was definitely related to Dao Heavenly Immortal Palace's current inheritor. This youngster's identity was not unfamiliar to all of immortal ancients' clans. It was precisely the Wuxia who stirred up immortal ancient continent a while ago, angering many immortal ancient clans. This matter triggered shock and anger in all of immortal ancients' clans. Then they felt a strong sense of uneasiness. What kind of power did Wuxia represent behind him? As long as one understood it, they would know what it meant. It made one shiver inwardly in fear. Now Great Elder even appeared, planning to support Wuxia. What did this mean? It was simply hard to believe. Even the great sects of the outside world sensed Wuxia's ambition. He planned to unify all of immortal ancients' clans. This left them incomparably horrified, stirring up great waves. At the same time they were confused, feeling like Wuxia was just a youngster. No matter how powerful he was, could he change the situation of the immortal ancient continent on his own? Unless the Longevity Gu family and the Taichu divine sect behind him interfered. Otherwise it would be unrealistic. The immortal ancient continent was a tough bone to chew. Although there was a lot of meat on it, it was still hard to chew. If he was not careful, he might even bleed. Although many of the great orthodoxies had such plans, none of them acted as quickly as Wuxia. This action was undoubtedly shocking to countless cultivators. There were many races in the immortal ancient continent, and their inheritances were incomparably ancient. They had all existed since the immortal ancient era. Apart from the Featherman race, which had already been annihilated and surrendered, the other races had not been affected or suffered any substantial losses. Although many orthodoxies and forces had entered the immortal ancient continent, none of them were like the Longevity Gu family's forefather Gu Nanshan, who was strong enough to annihilate everything. The Great Elder has given the immortal ancient dragon clan half a month's time to consider. If the immortal ancient dragon clan does not give an answer after half a month, they will face the powerful suppression of the Great Elder. After all, the immortal ancient dragon clan means a lot to the other races. At least they are the rulers on the surface. Once they choose to surrender, the other races will definitely follow suit. This Wuxia has a good idea. He's going to make a move on the Great Elder. At this moment, in a mountain range that stretched on endlessly, many ancient and huge warships were floating in the sky, shrouded in golden mist. They looked like immortal soldiers that had descended from the legends. The person who spoke was standing on the warship. His eyes were golden and dazzling. He was the successor of the Longevity Wang family, Wang Wuxia. He was also in the immortal ancient continent now and had not left. Beside him was an old monster from the Longevity Wang family. He was stooped, but his aura was terrifying. This old monster had come to the immortal ancient continent to look for opportunities after hearing about the appearance of the Immortal Gate. However, he did not gain anything in the end and even made a big mistake. He almost lost half his life on that path. Now, he did not choose to leave the immortal ancient continent. Instead, he stayed by Wang Wuxia's side. He planned to follow him and fish in troubled waters to see if he could get any benefits. This Wuxia is a good schemer. Using the excuse of seeking justice, he not only wiped out the Featherman clan, but also the entire immortal ancient clan. Hearing this old monster sighed emotionally. He was incomparably shocked and curious about such a young member of the younger generation. Yeah, among the younger generation, apart from those ancient freaks or that inheritor of the demonic arts, I'm afraid no one is qualified to fight with him. I wonder what level Wuxia's cultivation has reached. Wang Wuxia's body was hidden in the thick mist, looking very mysterious. Only his golden eyes seemed to be able to see through everything. Runes flashed through them from time to time. He nodded with a heavy expression. Ever since he was born, he had never been defeated. He boasted that he was invincible. But when facing Guchanga, he couldn't help but feel a kind of tremble in his heart. If they were to fight, he would not be Guchanga's match if he used all his means. Guchanga is so strong, but he is not invincible. Wushuang, have you forgotten about your sister? She should be coming out soon and returning to the clan. The old demon beside Wang Wushuang couldn't help but faintly smile when he heard this. He mentioned Wang Wushuang's mysterious older sister. My sister. Wang Wushuang was slightly startled. Clearly, he was also stunned for a moment. After that, various memories flashed through his mind at lightning speed. In fact, he was very curious about his mysterious sister. It was said that when she was very young, she was found by the human ancestor palace because of her terrifying talent. She was taken away to cultivate. She cultivated for more than 20 years and never returned to the clan. As such, many of the clan members and even some of the upper echelons of the Longevity Wang clan did not know that he had such a sister. Wang Wushuang had only heard about it from a clan elder some time ago. Only then did he know that he thought he had a sister. His sister was cultivating in the human ancestor palace. Now that she had made some progress in her cultivation, she seemed to be returning to the clan. After a moment of silence, Wang Wushuang could not help but ask, "Is my sister very strong? Is she very strong?" Hearing this, the old monster could not help but smile. He then shook his head. Describing your sister as very strong is already an insult. Her talent can be said to be unparalleled throughout history. All you need to know is that when your sister was born, her peerless heavenly voice spread across a radius of 1,000,000 kilometers. The voice did not stop for 3 days, causing many cultivators to comprehend the Tao. Back then, she directly devoured the essence of several astral regions and was born a saint. However, she severed her cultivation with great determination. The incident shocked a few patriarchs. They all woke up from their seclusion. A few patriarchs made their moves and concealed the heavenly secrets. They sealed off the heavens and prevented the other supreme Taoism factions, imperishable factions, and other factions from discovering the incident. Many of the clan members who knew about the incident sealed their memories too. They were afraid that someone would find out about your sister's terrifying talent in advance and harm her. The old monster's words were full of admiration. Wang Wushuang was completely dumbfounded. Even with his personality, he could not help but widen his eyes in disbelief. Born a saint? How significant was that? Even with his outstanding talent, he had only achieved the Void God realm at the moment. Yet, his sister had achieved the Saint realm when she was born? Wasn't this a little too shocking? If he did not hear it from the old monster of the clan, he would not dare to believe it. The news was too terrifying. He trembled slightly and stood there with a blank expression on his face. No wonder my sister's existence was sealed off by the clan. If the news were to spread, it would definitely cause a huge uproar. She might not even be alive now. Hearing these words, Wang Wushuang suddenly felt a sense of admiration for his masked sister. That's right. At that time, many of our clansmen had their memories sealed. Your sister's existence has always been hidden in the dark. The old monster nodded and said, therefore, even though Guchanga's performance is so outstanding, there are many people who are even more outstanding than him in this world. For your sister, no matter how strong Guchanga is, he might not be her match. I heard that she was about to achieve the Divine Emperor realm a few years ago. I believe she's not far away from achieving the sacred realm. Gasp. Hearing this, Wang Wushuang sucked in a cold breath of air. His eyes widened as he received another blow. She was already at the Divine Emperor realm a few years ago? Just how terrifying was that elder sister of his? At this time he finally understood why those elders didn't care much about him, the successor, and acted as if it didn't matter whether he was there or not. It turned out that his existence was purely to cover up his sister's existence. Wang Wushuang could not help but smile bitterly at this thought. However, he could not say much. Who asked him to be less talented than his sister? It seems that my sister has left behind many rumors. Wang Wushuang could not help but sigh. The old freak agreed and said, but it's strange. Your sister didn't cry or make a fuss when she was born. She was different from other babies. It was as if she had the wisdom of her previous life. The ancestors tried to investigate, but they couldn't find anything. Her personality seems to be, at this point, he could not help but show a conflicted and strange expression. It was difficult to describe everything. He still remembered it clearly. A delicate and flawless little fairy-like girl, who opened her mouth and said fuck, 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 fuck. These memories left a deep impression on him. Oh right, clan elder, what is my sister's name? Hearing this, Wang Wushuang became more and more curious about his sister. To actually make this clan elder reveal such an expression and say such words, it was truly unbelievable. Your sister? Her name is Wang Zijin. I guess you'll see her soon. The old monster smiled. And soon this name will shake the entire upper realm. At the same time, in the upper realm, the heavenly region, in the most prosperous and ancient center of the territory, a majestic palace that towered into the sky was located here. It was grand and sacred, like a celestial palace standing here. The palace was built in an extremely grand and magnificent manner. It was made of flawless white jade as the tiles, with ancient purple gold sandalwood as the eaves and pure obsidian star stones as the floor. It was grand and simple, majestic and solemn. There was even a thick sea of celestial chi surging in it. It was like a celestial realm. This palace overlooked the endless ancient city of Laoqi. The main hall rose and fell as the sun rose and the moon set. Runes intertwined on it. It reflected the stars in the 9 heavens at every moment. It was like a supreme divine throne, showing the extraordinary status of this place. A huge immortal plaque hung in front of the hall. It was made of purple immortal gold and inlaid with golden immortal gold. 3 ancient words were written on it. Human Ancestors Hall. One could see that there were thousands of silver threads in the world that were crazily surging toward this place. They were about to converge, making it look holy and white. These silver threads were the prayers of living beings and cultivators from all over the world to the human ancestors' great achievements. At this moment, a beautiful woman in a flawless white robe with a veil on her face was cultivating with her eyes closed in the main hall. Blurry immortal shadows, grand and mysterious, seemed to be chanting scriptures. They floated behind her as if they were going to cross time and space from ancient times. Her skin was fair and delicate, her eyebrows were picturesque, and her eyes were like flawless black gems, shining with a moving luster. However, her expression was very calm. Other than calmness, no other emotions could be seen. It was as if she was born this way, or as if she had abandoned all emotions and desires. Saintess Zijin has left the heaven region, and is on her way back to her family. At this moment, a man and a woman appeared behind the white-robed woman. One of the women reported respectfully, Wang Zijin, she really left secretly. Hearing this, the white-robed woman seemed to be stunned. However, her expression was as calm as usual, as if there was no change in her expression. What else did she say? The white-robed woman asked calmly. Saintess Zijin left behind a sentence. She said that she was not interested in finding the human ancestors' reincarnation. It was purely a coincidence that she came here to cultivate. She was completely tricked. Now she's leaving. She also said that she doesn't want the position of saintess. She just wants to go back and find a suitable husband, and marry him. The woman who reported had an awkward and strange expression on her face when she said this. Such words coming from the mouth of another successor of the human ancestors' palace was simply too shocking. If outsiders heard this, they would definitely lose all face. Of course, if one considered the saintess's usual performance in cultivation, this would not seem very strange. However, when such words like marriage were said so naturally, she could only say that she was indeed Saintess Zijin. Wang Zijin's thinking is good, but this is not up to her. Once she enters the human ancestors' palace, she will be a member of the human ancestors' palace for life. Assisting the human ancestor and returning peace to the world is her duty and obligation. The white-robed woman only shook her head and said calmly. Even Wang Zijin could not escape this fate. She also understood that although Wang Zijin appeared simple, she was actually a very proud person. There were many young geniuses in the human ancestors' palace, but none of them caught her eye. None of them caught her eye either. Although the outside world was vast and boundless, how many geniuses could compare to the human ancestors' palace? As the white-robed woman finished speaking, A layer of hazy fog began to appear on her face, enveloping her entire body. For a moment even the voice sounded ethereal, and it was impossible to tell whether it was a man or a woman. In this generation, the human ancestors' palace's successor was actually two women. This was simply unimaginable in the past. That was because those two women were both too outstanding, and simply could not be abandoned. Thus he decided to appoint two successors. Regardless of whether it was the longevity Wang family's Wang Zijin or the white-robed woman named Jiang Chuchu, they were both terrifying geniuses rarely seen throughout history. In the eyes of the human ancestors' palace's older generation experts, Jiang Chuchu was very likely to be the reincarnation of an ancient immortal. Although Wang Zijin was strong, it would be difficult for her to gain an advantage over Jiang Chuchu. According to the prophecy, the human ancestors' reincarnation should be born this time. Looks like I have to leave this place too. Jiang Chuchu pondered for a moment, and her calm face revealed that she was pondering. This was because the human ancestors' reincarnation would not appear in every generation. For the successors of the human ancestors' palace, their greatest mission was to protect the human ancestors' reincarnation before it matured and help it become stronger. To help the human ancestor awaken the memories of his past life and become the strongest of the generation, saving the world and all living beings. In this generation, the successor of the demonic arts will definitely cause chaos in the world. While searching for the human ancestors' reincarnation, I can find the successor of the demonic arts first and get rid of it. Jiang Chuchu muttered to herself in her heart. Righteousness and eliminating evil for the people was the most important thing in her cultivation. If Guchanga was here, he would definitely know that this was the so-called righteous and righteous. Rumble. The terrifying pressure was like a vast sea of mountains descending from the sky, wanting to crush down. The heavens and earth shook, and the sun and moon dimmed. It was as if a supreme existence had come from the universe to destroy everything. However, in the next moment, this aura that caused the heavens to tremble seemed to be strangled in the blink of an eye. The terrifying aura instantly dissipated like a tide, completely vanishing without a trace. In the Divine Crocodile clan's ancestral hall, Guchanga stood with his hands behind his back, his black robes fluttering in the wind. He smiled at the horrified patriarch of the Divine Crocodile clan and said, "Don't tell me you want to die too? Young Master Gu, you're exaggerating. I hope you can be magnanimous." This quasi-supreme Divine Crocodile clan patriarch's face was a little pale, and his forehead was covered in cold sweat. Even the clansmen behind him turned pale with fright, and some even fell into despair. They didn't expect that even a quasi-supreme Divine Crocodile clan patriarch couldn't do anything to Guchanga. Even his life was in Guchanga's hands. This was no longer as simple as before. He was completely controlling their lives in his hands. "Seeing that you're still useful to me, I'll spare your life this time. If there's a next time, you won't be the only one to die. At the same time, your entire clan will be buried with you." Looking at the patriarch of the Divine Crocodile clan, Guchanga said with a smile. This kind of indifferent threat made all the clansmen of the Divine Crocodile clan tremble in fear. "From today onwards, we're willing to acknowledge you as our master." At this time they had no other choice. They could either die or submit to Guchanga. Therefore, without a doubt, everyone chose to submit. Although Guchanga made it sound simple, there were still some clansmen of the Divine Crocodile clan. However, there were actually quite a few clansmen who didn't believe him and provoked him earlier. When they intended to attack him, their bodies collapsed, and their souls were destroyed. They died an unnatural death. In Guchanga's opinion, it was necessary to let the Divine Crocodile clan know this clearly. Otherwise, they would always think that they had a chance to break free from his control. Before he was 100% sure, he wouldn't show himself like this. The terrifying control of the power-shifting celestial art was not affected by cultivation base. Chapter 193. It did not take Guchanga much effort to subdue the entire Divine Crocodile clan. After all, under the terrifying control of the wedding dress celestial spell, he could kill the three ancestors of the Divine Crocodile clan with a single thought. At most, he would kill more people to create a greater deterrent effect. The rest would be more fearful and would not dare to rebel. Guchanga was naturally not afraid that they would rebel. Even if they did, it would not matter. All he wanted was a saber that would fight for him in battle. If this saber was broken, he could just replace it with a new one. He did not care about these forces. He could abandon all of them at any time. In Guchanga's eyes, the big clans in the immortal ancient continent were the best tools. At least in terms of bloodline talent, they were blessed by the heavens and were far superior to many human cultivators and creatures in the outside world. Therefore, Guchanga planned to use this period of time to train a terrifying army in the immortal ancient continent that would fight for him in the future. They would be able to kill supremes and sweep through 10,000 worlds. Buzz! Soon they received Guchanga's order. Greetings, Master. The 3 ancestors of the Divine Crocodile Clan, who were ancestors of the Divine Crocodile Clan, knelt down and greeted Guchanga respectfully. They thought that they were controlled by Guchanga's slave seal. They never thought that the problem came from the Immortal Sutra that they had painstakingly obtained from the Black Sky Eagle clan. No matter who it was, even if they racked their brains, they would not be able to guess that the Immortal Sutra was the cause of all this. Even if they understood, they would not dare to believe it. It could only be said that Guchanga's methods were too meticulous and shocking. It was not enough to describe them as flawless. I am not a person who kills innocent people. As long as you work for me, you will naturally be rewarded, Guchanga said casually. He made empty promises as he glanced at the front. Pick out all of your clan members who are above the true God realm and are brave and good at fighting. From today onwards, you will be called the Divine Crocodile Army, Guchanga said with a meaningful smile. At the same time, he flicked his sleeve, and a brilliant light descended, bestowing a cultivation technique known as the art of endless creation. He couldn't be bothered to come up with any grand names. In short, it was fine as long as it was easy to remember and distinguish. Yes, young master. Although the 3 quasi-supreme ancestors knew that Guchanga might not have good intentions at this time, who would dare to refuse? The Divine Crocodile clansmen behind them wore bitter faces as they accepted the technique in front of Guchanga. It was called the art of endless creation. But if it was really as its name suggested, why would Guchanga hand it over to them? The clansmen who had not reached the true God realm secretly felt lucky in their hearts and heaved a sigh of relief. Currently, there were many experts in the main hall. There were as many as 13 Saint Realm experts. In Guchanga's eyes, this was a force that could not be underestimated. Then, the entire Divine Crocodile clan received the order of the ancestor. From today onwards, the Divine Crocodile clan would submit to Guchanga. They began to select members of the Divine Crocodile army. Everyone in the clan would submit to Guchanga's orders. This order immediately shocked the entire clan. Many of the clansmen were still in shock and confusion at the beginning. They did not understand what was going on, and why they had to listen to Guchanga's orders. But since it was the order of the ancestor, naturally, no one dared to disobey. Of course, they were no stranger to 21 and Guchanga. In the entire immortal ancient continent, which clan did not know of Guchanga's terrifying reputation? They did not expect that in the end they would have to submit to Guchanga. This news was too unexpected. Then, the higher-ups of the Divine Crocodile clan spread the news that Guchanga was the successor chosen by the Reincarnation Ancient Lord. Back then, their ancestors had followed the Reincarnation Ancient Lord. It was reasonable that they would follow Guchanga now. For the sake of face, they naturally could not say that all this was completely forced by Guchanga with the slave seal. Just like that, the huge Divine Crocodile clan was subdued by Guchanga within 3 days. He began to train this army. But Guchanga deliberately controlled this news so that it did not spread. Guchanga had another purpose. He was waiting for this knife to deal a fatal blow to the entire immortal ancient clan at the critical moment. Then Guchanga set off, leading the 3 quasi-supreme Divine Crocodile clan ancestors to the Ancient Serpent clan's territory. The Black Sky Eagle, the Ancient Serpent clan, and the Divine Crocodile clan seemed to be united on the surface, but there was actually a lot of friction and competition between them. However, these 3 clans were the most powerful and long-lasting among the clans left behind by the Reincarnation Ancient Lord. After all, the other clans were weaker than them. Even in the entire immortal ancient continent, there were not many clans that were more powerful than these 3 clans. Soon, several terrifying auras crashed down like the blue sky, tearing through space and descending from heaven and earth into the Ancient Serpent clan's territory. Master, This is the ancient serpent clan's territory, a divine crocodile clan ancestor said respectfully as he led Guchanga to this place. At this time, they definitely did not want to be the only one to follow Guchanga. They definitely wanted to drag their old friends along with them. Why can't I die? Why can't you die if I want to die? This was actually the attitude of all the clans and orthodoxies now. If they could drag one more person down with them, why not? Guchanga was naturally relieved. For a time, the entire ancient serpent clan was in an uproar. Soon many ancient serpent clan elders and higher-ups gathered in the main hall. This place was filled with a solemn and tense atmosphere. Everyone was looking at the young man in the center with a solemn and respectful expression. The moment Guchanga arrived, they had already noticed him. Especially when Guchanga brought 3 divine crocodile clan ancestors with him. Their purpose was self-evident. Everyone in our clan is willing to serve you, master. We will not hesitate to go through water and tread on fire. At this time, all the higher-ups of the ancient serpent clan spoke. They were very smart. If they could really resist, why would the divine crocodile clan have such an attitude? It was obvious that there was something wrong with this matter. They were not stupid. They had to be smarter to avoid unnecessary casualties at this time. Hearing this, Guchanga smiled and nodded. Very good. You're smart. You saved me some time. The ancient serpent clan members kept quiet out of fear. Then, in the ancient serpent clan, Guchanga also built a flying serpent army. He specially selected experts above the true immortal realm and gave them the life and creation scripture. Guchanga was not bad at naming. He was just too lazy to think about it. Although these powers had yet to be revealed, they were already in the embryonic form of a terrifying force. After all, the Feathermen clan, the Black Sky Eagle clan, and now the Divine Crocodile clan and the Ancient Serpent clan had all become Guchanga's slaves. He only needed to say a word and these clans would kill for him. He would start a bloodbath in the immortal ancient continent. In the blink of an eye, a few days had passed. Guchanga estimated that the Grand Elder's time for the immortal ancient dragon clan was almost up. Therefore, he gave an order. The experts of the Taichu divine sect stationed at the Supreme Peak drove the Taichu battleship, broke through the space, and landed outside the Dragon Island. The soldiers were at the gate. After receiving the news, countless cultivators and living beings were shocked by Guchanga's sudden action. Guchanga, who had disappeared for a long time, came to the immortal ancient continent again. It seemed like he was going to start a boundless bloodbath. Buzz! In an instant, many divine rainbows rushed over and gathered outside the Dragon Island. Thank you, Grand Elder. Guchanga's feathery white robe was intertwined with light. His figure appeared on an ancient battleship. He smiled at the Grand Elder who was guarding this place. I hope you can keep your promise. The Grand Elder could not help but sigh. He could not do anything to Guchanga. This scene caused countless cultivators and living beings to suck in a breath of cold air. It seemed that the Great Elder was being forced by Guchanga. On the Dragon Island, light soared into the sky. Inside the protective array, all the clansmen knelt down and prayed. Dragon roars shook the sky. At the same time, in the heaven region billions of miles away from the immeasurable heaven, clouds lingered, mountains rose and fell. The mountains were beautiful, and the lakes were green. It was a magnificent scene. The white clouds were boundless, and there was a cloud of dust. In the sky, a carriage with red clouds inlaid with fire was being driven by 9 of the best heavenly horses. A group of powerful knights covered in armor followed behind. They were riding on all kinds of terrifying fierce beasts. They were aggressive, and their chi and blood were powerful and shocking. This carriage was like rolling silver snow crushing through the sky. The momentum was astonishing and it was quite spectacular. And the carriage faintly flashed with all kinds of fluctuations that seemed to be powerful divine talismans. The old coachman's face was as calm as the wind and clouds. All of this showed that the person in the carriage was noble and extraordinary. When the nearby cultivators saw this, they had no choice but to retreat. They did not dare to get close. From this posture, they knew that the person in the carriage was either rich or noble. They could not afford to provoke him. I already said don't send him anymore. Go back and tell your young master to stop wasting his time. Young Miss is not interested in him at all. If he still doesn't know what's good for him, don't blame young Miss for making a move. And at this time the curtain of the carriage was suddenly opened by someone. The head of a little maid with bright eyes and white teeth with braids popped out. The little maid looked to be 11 or 12 years old. She looked smart and charming. She frowned, looked at the group of knights behind her, and said with dissatisfaction, "Miss Xiao, this is the young master's order. We can't do anything about it. Don't make things difficult for us. Send Saint Zijin outside the celestial domain and we'll go back. We won't stay for more than 15 minutes. Among the knights behind, the leader was a burly middle-aged man in golden armor. He couldn't help but smile bitterly when he heard this. It's that annoying Zhao Tianqing again. Why won't he give up? Hearing this, the maid named Xiao did not look good at all. She was extremely annoyed with the young master behind this group of knights. The reason was very simple. Sitting in the carriage was one of the successors of the human ancestor hall, Saint Zijin. At the same time, she was the young miss in charge of taking care of her daily life. And the master behind this group of knights was the young master of the celestial domain's ancient Zhao clan, Zhao Tianqing. He was a famous young paragon in the celestial domain. Zhao Tianqing had gotten the news that her young miss was leaving the human ancestor hall, so he specially sent knights to escort her. He wanted to be her protector. They could not avoid such a thing even if they wanted to. This group of people was extremely thick-skinned. They escorted her all the way to the border of the celestial domain. They were almost at the border of the inner domain. Because of this, Xiao attitude toward Zhao Tianqing was extremely bad. Earlier, she was still a little polite because of his identity. Now there was no trace of a pleasant expression on his face. Furthermore, Xiao knew that her young miss behind her also disliked Zhao Tianqing. She was absolutely disgusted with him. She had been unable to resist the urge to attack him several times and seriously injure him. However, the more she did so, the more Zhao Tianqing refused to give up. He was determined to woo her young miss. He was simply like a masochist. Naturally, her young miss was also extremely annoyed by such a sticky candy. If Zhao Tianqing's father had not come forward to plead for mercy, Zhao Tianqing would have been seriously injured and would not be able to walk for several months. Zhao Tianqing did not dare to show himself, so he sent you guys. If it weren't for my young miss' kindness, you would have been killed by now, Xiao said unhappily. At this moment, she completely disregarded Zhao Tianqing's identity as the Zhao clan's young master. Her face was filled with dissatisfaction. She was disgusted by the fact that she was being protected the entire way but was actually being followed. She could imagine that her young miss was extremely disgusted by this as well. No matter what, our young master is the young master of the ancient era's Zhao clan. Holy daughter Zijin has always disliked our young master. Out of kindness, our young master was afraid that something would happen to holy daughter Zijin, so he had us escort her all the way here. Even if there is no merit to this, there is still hard work involved. Miss Xiao, how many hidden dangers have been nipped in the bud by us on this journey? Could it be that you are unable to see these things? Hearing that, the group of cavalrymen began to speak out in dissatisfaction. Even now you still don't know what's good for you. Don't blame me for speaking ill of you. Our young miss has so many suitors in the celestial domain. How could your young master possibly qualify? Hearing those words, Xiao face sank. Her voice was filled with coldness. She appeared to be very young, but her cultivation was not weak at all. She even had a spiritual body that had been specially taught by their young miss. Her strength was actually very strong. The expressions of the cavalrymen changed at the words of the young maidservant. They looked very ugly and angry, but they could only suppress their anger. No matter what, they had spent a lot of time and effort escorting holy daughter Zijin here, even if they did not contribute. However, they did not receive any favor from the other party at all. If not for the fact that the other party was the successor of the human ancestor palace and had a venerated status and could not be offended, they would have attacked and taught her a lesson. This was especially so for this young maidservant. Relying on holy daughter Zijin behind her, she would occasionally show her head and mock them, making them furious. Of course, they did not know the true origins of holy daughter Zijin. Even in the human ancestor palace, very few people knew about the faction behind holy daughter Zijin. The elder who had brought her to the human ancestor palace to cultivate back then had not mentioned this matter. Scram. I hate people who resort to moral coercion the most. While I'm still not angry, You still have a chance to leave this place. At that moment, a pleasing voice sounded from the carriage. It was like the sound of nature. However, this calm voice carried a kind of coldness. With a buzz, Rune surged like a sea, icy blue like ice crystals. All of a sudden, waves of ice-cold light appeared between heaven and earth. A shocking cold air swept out in all directions, causing the sky to tremble. Divinity surged and seemed to be able to drown the world. It was as if a terrifying snowstorm was about to descend here. Holy Daughter Zijin Yu. Seeing this, the cavalrymen's expressions changed. Their bodies turned cold, and a terrifying chill rose from their backs. This was the first time Holy Daughter Zijin had spoken on the journey. Previously, she had treated them as air and completely ignored them. It was clear that she was really angry. This made their expressions turn even uglier. At the same time, they were very unwilling and confused. What did moral coercion mean? Their minds were in a mess. They could not understand why their good intentions would cause this holy daughter to be displeased. They were afraid of the human ancestor palace behind Holy Daughter Zijin, not her strength. Holy Daughter Zijin's true strength was very mysterious to them, and she rarely showed it. The strength she displayed was even more unfathomable than the other successor, who claimed to be the reincarnation of a perfected immortal. However, she was still a junior. How could she fight against experts like them who had cultivated for hundreds of thousands of years? However, although they boasted of their strength, they really did not want to offend a transcendent force like the human ancestor palace. Especially recently, there was news that the human ancestor's reincarnation was about to descend upon the world again. Scram. Tell Zhao Qianxing that if he dares to let me see him again, even his father will not be able to protect him. I, Wang Zijin, will say this. When the time comes, even if the heavenly emperor comes, I will subdue him. The heavenly voice in the carriage was cold and domineering as it rang out again. The monstrous cold air suddenly turned into thousands of dazzling divine swords. They clanged and were shockingly sharp, as if they could kill everything. These words caused the cavalrymen's expressions to change drastically. Although it was a bit tongue-twisting, they understood the meaning. The next time their young master dared to pester this holy daughter, she would most likely attack without mercy. If you don't want to die, hurry up and scram. If the young miss is angry, the consequences will be very serious. At this time, the old coachman who had been driving opened his eyes. In his deep eyes, a faint golden light flashed like some kind of snake. He spoke calmly, but the pressure of a great saint spread out, shaking the sky. This is a great saint, hiss. How can this be? This old coachman's strength is actually so terrifying? This scene caused the cavalrymen to be shocked and stunned. Their eyes widened and their souls trembled. They could not help but be overwhelmed with shock. In the next moment they reacted. Riding on their mounts, they did not dare to stay any longer. They hurriedly turned into divine light and rushed into the distance. Before this, no one had ever told them that Saintess Zijin's old coachman was actually a great saint existence. With such an existence guarding her, there was naturally no need for them to escort her along the way. Thinking of their attitude just now, everyone felt a chill down their backs. If a great saint really wanted to, he could definitely make all of them stay here. A chill ran down their spines. They suddenly realized that this holy maiden Zijin was far more mysterious than they had thought. I didn't expect this kind of thing to trouble Grandpa Snake. At this time, after a moment of silence, the voice in the carriage sounded again, thanking the old coachman outside. It's fine. Miss, don't be angry over such a small matter. It's not worth it. The old coachman smiled slightly when he heard this, and his face returned to being calm. It seems that it's just as I guessed. Grandpa Snake's true cultivation is definitely not as simple as it seems. He was just hiding it before. At this time within the carriage, there was a beautiful woman wearing a blue dress. Within her beautiful eyes, there was a flash of craftiness. It was as if she had found something very interesting. As she spoke, her eyes could not help but narrow into the shape of a crescent moon. She looked particularly charming. It had to be said that in terms of appearance, she was an extremely beautiful woman. Like an orchid in an empty valley, clear fog in the forest, she was very otherworldly. There was a serene and moving beauty, and also a cunning look that could see through everything. The surrounding heaven and earth were perfect, as if she was a part of the beauty of heaven and earth. This was a flawless feeling. Her black hair danced lightly, and her long dress swayed. Not only was her appearance devastatingly beautiful, but her temperament was also otherworldly. She was otherworldly and made people feel ashamed of their inferiority. It was as if all the beautiful things in the world would be overshadowed in front of her. Any man who saw her would definitely think of two words: perfect. It was one of the two successors of the human ancestor Hall, Prince Jean. At this time, she had a satisfied expression, and there was no trace of the anger and coldness from before. "Miss, what do you mean by moral kidnapping?" The little maid named Xiao poked her head in from outside and could not help but ask curiously. She heard another word that she did not understand from her miss's mouth. "Xiao, why do you have so many questions all day long?" Wang Zijin knocked the little maid's forehead with an annoyed expression. She had thought that Xiao name was fun and casually gave it, but she did not expect to use it for so many years. Xiao did not feel that there was anything wrong with this name. She even felt that it was very pleasant and had a spiritual air. "Miss, can you explain it to me? What's moral kidnapping? For example, if a man gives you a spiritual pill, a divine medicine, or a cultivation technique, and then forces you to marry him, would you be willing?" Wang Zijin smiled faintly and explained. In her opinion, wasn't that the previous group of knights, including her many pursuers, just like that? They forced something on her, and then forced her to repay them according to their wishes. Regarding this matter, Wang Zijin only wanted to say one sentence to them: "Go to hell." Oh, so that's the case, then I'm not willing." Xiao shook her head like a rattledrum, and her face was full of unwillingness. All along, her miss had known many things that she felt were novel and unfamiliar, but were also full of various profound meanings. Therefore, Xiao deeply admired Wang Zijin and felt that her miss was almost omnipotent. "Miss, you know so much," Xiao said with a look of admiration. "Know a lot?" Hearing this, Wang Zijin was slightly stunned and her expression became a little dazed. She was a little disappointed. In the blink of an eye, more than 20 years had passed. It wasn't that she knew more, but the people in this world were much more innocent than the people she met in her previous life. Many things that were common knowledge in her previous life had to be carefully explained several times in this world before people could understand. That's right. Wang Zijin was actually not from this world. Instead, she came from an era of information explosion from a blue planet, and lived in an ancient country with 5,000 years of brilliant cultural heritage. According to the words she knew in her previous life, she was a transmigrator. Born in a well-off family, her parents were all successful people, and she didn't have to worry about food and drink at all. She was a fair, rich, and beautiful woman that everyone envied. However, the heavens were cruel to her. When she was born, she was accompanied by several congenital diseases that were difficult to cure, causing her body to be extremely weak. Before the age of 20, Wang Zijin had always been lying in a hospital bed. The only happy days were through the internet on the other side of the screen to understand the outside world. She had once transformed into a supreme god, fought against the strongest heroes, and had once had parents in Zuan. Speaking of which, there was no one in the world who was more of a shut-in than her. She had only gone out a few times in her life. In the end, after her 20th birthday, Wang Zijin left that world forever. When she woke up again, she had already become a baby girl of the longevity Wang family, one of the top forces in this world. According to the information Wang Zijin had learned, she should have transmigrated, and she should have transmigrated to an incomparably terrifying fantasy world. In this world, the strong could shake the universe with the raise of their hand, and split the sky with a breath. The weak could move mountains, fill seas, and fly into the sky. It was not the kind of world where fighting turned into horses. Moreover, her talent was terrifying, and it was not the kind of cliché story that she was familiar with in her previous life where the trash third miss rose against the heavens. In short, regarding transmigration, Wang Zijin had an attitude of taking things as they came. Compared to her previous life, this life felt more real and natural. She would not lie in a hospital bed again, and could only understand the outside world through a screen. In this world, Wang Zijin quickly found her position seemed to be different from the usual trash. She was born with an invincible constitution, and she was the darling of heaven and earth. Whether it was her background or strength, she was far superior to many of her peers in this world. She did not even have the various face-slapping tricks that she had been thinking about. At first, Wang Zijin was still wondering if she had a fiancé who fell from his pedestal overnight. Her role was that of a villain who was going to break off the engagement. But soon she found that this was not the case. Because her talent was too strong, there was almost no young prodigy who was worthy of her. Naturally, there was no such thing as breaking off the engagement. Her position seemed to be that of a protagonist who should have smooth sailing. Chapter 194. Wang Zijin felt that her intuition was not wrong. To her, smooth sailing was a very normal thing. Because in this life, she had not encountered any setbacks. From the moment she was born, she had shown her extremely strong talent, and her cultivation had directly reached the so-called saint realm in this world. But thanks to her previous life, she was familiar with all kinds of male and female online novel routines. Wang Zijin chose the most unwise, but also the most stable and smart method, which was to cut off her own cultivation to increase the ceiling of her future achievements. Later on, reality proved that her choice was not wrong. Now, every step of her foundation was extremely solid. Wang Zijin felt that she would definitely become a perfected immortal in the future. Although the other saintess of the human ancestor palace, Zhang Chuchu, was known as the reincarnation of an ancient immortal, she might not be able to win against her in a fight. So Wang Zijin was very confident. This was the confidence of her strong strength and trump cards. So she planned to leave the human ancestor palace and wander in this world. Her talent was so strong, even if she did not cultivate hard, she would be a target that ordinary heavenly talents could not catch up to in their lifetime. In her eyes, the so-called young supremes were just existences that she could suppress with a flip of her palm. Wang Zijin did not take them seriously at all. The grand world that she had yearned for in her previous life, strange and exciting, was slowly unfolding in front of her eyes. Although Wang Zijin was a woman, she could not help but feel excited at this time. This was the first time in more than 20 years that she planned to go out and experience this boundless fantasy world. Before this, she had always been cultivating in her family and the human ancestor palace, and had never seen this world properly. Now that such an opportunity was in front of her, she naturally would not let it go. Wang Zijin thought of a sentence in her previous life. The world was so big, she wanted to go out and see it. This world was countless times more exciting than her previous life. Heavenly talents competed. Hundreds of rivers flowed into the sea, beautiful women were everywhere, and there were thousands of different kinds of scenery. Look at the other transmigrators. They're all cold princes and domineering demonic monarchs. Why is it that when it comes to me they're all brainless suitors? All of them are supposed to be geniuses, but they're acting like mentally retarded people with negative EQ. In the carriage, Wang Zijin held her delicate and flawless chin as she stared at the magnificent scenery outside and muttered casually. She felt that the world that she had transmigrated to was definitely not the world of female novels that she was familiar with in her previous life. Fortunately, she had read a lot of male novels and felt that it was easy for her to deal with all kinds of tricks. Furthermore, compared to the various schemes in the female channel, this world where the pursuit of power was the one and only Tao was much simpler. Power determined everything. Any schemes would vanish in the face of absolute power. Miss, you said that you're going to find a good husband to marry. Is that true or false? Suddenly Xiao'er asked. The expression on his little face was very conflicted and puzzled. In her opinion, her young miss was so outstanding that it was not an exaggeration to describe her as the bright moon in the ninth heaven. Was there really a man in this world who was worthy of miss? Hearing this, Wang Zijin secretly rolled her eyes and said in annoyance, Xiao'er, why are you so silly? Of course this is a lie. I, your young miss, am going to become a peerless female immortal king in the future. How could a supreme being who fought against 3,000 emperors with one hand and pushed 14 states with both hands be restrained by a mere Mr. Right? That being said, Wang Zijin was also clear that no matter if it was her talent, background, or the vision of her previous life, she was completely different from other women. She felt that she would probably be alone for the rest of her life. Thinking about the transmigrated seniors in the female channel novels in her previous life, Wang Zijin thought that it was pretty good to have a harem of men in a different world and sit on top of all kinds of beautiful men. However, when it was her turn to transmigrate, she realized that this kind of thing was really disgusting. Her vision was too high. Thinking that she would one day be taken advantage of by a certain pig trotter, Wang Zijin felt strange and goosebumps appeared all over her body. She was so outstanding. Even if the ancient emperor appeared in the world again, she probably would not care. Fighting against 3,000 emperors with one hand and pushing 14 states with both hands. Miss, your ambition is too great. However, I knew why you would do this. Mississippi Xiao nodded in realization. Mr. Right? Although she often heard such words from her young miss, Wang Zijin always had a nonchalant tone and was purely teasing. However, I can consider finding a Mr. Right for Jiang Chuchu and marry her off. She always has a cold face and makes it seem like the previous world owes her something. She thinks she is virtuous. People like her deserve to be taught a lesson by a man. Otherwise, she will always think that all men in the world are just SOSO. Except for that Ranzu, all men are just SOSO. At the mention of Jiang Chuchu, Wang Zijin shook her head. Although he could be considered the only friend she could talk to all these years, in Wang Zijin's opinion, his character was too noble and righteous. In the words of her previous life, he was called a saint. The Virgin Mary was different from the Virgin Mary. The Virgin Mary was righteous and had her own principles. As for a saint, it was hard to explain. Wang Zijin would not criticize a saint. However, if she met a saint, she would naturally avoid them as far as possible. If it really did not work out, she would just slap them to death. This kind of thing was useless in the world other than wasting resources and disgusting people. I think Saint Chuchu is a good person. It's just that her character is too cold and she always wants to uphold justice. Xiao was a little annoyed. Yes, she's a good person. That's why she should find a good husband to marry her off. Lest she falls into the fire pit that is the human ancestors' hall, she should escape the sea of fire as soon as possible. Wang Zijin smiled and said with a look of agreement. Whether it was in her previous life or now, she had never come into contact with a man. However, in terms of theory, Wang Zijin was very knowledgeable. She would talk about all kinds of things and would not repeat the same thing for 3 days. Sigh, miss, this time you secretly left the human ancestors' hall, and did not plan to find the reincarnation of the human ancestor. Will this make the human ancestors' hall elders angry? Xiao thought of another matter and began to worry. If they are angry, so be it. Do I have to give in to their whims? Wang Zijin was unhappy. Finding the reincarnation of the human ancestor is their problem. I don't want to get involved. What's the point of being a tool? Back then, she was tricked into coming to the human ancestors' hall to cultivate. At first, she did not know that there was such a mission. To put it nicely, it was called the human ancestors' hall. To put it bluntly, it was a place to cultivate tools. Wang Zijin was not interested in the human ancestors' hall at all. If the successor was a man, it would be fine. However, if it was a woman, would it not mean that she was nurturing a future harem for the veiled human ancestor? When she thought of this, Wang Zijin felt nauseous. She wished that she could erase all traces of the human ancestors' hall from her body. Perhaps to other women, this would make them feel extremely honored and would want to recommend themselves. However, to her it was better not to do so. She would stay away from it. Miss, look. The inner territory's boundless heaven is in front of us. I heard that young Master Wuxia is there now. Do you want to go and see him? Who knows, we might even meet some outstanding young talents. After passing through various star regions and teleportation formations, Xiao opened the curtain and looked at the vast world outside. Suddenly, she said with a face full of joy and excitement. During this period of time, they actually had some understanding of the news in the outside world. Although the upper realm was boundless, it was roughly divided into the heavenly region, inner territory, middle territory, and outer territory. In fact, the major events that happened in each region would spread quickly in all directions. The speed was unbelievably fast. During this period of time, the things that happened in the Palace of Heavenly Immortals had shocked many places in the upper realm. The appearance of the inheritor of demonic arts, the appearance of the immortal road in the immortal ancient continent, each of these caused a huge commotion. The master and servant, who were far away in the heavenly region, actually heard about it. Wuxia? That cheap little brother of mine? Wang Zijin was slightly startled and remembered. She did not have a brother complex. Before this, she had never seen her little brother at all. He was no different from a stranger. As for Wang Wushuang, she only knew about him through the family's messages. However, he was still her biological brother in this life. Since he was passing by, there was no problem in going to take a look. In this life she also had family. Therefore, Wang Zijin thought for a while and nodded. Then let's go take a look. Okay, the Palace of Heavenly Immortals is the most ancient orthodoxy in the boundless heaven. During this period of time, many young supremes have come. Maybe you'll find one that you like. Hearing this, Xiao said happily. Obviously, she was the one who wanted to see the glory of the young supremes. Didn't they say that the current successor of the Palace of Heavenly Immortals is the number one of the young generation? I wonder what the rumors are like. She was still mumbling, as if this was her real goal. Number one of the young generation? That's because your miss is not born yet. Otherwise, how could those guys be so impressive? Wang Zijin smiled as if she did not care about these rumors at all. She, who was born as a saint, had the confidence to do so. Although she had started cultivating again, she had already reached the early stage of the boundary saint realm. This cultivation speed was already shocking. If this news spread, who knew how many people would be shocked and shocked? As far as she knew, those young supremes were only at the void god realm. How far away was she from them? It was difficult to explain. Therefore, she did not care about this at all. Miss, aren't you curious? I heard that he is a young taboo with the potential to become a true immortal. Young Master Guchanga. His power in the boundless heaven is unmatched. He is the young master of the Longevity Gu clan, the successor of the Palace of Heavenly Immortals, and he has the support of the Primordium demonic sect and other imperishable sects. I can't believe that one person has so many halos. Contrary to Wang Zijin's reaction, Xiao appeared to be full of yearning and admiration. She was very excited. And her attitude towards the successor of the ancient Zhao clan was completely different. Wang Zijin was very calm and even sneered. Xiao, what do you know? Potential to become a true immortal? Did his father say that my son Chang'e has the potential to become a true immortal? Let me tell you. Usually geniuses with this kind of reputation die very quickly. They are cannon fodder who can't live for long. And Gu Chang'e? This kind of name can't be the main character. In the male genre, if the name is not a little ordinary, it is too embarrassing to say that they are the main character. So this guy you are talking about is just a cannon fodder character. Look at how excited you are. Xiao was stunned when she heard her miss say that. She didn't understand many of these words, but she still understood what her miss meant. Gu Chang'e, who had great power in the boundless heaven, was just a so-so in her miss's eyes. Just a small character? You won't understand even if I tell you. These are all plots. Maybe there is a person called Ordinary who has offended Gu Chang'e and is about to be slapped in the face. Wang Zijin shook her head and said helplessly. Based on her experience of reading all kinds of male genre web novels in her previous life, which stupid author would give the main character such a name? It was obvious that this was a cannon fodder character used to show off and slap the face. But Xiao still looked like she admired him. Humph, miss, you can't say that about young Master Chang'e. He injured his origin when fighting against the successor of the demonic art, and almost died in the immortal ancient continent. He also saved the junior sister who had a conflict with him from the hands of the successor of the demonic art. Rumor has it that young Master Chang'e is handsome and extraordinary. Xiao puffed up her cheeks, looking like a little fangirl of Gu Chang'e. Stop. Why don't you go be someone's servant? Wang Zijin quickly shut her up. Seeing her like this, she was speechless. Compared to this rumored young taboo, she was actually more interested in the more mysterious successor of the demonic art. Rumble. Soon, accompanied by violent tremors, the carriage crushed through the space barrier between the two regions. The chaotic streams of chaos were chaotic, as if giant meteors were smashing down one after another, emitting terrifying fluctuations. However, these terrifying waves were easily swept away by the old carriage driver's sleeve. A layer of ripples spread out and easily swept away, appearing very skilled and natural. Miss Boundless Heaven is in front. Are we leaving directly or going to ancient Dao Heaven City? The old carriage driver asked calmly. Grandpa Snake, let's go to ancient Dao Heaven City. Wang Zijin replied with a smile. Boom! In the next moment, The carriage immediately tore through space and traveled thousands of miles in an instant, heading towards ancient Dao Heaven Palace. These days this place was even livelier. Many orthodoxies and great sects sent their disciples and experts here. Especially when they found out that Guchanga appeared in immortal ancient continent and planned to force the immortal ancient dragon tribe to submit in one fell swoop. It was even more shocking many people. Guchanga's methods could be said to be shocking enough. As a member of the younger generation, he dared to make a move against the entire immortal ancient dragon tribe. Such courage made many of the older generation experts tremble. Soon Wang Zijin, Xiu'er and the old carriage driver, 2 servants and 1 master, arrived at ancient Dao Heaven City. However, in order to deceive others, Wang Zijin still disguised herself as a man, wearing a long green gown. Her waist was slender, and her skin was fair and delicate. Her voice was deliberately rough, but there was a hint of tenderness. "Miss?" Xiu'er was about to speak. Boom! Wang Zijin knocked her forehead and glared at her. "I told you to call me young master outside, do you understand?" "Ouch, ouch, ouch, I understand, young master. Digging bones when he was young, now he's calling me a sister. What kind of trick is this?" Wang Zijin pinched her delicate and flawless chin. Hearing some of the news that happened in ancient Dao Heaven City recently, she could not help but be stunned. The main reason she came here was to see that cheap little brother of hers. But now she suddenly felt that things were a little strange. However, in that case, that Guchanga's momentum of sending cannon fodder seemed to be confirmed. She just did not know how long they could live. With that thought, the master and servant trio also followed the cultivators to Immortal Ancient Continent to join in the fun. Immortal Ancient Continent, outside Dragon Island. Many formation runes rushed into the sky, colorful and dazzling. The situation was tense, and the atmosphere was incomparably solemn. Normally this place was like a holy land, but now it was filled with a murderous aura. Rumble! The Taichu ancient warships arrived one after another. They towered in the sky like ancient demonic mountains. Their auras were magnificent and terrifying. Demonic chi filled the sky, and the battle intent was shocking. "Little Gu, don't think that the dragon tribe will submit to you. Since ancient times, the dragon tribe has dominated the world. Even immortals will not submit to us, and we dare to fight. You, a little brat, dare to speak so arrogantly?" In the sky above Dragon Island, the void blurred, and a stalwart middle-aged man with a dignified face appeared. He wore the dragon tribe's golden dragon crown on his head, and had the dragon horns unique to the dragon tribe. His aura was that of a saint. He was the current dragon tribe leader. "Dragon tribe leader, you're wrong. I'm just a junior. How would I dare to force you?" Back then, the dragon tribe issued the true dragon order, and sent the feathermen to kill me. Now, the feathermen have all submitted to us. How should we settle this grudge now? At this moment, Guchanga was standing there with his hands behind his back, looking down at the many dragon tribe experts. He asked with a faint smile. "Slander. Junior, if you want to fight, then let's fight. At this time you still want to claim righteousness and frame our tribe. This crime deserves death." Some dragon tribe experts were enraged, and their eyes were full of anger and hatred. They had never encountered such humiliation. The entire tribe was oppressed by Guchanga. "No, I'm afraid you've got it wrong. I'm not trying to claim righteousness. I just want to seek justice for myself." Guchanga smiled and shook his head gently. "Since the dragon tribe would rather die than submit, then don't blame me for being merciless." As he spoke, his expression turned cold and indifferent. Suddenly, a black, brilliant sun rose behind him. That kind of fluctuation seemed to reflect the 9 heavens and 8 wastelands. It was like a burning black sun with thousands of black clouds, and the supreme rules were boiling. That was the imitation of the ancient reincarnation wheel, which Guchanga obtained from Yi Ling when he killed him. Of course, if it was the real ancient reincarnation wheel, its divine power would be vast, and it could evolve the 6 paths of reincarnation and control fate, life, and death. Its power was infinite. However, even if it was an imitation, it was extremely powerful now, far surpassing ordinary divine artifacts. Boom! At that moment, as many runes rumbled, the golden light swept over like a tide. Now that Guchanga wanted to show himself as the successor of the ancient reincarnation wheel, it was naturally the best opportunity. Moreover, the ancient reincarnation will had an unusual meaning in the immortal ancient era. With this title, it could save Guchanga a lot of trouble. The ancient reincarnation wheel is not the real Tao artifact. The ancient reincarnation wheel's Tao artifact replica. It's actually this thing. I didn't expect Guchanga to have such an identity. The moment the black sun rose, many orthodoxies and cultivators nearby were shocked, and their eyes widened. This was something that no one expected. If Guchanga did not show himself, they would not have thought that he was the successor of the ancient reincarnation wheel from the immortal ancient era. How is that possible? Guchanga actually has this thing? What is his relationship with the ancient reincarnation wheel? Many of the immortal ancient clans who were watching were shocked because of the ancient reincarnation wheel. Their ancestors had more or less interacted with the ancient reincarnation wheel and received favors and other things. Now, it seemed that Guchanga must be the successor of the ancient reincarnation wheel to have this item. Moreover, if Guchanga did not know the reincarnation wheel of the ancient reincarnation wheel, he would not be able to activate this Tao artifact replica at all. From all these circumstances, it seemed that Guchanga was definitely related to the ancient reincarnation wheel of reincarnation wheel. No matter how strong the immortal ancient dragon clan was, they were only putting up a desperate struggle now. They could not possibly stop the forces behind Guchanga, not to mention that the Great Elder was standing beside him now. At this moment, many of the higher-ups of the immortal ancient clans began to have thoughts. In the current turbulent situation, it was not impossible to follow Guchanga. Damn it! This guy actually has such an identity. This is not good. Why don't we surrender? On the various dragon islands, the faces of many members of the dragon tribe changed drastically, turning ghastly pale. In the current situation, there was not much hope for them. They were no longer the dragon clan of the past in their glory days. Junior, the dragon clan's pride will last forever. We would rather die than submit. Don't even think of making us submit. Boom! In the depths of Dragon Island, there was a sky-shaking sound. Several quasi-supreme auras were awakening, incomparably powerful. Moreover, this was not something an ordinary quasi-supreme could compare to. They were at least 7th or 8th heaven quasi-supreme experts. Great Elder. Guchanga smiled slightly and said to the Great Elder beside him. The Great Elder had a complicated expression. He looked at him and sighed helplessly. Buzz. He reached out with his palm. The supreme power was vast and mighty between heaven and earth. Even the heavens and earth were about to sink. Almost at the same time, the quasi-supreme also displayed his own supreme techniques. Countless dragon clan chanting prayers sounded between heaven and earth. Light and meridians filled the air. These were quasi-supreme laws. Dong! The void trembled as divine lights of various colors soared into the sky. An ancestral artifact was awakening, and its vast divine might was about to fill the sky. Poof! However, in the next moment he instantly coughed up blood and was instantly sent flying. Back then, even the ancestor's shadow was no match for him. How could he resist the Great Elder? Kill! Kill! Men! Kill! At this moment 3 shocking murderous auras came from another direction. There was a vast army that slaughtered their way over. It was a black mass like a torrent. This scene was like the last straw that broke the camel's back, causing many dragon clan members to despair. The black sky eagle, ancient snake, divine crocodile and other tribes were majestic, covering the sky and the sun as they charged over. However, it was obvious that they were not here to help them. The dragon clan is finished today. In the distance, all the cultivators of the orthodoxies and great sects who were watching all of this thought so, and their hearts trembled. Young Master, look, that's definitely young Master Changa. This kind of demeanor is indeed different from ordinary people. In the mountains further away, Xiao'er held Wang Zijin's hand and said excitedly, like a little fangirl who saw the person she admired the most. Chapter 195. Between the mountains, there were many cultivators and creatures. They all came from all over to personally witness today's spectacle. The immortal ancient dragon clan had been standing tall since the immortal ancient era. They had a long history and great power. Who dared to offend them? They were used to being arrogant in the immortal ancient continent and didn't put anyone in their eyes. Now that they encountered someone stronger than them, they were pressured to this extent. Many cultivators were even looking forward to seeing the immortal ancient dragon clan suffer a great loss today and wear down their arrogance. Many of them heard what Xiao said, but they didn't care. To them this was normal. After all, this was Guchanga. Which girl in the younger generation didn't admire him? Hearing this, Wang Zijin looked at her speechlessly, then nodded. Look at how excited you are. But this Guchanga is quite handsome. His appearance is quite intimidating. He really does give off an otherworldly feeling. No wonder he has so many admirers. She didn't say anything else. After all, who in this world didn't care about appearances? If even she thought he was pleasing to the eye, then there was nothing to say about his appearance. After all these years of cultivation in the human ancestors' palace, Wang Zijin was used to seeing all kinds of young supreme beings. All of them firmly believed that they were invincible, and that their Tao hearts were strong. But once they were defeated or suffered a great blow, they couldn't recover. They couldn't be the peerless figures she knew in her previous life. Which of those great emperors and ancient emperors weren't indomitable and courageous? Wang Zijin didn't feel like she was a shallow person. She couldn't judge people from their first glance. So, she couldn't judge what kind of person this Guchanga was. She would only know after interacting with him. Right? I'm right. Young Master Changa is the #1 person in the younger generation. Xiao said excitedly. With that kind of appearance, he doesn't even look like a main character with a delicate and pretty face. Now he's even forcing the immortal ancient dragon clan to submit. His actions don't seem like something a righteous character would do. I wonder what kind of main character he's offended. Wang Zijin nodded and stared at Guchanga's figure in the distance. A strange light flashed in her eyes. She was still muttering and sizing him up. Somehow, she felt that this Guchanga seemed to have some inexplicable discrepancies with the male style she was familiar with. He clearly looked like he had not even reached the true god realm. So why did she involuntarily give birth to a kind of faintly discernible feeling of danger? This was the first time she couldn't see through a young man's cultivation. One had to know that no matter how young the supreme martial artists were, it was difficult for them to hide their true abilities in front of her. Wang Zijin felt that they were nothing more than that. But today she found a special case in Guchanga. It was as if there was a layer of fog shrouding him, making him very mysterious. Even Jiang Chuchu, who claimed to be the reincarnation of a true immortal, could not give her such a feeling. This was very strange. Wang Zijin's intuition was very accurate. She even used this intuition to discover the true strength of her old coachman. Moreover, in her opinion, Guchanga was very familiar with using power to oppress others. He was clearly a habitual offender. Ordinary supreme martial artists would at most challenge their peers at this time and play around on a small scale. However, Guchanga was actually scheming against the entire immortal ancient race. This kind of courage and ability was clearly not something those supreme martial artists she had seen before could compare to. Wang Zijin admitted that she had underestimated Guchanga before. Things were clearly not as she thought. Therefore, she became more and more curious about this Guchanga. Her interest was piqued. This Guchanga should not be too simple. Wang Zijin couldn't help but say this. Young master, this is the first time you said that the younger generation is not simple. When Xiao heard this, she couldn't help but say in surprise. She looked like she was shocked. Then she became even happier. It seemed that young miss also understood that there was always someone better than you. She had mentioned the rumors of young Master Changa many times, but Wang Zijin did not care. Now that she saw the real person, she should believe it, right? Wang Zijin naturally wouldn't explain anything to Xiao. In any case, she felt that leaving human ancestor palace this time and coming to the outside world was the right decision. She had just arrived in immeasurable heaven, and she already encountered someone who piqued her interest. Young master, Longevity Wang family's worship is over there. Young Master Wushuang is also there. At this time, Xiao suddenly pointed at a group of cultivators not far away, saying in pleasant surprise. The ancient worship moved through the sky, radiance rushing into the heavens. Many cultivators with powerful auras stood on it. Longevity Wang family's banner fluttered in the wind. A large Wang character, simple and imposing, displaying Longevity Wang family's powerful backing. The young man in the lead had golden eyes, an imposing appearance, appearing extremely mysterious. However, Wang Zijin saw through his face with a single glance. It was precisely Wang Wushuang. Even though she had never seen him before, she immediately recognized that he was her younger brother of this life. They are actually here too. Then Wang Zijin couldn't help but smile. Immediately, 2 servants and 1 master rushed over, planning to catch up with each other first. She put aside the matter of Gu Chang'e for the time being. After all, the 2 of them weren't familiar with each other at all. They had never even met before, let alone had any enmity between them. There would be plenty of time to get to know each other in the future. Meanwhile, on the other side, which was very far away, the battle was very intense, and it could be said to be hair-raising. The surrounding tens of millions of people were filled with an austere atmosphere. Above the sky, divine light rushed into the clouds, and the sound of killing shook all directions. This was a terrifying force that caused the expressions of many orthodoxies to change. The protective runes on Dragon Island glowed at this moment, preparing to resist this great battle. Black Sky Eagle, Ancient Flying Snake, and Alligator God had all rushed over, listening to Gu Chang'e's orders. At this critical moment, they would become a sharp blade that could break open the immortal ancient continent's situation. Kill. Fight for young master. They led a vast number of elites, sweeping across the heavens and earth like a torrent, wanting to kill their way to Dragon Island's territory. The quasi-supreme patriarchs of the 3 races also joined the fray. They were fighting with the quasi-supreme level existences of the dragon tribe. The aftermath of their battle shook the universe, causing the mountains within a radius of 10,000 li to collapse, turning into dust and ashes. All living beings could only feel a world-shocking aura sweeping across from far away. Great stars in the sky trembled one after another, shaking the heavens and distorting the universe. Angry roars and unwilling voices sounded from there, shaking countless living beings and cultivators. One could imagine what kind of terrifying battle was happening there. The quasi-supreme level existences were the foundation ancestors of the various clans. Normally, they would be in seclusion cultivation, and would not show themselves unless they encountered the most dangerous situation. But now the ancestors of these 3 clans had all appeared, fighting for Gu Chang'e, waging war against the immortal ancient dragon tribe. This scene shocked many orthodoxies and great sects, and their hearts were filled with deep shock. During the immortal ancient era, I heard that the ancestors of these 3 clans were all followers of the reincarnation ancient heavenly lord. It seems like this rumor is true. Who would have thought that the reincarnation ancient heavenly lord would actually leave behind this kind of resource for his successor, and the 3 great clans would be used by him. For the sake of his successor, the reincarnation ancient heavenly lord simply put in a lot of effort. No wonder Gu Chang'e is so powerful. Many cultivators' eyes turned red with envy. These were the 3 great immortal ancient clans. Each clan's foundation was not simple, having quasi-supreme level ancestors, but now they were all used by Gu Chang'e alone. This kind of power could not only be described as terrifying, it was simply unimaginable. This made many young heavenly talents tremble. Their fists clenched tightly, unwillingness, dejection, and even despair. Unknowingly, the gap between them and Gu Chang'e had already reached such a level. With this kind of power, perhaps Gu Chang'e was already on the same level as the family heads behind them, right? They were originally of the same generation, but now, when they saw Gu Chang'e, they could only look up to him. Now, no one doubted Gu Chang'e's identity as the successor of the reincarnation ancient heavenly lord. After all, things had already come to this point, and even the 3 great clans had shown up to listen to his orders. What else was there to say? This was a battle that made the entire dragon tribe tremble. Gu Chang'e revealed his identity as the reincarnation ancient heavenly lord, and even the Black Sky Eagle and other clans listened to his orders to fight against the dragon tribe. This scene made the restless immortal ancient clans tremble uncontrollably, feeling very uneasy. They knew that once the immortal ancient dragon tribe fell, Gu Chang'e would definitely use this knife to attack them. With Gu Chang'e's current methods and temperament, he would definitely do that. For a time, many clans were anxious, feeling that after this battle, the situation in immortal ancient continent would change greatly. They had to choose a side. If they stubbornly resisted like the dragon tribe, there was no other way but to die. Even the other orthodoxies did not dare to anger Gu Chang'e at this time in this place. This was power and influence. It's hard to imagine. Is he really a young man? Many older generation cultivators lamented. Buzz. At this moment, Guchanga's expression was unusually calm. His figure did not move, and his robes fluttered as he stood on the horizon. The reincarnation ancient wheel was like a black sun, its brilliance shocking the heavens and earth. Divine runes shone in all directions, displaying its overbearing divine might. Under such fluctuations, he did not even need to make a move to deter the dragon tribe's powerhouses, making them not dare to attack him. Not to mention he had many powerhouses protecting him. A Black Sky Eagle tribe's ancestor, who was a quasi-supreme, followed closely by his side. Guchanga could also secretly take out the Supreme Saint puppet that the reincarnation ancient Heavenly Lord left for Yi Ling at any time in case of emergency. So on and so forth. What else did he have to worry about? He was just here to show his face and deter the other orthodoxies at the same time, to prevent some reckless people from snatching his prey. This was a flawless plan that he had planned for a long time. It was a perfect suppression. No matter how unwilling the immortal ancient dragon tribe was, they still had pride in their hearts and would not surrender. However, when the time came, as Guchanga slaughtered more dragon tribe members, they would feel fear and understand the meaning of stupidity. To put it bluntly, they would not cry until they saw the coffin. Therefore, Guchanga was not worried at all. At this moment, various thoughts flashed through his mind. In fact, he was thinking about something else. The system that had not changed for a long time had a new mission notification. This was a pleasant surprise for Guchanga. The leak that he had been thinking about was finally online, and he had taken the initiative to come to him. After all, Guchanga had been thinking about how to earn a large amount of fate points to prepare for the future. He had other plans for Yu Mingkong and Gu Xianer. He had to do it step by step and could not be rushed. Just as he was thinking about how to sleep, someone immediately sent him a pillow. Guchanga felt a little moved. It seemed that the leak this time was quite self-aware. However, the system's notification this time made his expression a little thought-provoking. A new daughter of fate has appeared. Is it a fellow from another world? TSK. His fellow countrymen? There was no need to say anything more. A transmigrator like him, and a daughter of fate. For Guchanga, the first thing he had to do when he met his fellow transmigrator in this world was to find a way to kill him. This kind of thing related to his origin naturally had to be buried in his stomach. It was impossible to let a second person know about it. Not to mention that this person carried a great amount of fate with her. Naturally, he had to find a way to snatch it. Guchanga's idea was as simple as ever. He would either kill them or subdue them. He would naturally choose the one that would benefit him the most. Since the system had already notified him, it meant that his fellow countrymen had unknowingly become enemies with him. At this time, when a fellow countryman saw a fellow countryman, he would definitely not cry. If the other party knew that he was a transmigrator, she would definitely not allow him to exist. At this time, it would depend on who had more means. Besides, Guchanga was not sure about the other party's cheat. What if she also had a system? That would be interesting. However, in Guchanga's opinion, this possibility was not high. Since his system had notified him, it could only mean that his system was obviously more powerful than the other party's cheat. Therefore, Guchanga was not in a hurry. The system was not omnipotent. He did not rely on the system that much. In the beginning, he still relied on his destiny points and the heavenly immortal canon cultivation. Now that he thought about it, he felt that he should fool the others. That was why he casually added points. Guchanga could actually find replacements for the things in the system store in this world. It was just that because he had destiny points, he could exchange them at any time, which was simpler and more convenient. The most important thing was that before this, the other party would definitely not know about his identity as a transmigrator. In this way, it was equivalent to him being in the dark while the other party was in the light. The other party thought that she was the only one who was a transmigrator, but she did not know that he was also a transmigrator. Guchanga's smile was somewhat profound. How to plan, was it not still under his control? Of course, before this, Guchanga had to think of a way to find the Lady of Providence. Moreover, since the other party was a transmigrator, her temperament and habits would definitely be different from the native living beings of this world. It would be very easy to find her. Not to mention, Guchanga had a simpler and more direct method. For things like destiny points, he could tell who had more and who had less at a glance. As long as the other party appeared in his field of vision, they would definitely not be able to escape his perception. Thinking of this, Gu Chang'e was careful and put this matter aside for now. Soon, under the powerful attack of the Great Elder, several supreme powerhouses of the immortal ancient dragon tribe were no match for him and retreated in defeat. Under the large-scale attack of the primordial divine sect, the ancient serpent snake, the divine crocodile, the black sky eagle, and other forces, Dragon Island's protective array pattern finally shattered. This was completely a one-sided crushing like a hot knife through butter. On the divine mountain of the island, all the people of the dragon tribe were wailing. They did not expect that, as strong as they were, they would finally welcome this day. Boom! In the deepest part of Dragon Island, the ancestral artifact floated between heaven and earth, absorbing the power of the universe, and then evolved into a pitch-black void, where all life was extinguished. Ripples spread out, and each ripple seemed to contain a small world, which was incomparably magical. But in the end, because of the loss of support, the awakened deities within had exhausted their power and fell with a thud. Our tribe is willing to surrender. Our tribe is willing to surrender. In the face of all this, the group of elders of the dragon tribe, no matter how unwilling and unyielding they were, chose to surrender. They did not want to see any more casualties among their tribe. A miracle did not happen. The ancestor that they had been praying for did not descend. If I had known this would happen, why did I have to struggle so bitterly? Gu Chang'e could not help but shake his head slightly and said regretfully, but he was not surprised at all. Hearing this, the group of dragon tribe powerhouses turned pale with humiliation. Their bodies trembled, but they did not dare to say anything. Gu Chang'e smiled slightly and ordered everyone to stop. The place was still raining blood, and there were no corpses left. Many members of the dragon tribe were crying loudly, their expressions sorrowful and angry. After all, this was a disaster that they had brought upon themselves. They could not blame anyone else. If it were not for the fact that he had a legitimate reason to do so, Gu Chang'e would not have been able to do it so easily. Very soon, this battle that shook the surroundings finally came to an end. Gu Chang'e ordered his trusted subordinates to clean up the mess. He planned to unify the immortal ancient dragon tribe in one fell swoop. At this time, his identity as the young master of the Longevity Gu family would come into play. After all, he did not use the Longevity Gu family's influence and power at all. He had completely relied on his own methods to make the immortal ancient dragon tribe submit. No orthodoxy or force dared to say no. At this time, no one dared to show up and steal everything he had planned. Moreover, from the beginning to the end, the Longevity Gu family did not show up and did not give Gu Chang'e the slightest bit of help. This did not cross the bottom line between the orthodoxies, so no one could say that it was wrong. However, if they dared to attack Gu Chang'e, it would be tantamount to provoking the Longevity Gu family. They would not rest until one of them was dead, and the situation would be far more shocking than this battle. Now the immortal ancient dragon tribe had suffered heavy casualties. In the end, they could only choose to submit. From today onwards, they would submit to Gu Chang'e just like the Winged Man tribe. This news shocked everyone. Whether it was the orthodoxies and living beings nearby or the other tribes, a huge wave of emotion surged in their hearts at this time. In the end, the immortal ancient dragon tribe could not escape this fate. Many tribes began to regret that they did not unite earlier and fight against Gu Chang'e together with the dragon tribe. Perhaps the situation would not have turned out this way. But now it was useless. The ancient snake tribe, the divine crocodile tribe, and the black sky eagle tribe made a move at this critical moment. Like a sharp knife, they dealt a fatal blow to the entire immortal ancient continent. On the other hand, this allowed many tribes to find a way out and a way out. Many pieces of news began to spread quickly, causing a huge commotion everywhere. Gu Chang'e's methods and courage are truly amazing. I am far inferior to him. In the distance, on the Wang family's ancient warship, Wang Wushuang, who had finished reminiscing with his sister and witnessed this terrifying battle with his own eyes, could not help but exclaim. His expression was slightly shaken. Beside him, Wang Zijin and the others also had different expressions on their faces, and all kinds of emotions were present. Chapter 196. In this battle, the aftermath of the battle enveloped an area of nearly 300,000 miles. The sky and earth were turned upside down. The sun and the moon rotated, and the universe was destroyed. Many of the dragon race's divine islands and mountain ranges were crushed to pieces by this terrifying aura. The immortal ancient formation patterns that were engraved surged with heaven-shocking murderous aura. But in the end, they were erased by a half-supreme being. The battle in the sky also ended. Terrifying stars scattered in all directions, turning into star skeletons that surged between heaven and earth, about to cover and fall. Buzz! A golden path extended and landed in the sky. The great elder returned. His white robe fluttered, and he had the demeanor of a transcendent being. It was impossible to tell that he had just fought with someone. Behind him, a quasi-supreme existence of the dragon clan was sealed with a huge palm print. "It's over," the great elder asked with a calm expression. From the beginning to the end, he was not very willing to take action. Except for the supreme expert of the dragon clan who took action to suppress, he did not participate in the battle below. The great elder was also shocked by the sudden appearance of Wuxia's identity as the ancient heavenly lord of samsara. Before this, he had never thought about it at all. He thought that Wuxia would borrow the power of the longevity Gu clan in the end. But it was obvious that the identity of the ancient heavenly lord of samsara's successor was Wuxia's final trump card. Thinking of this, the great elder could not help but take a deep look at Wuxia. He could not see through this guy anymore. How many more trump cards did he have hidden in the dark that others did not know? Fortunately, the grudge between Gu Xian'er and this guy had been resolved. Otherwise, he really did not dare to imagine how much chance Gu Xian'er had of surviving when facing Wuxia alone. If it were not for this group of old things supporting Gu Xian'er behind her, she would probably be eaten by Wuxia until not even her bones were left. "It's over. For this battle, I have troubled the great elder." Wuxia smiled. "Don't worry about it. Remember what you promised this old man." With a cold snort, the grand elder waved his sleeve, and the dragon tribe expert, who had been suppressed behind him, flew over to Wuxia. "Don't worry, first elder. I won't forget what I promised." Wuxia glanced at the dejected supreme master of the dragon clan. Wuxia's expression was calm. Then he looked towards the distant horizon. His gaze swept past the many experts before he smiled and said, "As the successor of the Dao Heaven Immortal Palace, Chang'e is duty-bound to help the Dao Heaven Immortal Palace quell the chaos of the Dragon Clan." Many orthodoxies and living beings who were watching from afar were stunned as well. For a moment, they did not understand what Wuxia meant. Wuxia, you how ruthless. So shameless." The Grand Elder was stunned. He did not understand why Wuxia would say that in front of so many orthodoxies. Then his eyebrows twitched and anger rose in his heart. The Dao Heaven Immortal Palace had always been neutral. They would not interfere in the feuds between any forces and orthodoxies. Although Wuxia was the successor of the Dao Heaven Immortal Palace, the entire Dao Heaven Immortal Palace had not provided him with any help in this battle. Now Wuxia was trying to tell everyone that it was the Dao Heaven Immortal Palace who had actively helped him. Was it not because of the agreement they had that day? The Grand Elder knew what Wuxia was up to. He understood it almost immediately. He was infuriated, and his anger surged. Not only did he want to stir up chaos in the immortal ancient continent, but he also wanted to drag the entire Dao Heaven Immortal Palace into it. When that happened, many forces in boundless heaven would think that the Dao Heaven Immortal Palace was involved in the unification of the immortal ancient continent. This way, Wuxia could divert everyone's attention. After reaping the benefits, he would let the Dao Heaven Immortal Palace take the blame for him. The Grand Elder's expression darkened. He was angry and livid. However, he could not refute Wuxia's statement. Only a few people knew about the agreement they had made that day. "Chang'e will remember the favor you have shown me, Grand Elder." Then Wuxia said calmly, "But Grand Elder, you still owe me a favor. Don't forget about that." Wuxia was not very clear about the Grand Elder's cultivation level. However, he knew that the Grand Elder had surpassed the quasi-supreme realm. Compared to Gu Nanshan, he might be much stronger. Therefore, he had to hold on tight to this favor. Who knew when it would come in handy? Moreover, He did not think it was a big deal to let the Tao Heaven Immortal Palace take the blame for a while. Many cultivators in the outside world would think that he had forced the Grand Elder to take action to achieve his goal, although that was not wrong. However, in Gu Chang's opinion, this was not a good idea. He had to make the outside world think that the Tao Heaven Immortal Palace was the mastermind behind all this. After all, he had been in the limelight for a while now. The more cultivators and orthodoxies paid attention to him, the harder it would be for him to scheme in secret. Gu Chang'e had always liked to make a fortune in secret. He would take the benefits himself and let others take the blame. He was even more so with the Tao Heaven Immortal Palace. Whether or not it would have much of an effect was another matter altogether. Grand Elder, if you think that Chang'e is wrong, you can explain yourself. I think many cultivators will believe you. Gu Chang'e continued to smile. She knew that with the Great Elder's temperament, he would not say anything at this time. After all, he had achieved his goal. He did not care about angering the Grand Elder. He would rather think about how to unify the immortal ancient continent. Humph! The Grand Elder interrupted him with a dark expression. He flicked his sleeves and left in a blur. He had decided that from today onwards, he would hand over all the affairs of the Tao Heaven Immortal Palace to the Palace Lord. Gu Chang'e was so shameless. He did not care what he wanted to do. He could not care less. He was going to cultivate in seclusion for a while. Otherwise, one day, he would not be able to stop himself from slapping this shameless junior to death. This guy was so stubborn and did not want to suffer any losses. Men, clean up the dragon tribe. Kill anyone who refuses to obey. From today onwards, I only want to hear one voice in the dragon tribe. Then, the smile on Gu Chang'e's face disappeared and she said lightly, "Yes, young master." Behind him, a roar like a tsunami came. The mighty army of the three tribes began to deal with the remaining members of the dragon tribe, who refused to submit. They had to clean up the mess to avoid any hidden dangers. As for those who refused to obey, it was even simpler. They just had to kill them. There was no lack of disobedient creatures in this world. "Young master, we have done what you asked us to do. The members of the dragon tribe who rebelled have all been killed." Buzz! As soon as he finished speaking, a vast and majestic aura came crashing down. On the other side, the prospective supreme ancestors of the ancient serpent, black sky eagle, and alligator god had also suppressed many dragon tribe powerhouses and rushed back to Gu Chang'e to report on their mission. Very good. Well done. Gu Chang'e glanced at the scene below and showed a satisfied expression. Then, he nodded and gestured for them to leave. Although the appearance of the three tribes would cause the various orthodoxies to be wary, Gu Chang'e would definitely consider hiding them in the dark. Then, after dealing with the dragon tribe, Gu Chang'e had time to think about his fellow countrymen. If he guessed correctly, Yu Mingkong might not even know about his existence. After all, transmigrators were the biggest outliers. In the timeline that Yu Mingkong experienced in her past life, the existence of transmigrators was still unknown. However, since the transmigrator had voluntarily appeared in front of him, Gu Chang'e would find him even if he had to dig 3 feet into the ground. Unless it was an extremely unlucky transmigrator, anyone who came to this world and had a cheat would definitely be awesome. However, what Gu Chang'e did not know was whether this transmigrator came to this world before or after him. What he had to do next was to unify the various tribes of the immortal ancient. With this force, he could also provide a large amount of cultivation resources. Just from Immortal Ancient's dragon clan alone, there would definitely be many good things that would be useful to him. He might even be able to obtain part of the essence and blood left behind by the true dragon. To Gu Chang'e, those things were extremely beneficial. Recently, his demonic cultivation had reached the peak of the quasi-sage realm. He was only a little bit away from breaking through to the sage realm. After reaching the sage realm, Gu Chang'e could condense more Great Tao treasure bottle runes to help him devour and refine the remaining immortal essences. His cultivation could still break through to another level. At the same time, far away from the Dragon Island in the sky, the powerhouses of various orthodoxies gathered to witness everything. If I didn't see it with my own eyes, who would believe that this is something that a young man can do? Now is the golden age, and the stars are shining brightly. However, in terms of power, I'm afraid that no one in the younger generation can go against Guchanga. In some ways, this Guchanga is even more terrifying than the inheritor of the demonic arts. Such scheming and methods make one's heart tremble. In the end, he openly schemed against the entire immortal ancient tribe. Many people were whispering, and the shock in their eyes could not be dispelled. Rumor has it that the inheritor of the demonic arts was defeated by him in the end. However, no one has ever found his tracks after so long. Even when he killed some young supreme beings, it was done in secret. I'm afraid that he was severely injured by Guchanga. His injuries are not light. Now, seeing how Guchanga activated the replica of the ancient reincarnation wheel, his expression is normal, and he doesn't seem to be in any difficulty. It seems that his cultivation is not as simple as it seems on the surface. He has hidden it well. On the ancient warship, auras intertwined and chi and blood were majestic. Many of the Wang family's powerhouses were discussing. Regardless of whether they were from the younger generation or the older generation, their expressions were complicated, and their hearts were filled with fear and shock. They did not intervene in the battle. Instead, they witnessed everything from the beginning to the end. At first, the joy and excitement from Wang Zijin's return from the human ancestors' palace was like a basin of cold water being poured over them, cooling them down. Their bodies trembled all over. Many people reacted, knowing that Wang Zijin was not the only dazzling person in the same generation. Wang Zijin's talent was strong, and could be said to be one of a kind in history. She cultivated in the human ancestors' palace, and her progress could be said to be very fast. Half a month to a small realm, half a year to a large realm. Cultivation breakthroughs were as simple as drinking water and eating. However, she was still from the younger generation, and had yet to inherit the orthodoxy of the force behind her. Meanwhile, Guchanga was already in control of everything. Just the power in his hands made everyone deeply shocked and fearful. Not to mention anything else, just the three great tribes of Black Sky Eagle, Ancient Snake, and Alligator God were an extremely terrifying force. Under Guchanga's command, he could practically sweep through an area. Just now, there were a total of 3 quasi-supreme old ancestors who had appeared. This power made them tremble. Those were quasi-supreme grand elders, supreme powerhouses who could shatter stars with a lift of their palms and shatter continents with a wisp of their aura. They were existences who were the foundation of the various orthodoxies. Now that supremes had not appeared, and those who had achieved the Tao did not appear, quasi-supreme grand elders could be said to be invincible. If they really wanted to compare, they realized that in terms of power and influence, perhaps even the current longevity Wang family's clan leader would have to be polite to Guchanga, right? This was something that they would not have dared to imagine in the past. This kid's methods seem simple, but in reality, each step is closely linked. Even I can only see some clues and arrangements. If we really want to investigate further, I'm afraid we can trace it all back to the time when the immortal ancient continent opened. For such a long time, this kind of scheming really makes this old man sigh in admiration. I'm afraid you can't find many people in the current younger generation who can stand shoulder to shoulder with him. On the ancient warship, after hearing Wang Wushuang's words, the old monster from the Wang family could not help but sigh. One had to admit that even they had to admit that in the battle against the immortal ancient dragon tribe, Guchanga's banner of justice played a huge role. Everyone could see that he was planning to scheme against the immortal ancient dragon tribe. Not some pretty words like seeking justice. But so what if they could see it? They could not do anything, but they had no reason to do anything. Did they really think that the longevity Gu family behind Guchanga would just stand there and watch the show? Now, in front of all the great orthodoxies, Guchanga took away the fattest piece of meat. This was what made them feel the most depressed and helpless, and even gasped in admiration. His various methods displayed the courage and methods of a young master from an everlasting family, and not a simple cultivation talent. With a young master like this, why would they worry about the prosperity of their orthodoxies? However, on the other hand, Guchanga showed off his ability. Now he controlled the terrifying power of the immortal ancient dragon tribe, and even the quasi-supreme ancestors obeyed his orders. In the following days, all the great orthodoxies would be wary of him, and they would join forces to deal with him. One gain and one loss, this was unavoidable. The previous competition between the younger generation was still a small matter, But now, it had evolved into a situation where clans would be annihilated at the slightest move. Just ask who wouldn't be fearful. Young master, I'm afraid you'll have to learn from Guchanga in the future. Thinking of this, the old monster from the Wang family could not help but laugh. Where were their horizons? They would not blindly praise the other party, nor would they overly belittle the other party. Saying these words was just to spur their young master on. They were both descendants of everlasting families, so they would be compared in many aspects. Of course, everlasting families stood tall and had a long history. They would not casually collapse just because a young master was not good enough. Being inferior to the other party was being inferior. At this time, could it be that they still had to be sarcastic and belittle? Guchanga is indeed very strong. In terms of courage and methods, I am far inferior to him. This is something I will admit. But don't forget, elder, these schemes are useless in the face of absolute power. If Guchanga did not have the identity of the reincarnation ancient heavenly lord's successor, he would not have been able to make the ancient snake tribe and divine crocodile tribe listen to him. At this time, Wang Wushuang shook his head and said, although he really admired Guchanga, it was not deep enough. But he didn't have a deep impression of Guchanga. He just felt that Guchanga was relying on this relationship. Without the help of these three tribes, this battle would not be so easy. Hearing this, Wang Zijin, who had been staring at the figure in the distance with a strange expression, slowly shook her head, but she did not say anything. Since young master says so, then let me ask you, what does absolute power mean? The old monster from the Wang family was happy to use this opportunity. He could not help but smile, intending to educate his young master. The younger generation naturally had the heart to compete, but this competition should not be something that they were unwilling to accept. Ever since Wang Wushuang was born, there had always been arrogance in his heart. Begging for flowers, he admitted that his cultivation was far inferior to his sister, who was a natural saint, and there was nothing he could say. However, Guchanga was clearly younger than him in terms of age. But with his current cultivation, even he could not see clearly. He could only vaguely sense that it was unfathomable. To be honest, he was a little unwilling and unconvinced. Now that he was said to by the elders in front of his sister, he felt a little embarrassed. Absolute power naturally refers to true cultivation. No matter how strong Guchanga is, it is impossible for him to surpass my sister in terms of cultivation, right? Wang Wushuang said. In his eyes, golden light flowed, and he was not very calm. Normally, he would never say such a thing. But today was the first time he saw his sister, and he was not calm. He always felt a sense of frustration. Ordinary geniuses would definitely not be able to accept this situation. Fortunately, his heart was far stronger than ordinary people, so he was not deeply affected. Wushuang, there is always someone better than you. You have to remember this sentence. Of course, this sentence is also for myself. At this time, Wang Zijin, who had been silent, finally spoke. Her voice was like the sound of nature. With a smile on her face, she looked at Wang Wushuang and said, Wang Wushuang, this younger brother, did not seem like a weak-willed genius. This made her feel a little satisfied. Of course, this sentence was also for herself. Previously, she felt that she was very powerful. But she realized that Guchanga had many tricks up his sleeve that she could not compare to at all. The only thing that he could rely on was probably his talent and cultivation. This made Wang Zijin even more curious and interested in Guchanga. As a transmigrator, she was familiar with all kinds of tricks, had a powerful background and terrifying talent. From the moment she was born, she stood at the end of countless cultivators. In the following days, it was inevitable that it would be boring. In fact, Wang Zijin really wanted to find something that interested her, so she had the intention to travel the world. Now she happened to encounter Guchanga. This native genius seemed to be completely different from the rest of the cannon fodder. This kind of scheming made her very surprised. Immediately, she continued to speak. Guchanga's cultivation is not as simple as what you see. To be honest, even I can't see what his realm is like. Sister, you can't see his cultivation level either? This time, Wang Wushuang and the other Wang family elites around him were stunned and couldn't help but stare. They had heard from the elders that Wang Zijin's strength was very likely to be at the quasi-Holy Land level now. However, she couldn't see through Guchanga either. Wang Zijin nodded. To her, this kind of thing was not something that she could not admit. However, to be able to easily activate a Dao attainment artifact imitation, his cultivation level must be beyond ordinary people. If you were given a Dao attainment artifact imitation now, would you be able to activate it as easily as Guchanga? Also, you said that he relied on his identity as the successor of the ancient heavenly lord of Samsara. Think about it, if you were the successor of the ancient heavenly lord of Samsara, would you be able to make the three major clans listen to your orders like Guchanga? As long as the three major clans are not stupid, they would not agree to submit to a young man. Guchanga was able to make them submit to him, so his methods are not simple at all. Wang Zijin said so, with her analysis and understanding. Her perspective of things was different from that of others. When she said so, the people of the Wang family on the ancient warship immediately fell silent. Some of them took a deep breath and were extremely shocked. As expected of the young miss, you can see things so clearly so easily. The old monster of the Wang family couldn't help but nod and smile. He could see all of this because he had lived for a long time. And if Wang Zijin could see it, it could only mean that she was really smarter than ordinary people and was talented. I see. Hearing this, Wang Wushuang was silent for a while. Thinking about it according to Wang Zijin's words, he finally understood the gap between him and Guchanga. He really couldn't do what Guchanga did. A deep sense of disappointment and unwillingness spontaneously rose in his heart. It's a pity, I heard that Guchanga has a marriage contract, otherwise he and the young miss would be a good match. However, things like marriage contracts can be cancelled. The old monster of the Wang family suddenly sighed and said with emotion, if the two families were to be connected by marriage, it would definitely be a win-win situation. Hearing this, Wang Zijin was slightly startled and her expression suddenly became a little strange. Why did he suddenly mention this matter? Could it be that the fiancé scheme that she had been thinking about before was coming? Guchanga tore up the original marriage contract with the female lead, and then set up a marriage contract with her? From Guchanga's actions he didn't seem like a decent person. It didn't seem impossible. Elder, does Guchanga have a good-for-nothing fiancé? After thinking for a while, Wang Zijin considered her words and asked tentatively. The words of the elder just now were too much like the rhythm of some kind of melodramatic routine. The elder of the Wang family obviously didn't expect Wang Zijin to ask this and was stunned. However, Xiaoer at the side continued, young Master Changa's fiancé is the famous future emperor of the unparalleled immortal dynasty, Yu Mingkong. She has the appearance of an empress. How could she be a good-for-nothing? Wang Zijin was a little disappointed. If she really had a fiancé like Guchanga, she didn't think much of it. It wouldn't be like before where she would get goosebumps every time she thought about it. As a person who only cared about appearances, there didn't seem to be anything wrong with coveting other people's bodies. After all, no matter which world it was all about appearances. Before this, Wang Zijin always felt that she wouldn't meet a young genius that could interest her, and that her life would be just like that. After all, an ordinary main character's face, a delicate and pretty youth's face. When she thought of all kinds of descriptions of the main character, her head hurt and she couldn't get interested. This world was obviously not a female world. Instead, it was a male world. The main character would definitely be the type that slowly grew stronger from weak. Otherwise, there wouldn't be the so-called hot-bloodedness to level up. As for Guchanga, although Wang Zijin hadn't interacted with him before, she could feel that he was different from other geniuses. And her intuition had never been wrong. Wang Zijin felt that this was very likely a cheat that she had brought with her. She wasn't afraid of villains being bad, but she was afraid of villains being handsome. Wang Zijin suddenly remembered a sentence from her previous life. Miss, since we're already here, why don't we pay a visit to young Master Changa while we're at it? As if seeing that Wang Zijin was a little disappointed, the Wang family elder suddenly asked. Wang Zijin was stunned when she heard this, but her expression didn't change. She smiled indifferently and said, then we'll do as you say. Miss, didn't you say you weren't interested? Seeing this scene, Xiaoer couldn't help but mutter. In exchange, the result was Wang Zijin giving her a knock on the head. You talk too much. This time in Dragon Island, Guchanga, who was searching for the heritage of the Dragon clan in a magnificent and incomparably magnificent treasure vault, suddenly heard the notification sound of the system. Ding, the Lady of Luck is interested in the master. Luck points increase by 1,000 points. Fate points increase by 50 points. Gu Chang's eyes suddenly narrowed. This works too. Or is it that I have nowhere to put my charm? 1,000. Chapter 197. The system notification came out of nowhere, but he had indeed gained a lot of luck points and destiny points. It seems that this transmigrator has noticed me and is interested in me? Is my charm that great? Or does she feel that I'm different from the natives of this world? The smile on Gu Chang's face was a little intriguing, and he quickly reacted. He glanced at the dazzling palace in front of him and gave an order. Many of his trusted subordinates stepped forward and began to collect the treasures of the dragon clan over the years. Then Gu Chang'e moved and went outside. Since this fellow countryman had noticed him, he must be among the great orthodoxies just now. Perhaps he was not far from the dragon tribe's territory. Gu Chang'e could understand her mentality. After all, everyone was a transmigrator. In terms of mentality, it was normal for them to look down on the natives. If they were born with a higher background and had stronger cheat codes, they would be proud of themselves. However, the other party did not seem to know that he was also a transmigrator. Before that, he might as well pretend to be a more special native. Gu Chang'e had long been familiar with this kind of thing. Naturally, he could guarantee that it was flawless and difficult to find any flaws. Unless the other party also had a system like him and could detect his origin. Otherwise, she would have to obediently be controlled by him. Thinking of this, Gu Chang'e smiled meaningfully. He already had a plan in mind. The other party thought that she was smart and knew the entire script, but how could she know that the person in the script was just acting with her? There was always someone better. If I'm not wrong, this Lady of Providence will probably come to me personally. Is she interested in me? Just as Gu Chang'e was planning, a fluctuation came from the void, and an expert from the Primordium Divine sect turned into a divine rainbow and arrived. Buzz. Young master, the successor of the Longevity Wang family, Wang Wushuang, wants to visit you. He is now waiting outside Dragon Island. The expert glanced at Gu Chang'e in front of him and reported, "It's the Longevity Wang family? They came quite quickly." Hearing this, Gu Chang'e slightly nodded, and couldn't help but reveal a faint smile. "Let them in." "Yes, young master." After receiving the order, the expert quickly left. "Seems like I need to prepare for my first meeting with a fellow countryman." Gu Chang'e smiled playfully. Since it was a competition of tricks, then it was time to see whose tricks were deeper. Then he took a step forward. The void became blurry and a tunnel appeared in the void. It pierced through the sky and landed on the peak of a mountain. To be honest, he thought that someone would come looking for him. Unexpectedly, it was related to the Longevity Wang family. Since it could be called a longevity family, its foundation must be unfathomably deep. There were cultivators who previously said that not even the long-life families themselves knew how terrifying their own backing was. This point was well confirmed by the Longevity Gu family. Due to that, Gu Chang'e would not look down on the Longevity Wang family. There was a reason why every family could stand tall and never fall. Before this, he was thinking about the relationship between the person who came and Wang Wushuang. Although Wang Wushuang was a bit mysterious in front of others, hiding his true appearance with fog, Gu Chang'e saw through his true appearance and even the source of his constitution with a single glance. As long as he wanted to, there was no genius or cultivator in this world that could hide from his eyes. Before this, he also considered scheming against Wang Wushuang's source. He knew that his constitution was a type of unparalleled battle constitution. The manifestation of unparalleled strength was the faint golden patterns in his eyes. The unparalleled strength was equivalent to a terrifying secret technique. It could increase a cultivator's strength in all aspects, including attack, speed, divine sense, defense, and so on. However, Gu Chang'e gave up in the end because the difficulty was not low, and it was not easy to succeed. And now, in his opinion, the person who wanted to see him couldn't be Wang Wushuang himself. Even Wang Wushuang had to listen to his orders, so his status was clearly higher than Wang Wushuang's. Older sister? Or was it an ancient freak from the Longevity Wang family? At the same time, on the Wang family's ancient warship Wang Zijin Wang Wushuang, and the others were standing there, waiting for the announcement. It was not a simple matter to visit Guchanga now. Especially now that the dragon race had just been suppressed, who knew if there would be someone watching and taking advantage of the situation? In their opinion, it was normal and reasonable to be cautious. Guchanga's identity was not like an ordinary young supreme. Miss, will we be able to see young Master Changa soon? I'm so excited. Xiao-er's face was full of excitement, and her 2 braids kept swaying. Seeing her expression like a little fangirl in her previous life meeting her idol, Wang Zijin couldn't help but shake her head. She really wanted to cover her mouth. I told you to be quiet. Why didn't you listen? Wang Zijin couldn't help but say helplessly, but she couldn't be bothered with this little maid, because she was used to indulging her. Got it, Mississippi. Xiao-er quickly nodded like a chicken pecking rice, but she still couldn't hide her excitement and anticipation. Wang Zijin didn't say anything else. After all, she was going to visit Guchanga, the so-called number 1 of the younger generation, with her younger brother. Otherwise, with her current transcendent status, it would be too degrading to visit others so casually. So today she was just a foil, and now she was still dressed as a man. She didn't intend to expose her identity as the successor of the human ancestors' hall so early. Wang Zijin was very annoyed with those suitors who didn't know their own limits, but were like sticky candy and maggots in the bones. She couldn't wait for no one to disturb her. Everyone, please follow me. The young master is already waiting for you on Dragon Island. The expert who went to report quickly returned and replied, Thank you. Wang Wuxia nodded calmly. Hence, everyone followed this expert and headed towards the depths of the Dragon Island. Many cultivators nearby were shocked when they saw this scene. The successor of the longevity Wang family, Wang Wuxia? He's visiting Guchanga? This matter was probably not simple. Soon, the people of the Wang family passed through many sacred mountains and islands under the lead of this person, and headed to a mountain peak shrouded in clouds. Buzz! At the peak of the mountain, several experts with terrifying auras were waiting there like guards. Meanwhile, Guchanga had a calm expression and a composed look in his eyes as he sat behind a stone table. The stone table in front of him was filled with the fragrance of tea and 5-colored light. It was obvious that the tea had been prepared for them. Greetings, Brother Gu. Wang Wuxia landed and cupped his fists at Guchanga. Behind him, Wang Zijin, Xiao-er the old coachman, and the others were half a step behind, as if Wang Wuxia was the leader. Brother Wang, why have you come in person? Everyone, please. Serve the tea. Guchanga looked up with a smile and glanced at the people of the longevity Wang family in front of him, hinting them to sit down. Then, his gaze paused for a moment on Wang Zijin, who was dressed in men's clothes and had fair skin. He was surprised. Then he quickly looked away. It was as if he was just a little curious but didn't care much. As for the rest of the longevity Wang family, he didn't look at them. Noticing this small scene, Wang Zijin was not surprised. On the contrary, Guchanga's attitude made her feel that it was very interesting, and she became more and more interested. Guchanga obviously noticed that she was different from the others. However, he didn't ask or say much. This was a smart man. Compared to the other young supremes, he was indeed different. Moreover, looking at him up close, he did have the temperament of a transcendent immortal, exuding a noble and extraordinary aura. He was clearly acting like a villain just now, but in the blink of an eye, he had the face of I'm a righteous character. How could this be? To be honest, Wang Zijin didn't expect that there would be a day when she misjudged. Since Guchanga was so capable, it was obvious that he wasn't the kind of villain who couldn't live for more than a few chapters. At this time, after they sat down, hearing Guchanga's question, Wang Wuxia couldn't help but smile. He said, I saw Dao Brother Changa's strategy. Such a simple method suppressed the entire immortal ancient dragon tribe and made them submit. Such methods are truly shocking. I couldn't help but sigh in admiration. I wanted to pay you a visit and learn from Dao Brother Changa. These words were said very sincerely, with a sense of sincerity. Wang Wuxia also knew that at this time, he definitely couldn't say that his sister was interested in Guchanga and wanted to see him. As the successor of the human ancestor palace, such behavior would inevitably be criticized. Oh, so it's about this. Hearing this, the smile on Guchanga's face didn't diminish. He then shook his head. It's just luck. Brother Wang, you flatter me. The immortal ancient dragon tribe is doomed to self-destruction. This is the law of heaven and earth. For countless years they have been bullying others. They can cover the sky in the immortal ancient continent with one hand and do whatever they want. They brought this upon themselves. I merely added fuel to the fire. Hearing this, the corner of Wang Wushuang's mouth twitched. Then he bitterly smiled. Brother Gu, there is no need to belittle yourself. From what I see, no one in the younger generation has methods like yours. Gu Chang'e still didn't seem to care. He smiled and shook his head. This matter is not worth Brother Wang's attention. Even if I didn't do anything, someone else would have done something to them. As for me, I merely took advantage of the great elder's actions. The Palace of Heavenly Immortals is the real mastermind behind this. I was merely pushed out in the open and used this opportunity to make a name for myself. What he said was reasonable, and there was nothing wrong with it. However, the people here were not simple people. None of them were stupid. They could tell that Gu Chang'e was trying to shirk the responsibility. He was completely shirking away from everything that he planned. He was blaming the Palace of Heavenly Immortals and the immortal ancient dragon tribe. It sounded as if he was helping the immortal ancient continent get rid of evil. If they didn't see how he was raiding the entire immortal ancient dragon tribe, they might have believed him. Brother Gu, you are being too humble. Others want to make a name for themselves, but you are avoiding it. Speaking of which, the Black Sky Eagle, the Alligator God, and the other tribes are all under Brother Gu's control. With your power today, nobody can compare to you. Of course, you don't need to care about these things. Wang Wushuang couldn't help but exclaim. His words were sincere. Humble? Why would I be humble? I am merely speaking the truth. Gu Chang'e couldn't help but laugh. Brother Wang, you have overestimated me. The old monster of the Wang clan couldn't help but shake his head speechlessly. Indeed, one couldn't judge a book by its cover. He had truly underestimated Gu Chang'e's ability to lie through his teeth. Everyone saw what you did, didn't they? Wasn't it better to be honest? Stop pretending to be someone with a big tail at a time like this. Even he wanted to say that to Gu Chang'e. At this moment, it was as if he knew what everyone was thinking. Gu Chang'e said with a slightly regretful tone, I know Brother Wang thinks I am lying through my teeth, but the Black Sky Eagle, the Alligator Snake, and the other tribes did help me because of the reincarnation ancient Heavenly Lord. Now that this matter is settled, their agreement with me is no longer valid. They will go their separate ways. I can't ask them to do anything for me anymore. Saying this, he revealed a regretful expression. His words were so true that everyone believed him a little more. After all, when the quasi-supreme ancestors of the three tribes attacked together, their power shook the sky. It was too shocking. They found it hard to accept that the quasi-supreme existences would listen to a young man. Gu Chang'e's words made them feel a little better. They felt like it was within the acceptable range. To say such hypocritical words of righteousness, he is indeed not a good person. Wang Zijin's expression was strange. At this moment, when she heard Gu Chang'e's words, she couldn't help but laugh. It was pleasing to the ear like the sound of nature. In fact, she didn't think that Gu Chang'e's approach was wrong. In this fantasy world where the strong preyed on the weak, good people would never live long. Gu Chang'e, who raised the banner of justice and did things that villains would do, could live for a long time. This made Wang Zijin more and more interested, and she wanted to know more about Gu Chang'e. And at this moment, hearing Wang Zijin laugh, Gu Chang'e seemed to look at her face. On his face, there was just the right amount of surprise and doubt. And this is my sister Wang Zijin. She had just returned from cultivating elsewhere, and was planning to return to her tribe. On the way, she passed by immeasurable heaven and came to see me. Wang Wushuang gave a simple introduction, not saying that Wang Zijin came from the human ancestor palace. Oh, so it's Brother Wang's sister. I was a little surprised just now. It seems that you really are hiding your strength. Gu Chang'e said in surprise as if he had just found out. After saying that, he raised his hand and raised his cup. In the white jade teacup, the fragrance of tea wafted, indicating to Wang Zijin. Since Wang Wushuang didn't have the intention to explain in detail, he didn't continue to ask in case it backfired. Greetings, Brother Gu. I've heard many rumors about Brother Gu. Today I see that you live up to your reputation. Seeing this, Wang Zijin didn't feel that there was anything wrong with Gu Chang'e's actions and expression. Hearing this, she also raised her cup and smiled, drinking the tea in one gulp. Haha, Miss Zijin, you flatter me. This is nothing more than a false reputation, it's useless. Gu Chang'e also spoke casually, chatting happily with her. His jade-like, handsome and elegant face attracted Xiao Er's attention, looking at him with a look of reverence and admiration. Then Gu Chang'e, Wang Zijin and the others began to talk. Their expressions were calm, and they didn't show any abnormalities. When he first saw Wang Zijin, he had already confirmed her identity as a transmigrator. That huge amount of luck points as high as tens of thousands was really too eye-catching. Moreover, Wang Zijin's temperament was very different. She was indifferent and proud, with a kind of loftiness that didn't care about anything. Gu Chang'e could clearly tell that she was different from ordinary proud girls. Therefore, he planned to follow the original plan and set this trap first.